Can we get a hi?
Hello there.
Yeah! Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Greetings and welcome, one and all. How are we? How are you doing this fine, glorious Sunday? How are we? I hope we're all doing good. Howdy. How are we all doing? Newbie, get on in first. How are we doing, Newbie? Hope you're doing well. Scrot trying to get in dad jokes. Fair warning. Dad jokes today may be slightly more inappropriate than normal. It's the one day of the year I can rip out the big catalogue of dead dad jokes. How are we doing? Hope you're doing well, Scrot. Weeaboo, how are we? I hope you are doing good. Hello. How are we? And I hope we are all doing well. And the good jokes got cancelled. They're saving everyone from that punishment. How are we, everybody? I hope we're doing good. Happy Sunday to you all, of course. What are we all been getting up to? Have we all been having a good day so far? Or how are we all doing? It is, of course, Sunday, so we are going to be doing our the Sunday showcase, plus painting up some minis, and we are finishing off some of the Blood Ravens that we started on Friday. And then continued yesterday, and the goal today is to get even more of them done. We did all the red. We built them all on Friday. We did all the red and the shoulder pads yesterday. So now it is time to crack on and get a bit more done, which is good. Corvus, thank you so much for the sub, much appreciated. How are we? I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the 18-month sub, Rooney, a year and a half. That is impressive. Thank you so much. How are you, my friend? I hope you're doing good. I was hoping to hobby today, but instead I have to now fix my Hoover. Oh man, that sucks. I had to do it. Oh no, you know what? I had the same Hoover for ages, and I was like, it was a really good Hoover, and I was like, it sounds really odd. It was one of the first things I bought when I moved out. I bought like a really good Hoover, which was it was like a Vax. It was a really powerful one, but it wasn't like an upright one. It was one that could store away in a cupboard. And I remember, this is the weirdest thing, and I remember that it worked perfectly fine, but my roommate I was living with hated that Hoover. They were like, they wanted an upright one. So I remember I came home one day, and they were like, I got us a new Hoover. And I was like, okay, what did you do with my Hoover? Like, did something happen to the old Hoover? They were like, I binned it. And I was like, why did you bin it? And they bought like an upright Hoover for it. I remember I went and fished my other one out the bin because I was like, why would you bin my Hoover? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. And then there's one broke like eight months later. I was like, yes! When you get a good Hoover, the repair on it is always well worth doing. So I can get that, wanting to do the repairs. But yes, there you go. Random Hoover tangent. Sorry if that was a random tangent. But yeah, how are we all doing? I hope we are all doing good. Johan, welcome on in. How are you doing? Shiny, hello to you as well. How are we all doing? It doesn't suck. That's the problem. That is true. Just go back home, got my Armageddon box, so let's build and paint one mini and forget about the rest for the coming 3 to 6 months. 3 to 6 months? That's an impressive one. I forgot about my Leviathan box for nearly 3 years. I've still got an Indomitus in there. Oh, what are you going with first? Are you doing Orcs? Are you doing Marines? What are you going for? And we've kicked off a hype trade, apparently. Thank you so much for everyone kicking off a hype trade at the start stream. Happy belated Cake Day. Thank you so much. I have indeed done another revolution around the sun, and somehow still here. And so, that's good news. It's an older Dyson, and you can't get a replacement Hoover head. The plastic tube inside has perished. 3D printers. You got this eBay 3D print. I tell you, the amount of random parts I have found, like STL files for, to print, to replace certain things, has been crazy good. Weeaboo! Weeaboo, thank you so much for the gifted subs. That's incredibly kind of you. You didn't have to do that. That's really kind. You gave 5 gifted subs to the community. That's incredible. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. Bless you. There's so many little heads going off. my headphones are like, Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Hype. We're getting the hype. No, I want to convert the Marines to my leftover Dark Angel bits I have laying around, but that'll come when I feel like it. My shop only got 30 boxes allocated, so I snagged Oh, should have snagged one while I could. Ooh, interesting. I've heard that most people's allocations are pretty alright. So, did they want more than 30? The question I have there. But thank you so much, Weeaboo, for the 5 gifted subs. That is incredibly, incredibly kind.
All hail the Demon Prince, Stolas.
I was told there would be cake.
I like that. I was told there would be cake. Thank you for the beanies, Snoopy. But yeah, enjoy your subs, TLS Fish, Tabletop Dominion, Shiny, Nitro, and Pandy Bear. Thank you so much, Weeaboo. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Coppers. I was like, hearing Brian say that is very strange. Thank you for the biddies, incredibly appreciate. Thank you. I'm pretty sure that they asked for 80. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I hadn't really heard that anybody had issues with allocations. I know that there was one semi-popular store, like they're a single-site store, but they have quite a big online presence, and they put out that they were getting like 500 boxes. And then they only got like 125. And they kept being like, they took loads of like pre-orders and pre-payments for it, and then they got basically rumbled basically by saying, yeah, no, they were never given that original allocation, or they never request for it. So they basically turned out they were scamming money off people, taking the payment like a month in advance, so people could secure it, and then like holding the money for that time, and then now people are having difficulties getting the refunds, and I don't think that store will be around much longer. But sadly, I would say that it's also not the first time it's done it. So I remember I've seen the story about that going around. There's probably other people covering it better than I will, but yeah, it's kind of a weird one. But I thought most people have been alright, to be fair. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going to go on that one. My box is still sat in the depot. No, it's like, UPS, give me my box. Another one store I never had that Armageddon shipped. It was approved, just not shipped by GW. Ooh, that's interesting. Have they figured out what's going on with that then, or do they not know? Because it's obviously, if it's the weekend, the retail and logistics part of GW doesn't work over the weekend. Oh man, that must be wild, because there's probably a load of people going, where's my box? And we're like, we don't know. Ooh, that's a bit of a mad one. GW still have some in stock themselves, so I'm hoping that they'll be able to just pull from that allocation maybe. Fancy seeing you here. How are we doing, Captain Mallory? Hello to you. How are we? GW just didn't send it at all. That's what I mean. Like, I wonder what happened there, like logistics-wise, for it. Do you think, like, I don't know if they don't know what's happened? It's a bit of a weird one. I guess I don't know how that's going to work. They get their refund, or are they going to get it reallocated? That's wild. Was it a big allocation that they had? Yeah, I hadn't heard that story. That's wild. Yeah, must be a glitch. That's what I'm thinking. Definitely feels like it must be a glitch. Thank you for the celebration, Verity. Thank you so much for the little love hearts going off. How are we, Sith? How are you doing? Always a pleasure to see you. Hello. How are we? Always lovely to see you, Sitharuni. I have to ask though, how are you doing on this fine day, Lewis? Excited? Got your coffee and all that? I don't have a coffee today, actually. I will get one in my first break. I've got my nice big thing of iced water, and I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. It's always one of those days. It's always a bit of an odd one. Father's Day for my end. My father passed away when I was very young, so it's always a bit of an odd day. For it, but I do get the a perk that I get to make everyone else uncomfortable with a load of dead dad jokes, which is always really fun. So it's like but otherwise, no, I'm doing good. I went out, had some food with Verity. We got like a little a bit of light brunch, which was really nice. And we're just chilling. It's just one of those, which is very good. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Tentaclaris just happened. Such a big, yeah, kind of it. Yeah, I guess that's it. I remember the LGS I worked at. They had that. At one point, saying literally there was an order that just wasn't shipped, and they basically, it was like their weekly order shipment just hadn't turned up, and they called the logistics because obviously and the logistics were like, we'll figure it out, and it was just that system glitch. It just basically hadn't been. They on the system it looked like it had gone out, but in the depot it hadn't. So they basically found the pallet and shipped it out within like 3 or 4 days, which was still unfortunate. They missed the stuff arriving on the Saturday to be released to the customers, but they just put out a statement and said, this is basically what's happened. We're really sorry. No, they're really good about it, so I'm assuming it's something along those lines. I'm doing well. I did a board game cafe for the first time. Ooh, how was that? Was that a good one, or what did you play? What games did you play? Let me know. 30 boxes were allocated, and all the rep said is like, I'm sat here, I'm looking at your allocation, but I just can't get it to you. Shrug, not my problem. You'll get it when you get it. I mean, I doubt it would have come across that way. For it, I feel there's probably an embellishment there, because if they'd have spoken to a customer that way, yeah, I'm gonna imagine that they probably don't have a job anymore. GW, they're very good at their customer service, even with their stores and stuff. So, having spoken to reps on the phone plenty of times, like, I don't think anybody's ever spoken to me that way. And when we had at the RGS I worked at a very similar issue, they were incredibly apologetic. So I feel if someone did speak that way, I'm gonna kind of imagine that's, yeah. But in all fairness, the person on the phone, you know, it's not, they can't fix it. There's very limited that they can do. And as someone who has spent many years working as the person on the receiving end of a phone call, you do get a lot of angry people because you're the point of contact, and it's 99% of the time there's not much you can do about that. It's just one of those, you just have to kind of take it and be like, yeah, there's nothing I can do. But yeah. But unfortunately, hopefully though, I imagine if it's going to be what happened, like I said, at the LGS I worked at, they'll get it allocated soon. It's just obviously something's happened at the warehouse, which it sucks, and that will happen in no matter what scale of business you're working in, and it's unfortunately just an anomaly there, which sucks. Yeah. It was good that we played Spokes, which we'll be buying, and Tusso. Tusso's a good one. That's really, really good one. It's a nice, simple game, which is really, really fun. And there's different variants of it, which have got really nice boards. I do like that one. Yeah, it's frustrating, but there's nothing you can do till the next shipping. But confirmation exists. You just got there. That's kind of it, you know. And it's always one of those, and it's just doesn't negate the fact that it sucks. But hopefully it will be resolved. Speaking of being resolved, hopefully today I'm gonna get a load more of these guys done. Let's switch a Rooney over here. We have all of our Blood Angels that we have been sat working on, so I'm really hoping today that we can get through a load of this, which will be good. We have filled in the shoulder pads, got loads of the reds on the go. I think we're ready. So the plan today is I'm going to pick a squad. I'm going to paint in all the metallics for it, and then we're going to try the noosh that we said we were going to hopefully get to yesterday, but we didn't get a chance to get to it. So we're going to try this. I can't believe it's not an oil wash stuff, which I'm very excited to try. I had a really, really good conversation with the Pro Acryl people at UK Games Expo. Really, really, really nice member of staff was chatting away. He was showing me a demo of all the new Pro Acryl 1-steps, and then he showed me a demo of this as well, which I'm kind of excited for. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what's going to... how this is going to come out. I'm just trying to think of which colour exactly to put over this, because I want them to look a little bit more sort of grimdarky kind of sort of vibe as they're in the thick of the war. I mean, you know, that sort of vibe. To be fair, the Blood Ravens are a little bit more nomadic than most other chapters, so I think it's going to be quite a cool one to do. Reminds me when I pre-ordered the Nemesis Operatives Rules for Kill Team, which has been delayed. Oh, I didn't know that had been delayed. For it, was that the? I wonder if that was is that just the shipment that's been delayed, or is there like a printing error? So I'm like, ooh. I'm doing some hobby. I have some parts for Darth Maul lightsaber printing using both FDM printers. Ooh, wait, you've got two now? I didn't realize that you had two. Ooh, which ones have you got? Where are we at? Excuse me. Kyle was a good egg if you're talking to Pro Acryl at UK Games Expert. Yeah, I couldn't remember the gentleman's name. Either Canadian or American. And they were really, really nice. Incredibly tall person. They were really, really nice to chat to, which was really cool. Hey, Ghost Unseen, how are you doing? How are everything going? Are the minis saved? Have we saved them? Were they in trouble? I've got them. We're all good. The minis seem to be all good. I'm excited to get them all finished off today, which is going to be fun. Well, I'm probably not going to get finished, but I feel like I'm going to have some good stuff with this. I feel like we're going to make some progress. So the plan is to spend the time now painting in like some metallic details across a load of the models. Get a few of the bits all kind of on here. Once they're done, then we'll take the break. I'll make a cup of coffee. We'll varnish the models, and then we'll be able to use this. I'm assuming it'll be the same. It doesn't say anything here about varnishing, but I'm assuming it's. I'm gonna do the varnish as that is normally what I would do with an oil wash. Although normally with an oil wash, I would gloss varnish. So I suppose that's the thought process I need to have. This just says to simply, yeah, mix with your Pro Acryl and apply all over your models. Doesn't say anything about, but because it's a standard weathering and grime effect, I'm going to go down that route of, you know, my thoughts process is saying to do that. Where are we at? That's strange. I've had mine for 2 weeks. What, your Nemesis one? How are we, Matt, as well? I hope you're doing well. Hello. Lovely to see you. How we diddly do it. Right, let's get some colours on here. I'm going to start with some dark greys, because I'm going to do the Crux Terminatuses first. And I want them to be like kind of almost a dark grey blue. So I feel that's what I'm thinking I'm going to go with for them. Let's just grab these colours, what we've got here. Eldon Grey is a good grey. Let's give them a shock. Let's give them a shaky shake. Where are we at here? So we got the tall and white hair, beard was cut. That was it. That was the one. That was it. Yes, tall, white hair, beard. Very nice. They were really good. I enjoyed their demo of the Pro Acryl one steps. I didn't pick any up because I'm like, I've got too many paints. I don't need any more paint. But I enjoyed the fact that they kind of were talking about how the one steps are different to contrast or speed paints. They basically were describing them as basically they're a paint that grows with you. So I'm intrigued to maybe pick some up at some point and give it a whirl. It's designed. They said that the one step paints are basically designed to be. You can just use them as a. Let me get my glove before I forget. Yeah, you can use them simply as a contrast-esque style, but then as you grow and you learn and you learn more as you're painting, they're designed to be able to be. You can thin them down for glazes. You can use them for blending. You can use them for various different techniques. And I thought that was a really interesting way to approach it. Something that's not just a one purpose. It's something that will be as you learn more skills, you've got something to use, which I thought was great. So I was like, ooh. Technically I have 2.5. I have a 4th, which I gave to a member. That's fair. Was it? No, she's fine. Don't forget to varnish the model before I use it. Yeah, so my plan would be to varnish them. If I was doing an oil wash, I would normally gloss varnish for it. But it's interesting. All the guides, even on their website, doesn't say anything about varnishing. Which threw me a little bit, but I figured if I'm wiping stuff away, that would be the normal to do. But interesting, they say you don't have to. Whereas for oil washes, they advise you do that, which is interesting. But yes. Nemesis Operatives, that is. How is the Nemesis Operatives book? Is it any good for anyone who has it? I've seen a lot of people like painting the Red Terror and talking about the Red Terror, but I've not seen anyone work on the Ambles or the Zote, or just generally, I suppose, actually talking about how the game is. The Nemesis Operatives one, which I find quite interesting. I guess it's one of those. It's I think it's probably may have been overshadowed by the fact that Armageddon's been released. But, new edition, that is the biggest news that we'll have for the next few years until the next Primarch's renounced. That's always the big push, really, isn't it? Happy to hear it. I'm all good too. I'm glad you're all good. What about a second FDM printer? Aye. My one's currently blinking at me, being like, because I've got a file loaded up that I'll press print on as soon as the stream's ended. Got a couple of prints on, which is always nice. A few bits on for the store and some customs and things, which is very good. So I'm just trying to get a few bits finished off on it. Just keeps blinking at me like, do it. I mean, I've had it on when I've been streaming before, but I feel like I'm more worried about being in the room and it being hot. I've got a printer there running at a couple of 100 degrees. I don't really want to be in the room at the same time. So I have a Prusa Core 1, a Prusa Mark 3.5 with MMU and parts from a Core XY I had a Bamboo A1 Mini, which I gave to my stepdad. Oh, that's really nice, though. Did they enjoy it? I do. The A1s are pretty good. There's a new one I saw. A new, what was the new Bamboo? It did something else. I saw basically it's like the same as a Bamboo A1, but it has an alternative. I thought it was really interesting. It has an alternative head to it. That instead of it being a 3D printer, the head is like an engraver or like an embosser, which I thought was really interesting. I was like, it kind of uses the same logic, the Core XY head moving around, but it had an official embossing sort of style head, and I was like, that's actually a really clever idea because it is the same logic, right? Load in just the one layer of the indent that you want to use. I thought that was kind of a cool way of doing it. Almost turns it into a bit of a cricket style or a cricut, whichever way you look at it. Glossy, if you want the Noosh seats in the recesses, satin for recesses and flat surfaces, matte or no varnish for total staining. So yeah, I'll have to. I've read a few guides on how to do it, and I watched their YouTube video on it, and yeah, it was interesting because for me it was like, if it's going to be like an oil wash, I'm going to varnish the model. But all their tutorials were like, yeah, you don't have to worry about varnishing, which I thought was interesting. I'm good, thanks, Lewis. I hope you're all well. I hope you had a great day yesterday for your birthday. I did, thank you very much. It was a good day. I said we did a nice little bit of streaming, which was good. I said Verity treated me for my birthday earlier in the week, which was really nice. We're doing good. We're doing good. Thank you. Just plodding along as we do. And whoop. But yeah, it's just nice and chill. It was nice just to do a bonus stream. I haven't really done a bonus stream in a while, and it felt a bit odd because obviously last Sunday I unfortunately had to cancel stream because I had one of my migraine attacks, which was a real shame. But it's just sometimes you can't help it when they hit. I can do as much prevention for it as I can, but when they attack, they hit, unfortunately. But I thought we hadn't had one in a little while, so it was quite a big one. But it felt weird not being on last Sunday. It was odd. I was like, this feels very weird. I don't like not being on Sundays. It's like it's been my routine now for nearly 6 years. It feels so bizarre when I'm not here. But I am looking forward to seeing what everybody got up to for the showcase, though, because I want to see what everyone's been doing. Where are we at here? You can get the one-step medium. Yes, I saw they had the one-step medium as well, which was really cool. Which I was like, ooh. I did some searching around here throughout the month, but it seems like no stores have received. Oh, what the Nemesis one? Wait, whereabouts in the world are you, Shiny? I suppose that's the question, because I know there was some delays in certain countries. But yeah. I checked 3 GW stores and several of the local hobby stores, and none of them have got them. Interesting. He's been bitten by the painting bug. Oh yeah. Oh, the printing bug, not painting bug. Yeah, I feel like my mum's partner. He keeps it's been interesting the amount of times he's like sort of sent me a photo of something and said, out of curiosity, before I go onto eBay and buy a replacement part, can you do you know if you could print me a replacement bit for this like bracket or this fixing or something? And I'm like, yep, send me a picture of it. Sends me the picture. Quick reverse image lookup into the Maker Labs, find it, boom, done. It's always like, yeah, it's right, they're in the post, and it's always like, what? But it's nice to be able to do that sort of stuff for people, just to try and help them out. Because like you think sometimes like some of these brackets and things that like people want for, this was like a gazebo bracket. It wasn't anything particular, like an awning. It wasn't anything particularly overly it's large or particularly complex, but people were selling like replacement brackets for like 20-30 quid, and I was like, it literally cost me less than £1 worth of filament to print it for you. Right, there you go, A4. Ooh, the Exterminators are slowly getting painted. Gonna switch this. And rotate the fan slightly away from me. Where are we at here? What do you do daily and weekday streams as well? So they're good to ask if you ask questions. Yes. I've been following their streams for a while. It's been really nice being able to have that repository to be like, oh, quick question on this one. I do like the Pro Acryl paints. I think I've had an unlucky batch twice of their titanium white, because it was the one paint everyone was like, the titanium white is like the best paint. You've got to get it. It's so good for it. And I've bought 2 pots of it, and both of them have been incredibly chalky. Even if they had been like the vortex mixer with agitators in them and things like that, I had really bad luck with my ones. And then I went onto the stream and I was just like not like kind of from a complaining point of view. I was just like, it's like, is there a trick to shaking the titanium white for it? Just because it's quite heavily pigmented. And they gave me some good advice there about a few drops of medium or improver in it if it's the other way around, and it did fix the issue, which was quite nice. But I think I definitely had a bit of bad luck there. But I've got the other thing I've got from Pro Acryl is, apart from a couple of their paints, I have this, which is a gift from Verity, which is the Flame on Miniatures collab for their incredible non-metallic metal. So at some point I want to do a mini with this and follow the guide. It will be incredible to get even 1% of how good Flame on Miniatures achieves with these paint colours. But I'm excited to give it a whirl, because I've only ever tried non-metallic metal on with silver, so trying that with gold will be really interesting. Up in the Netherlands for, I'm trying to think if there was any delays for those there. I don't remember seeing anything in the article. That's one thing I've always checked though, is always go back to the article when they announced it. Was there any delays? I mean, to be fair, some of the delays might just be with everything going on in the world at the moment. Yeah, some shipping lanes are being open or closed for various reasons. But hopefully you can get it at some point. I mean, I don't think it was a limited book, was it? I don't think they made any. There was any statements to say that this book is only available while stocks last. I know the Red Terror box was. I have to admit, I was very tempted to pick up an Amble though, because I feel like they're such gorgeous models. I'm still waiting though. I'm still waiting. One day GW will turn around and do a, hey, we've decided to We've decided to made to order all of the stuff in Blackstone Fortress, and I'll just be like, let's go. I'll be like, no, I'm out of money. You mean printing in PET? I've got I can do PETG, or I can do PLA Plus or anything. I can do, if I change the head on mine, I could print in TPU as well. Yeah, always a bit of a mixer depending on what I'm printing. I've been good by not buying a new resin printer or FDM printer, as I don't have the room for it. I would love to have them, but I know I can't. Yeah, I feel like it's a slippery slope, isn't it, really? I'm happy with the setup I have at the moment. I don't think I've got any plans to upgrade or change or any way soon. If I was, it would be because I need more capacity for the web store. That'll be if I was to choose to upgrade. But from a personal point of view, I'm really happy. For resin printers, the Elegoo Saturn Ultra 4 is a phenomenal printer. I've not had any issues with it. It runs great. And the Bamboo P1S combo is brilliant. I think if I was to switch to anything, I don't think I need to upgrade my resin printer. I'm happy with that. I know Heygears are working on one of the UV full colour ones, which could be interesting, but I don't think I would need a full colour printer. I like the paint. But I think the only thing I would maybe change would be potentially to upgrade the FDM printer for something like maybe the Snapmaker, or something, maybe. Because I like the fact that it has the 4 different heads that switch for less wastage when changing colours. I think that's a really good bonus for it. Right, that's those crux terminatus on that guy done. Onto the one on the librarian. Hey Valrath, how are you doing? I hope you're doing good. We're pretty much all in on Pro Acryl. We have all of the paints bar the new one step. I just have the medium. How are you getting on with the medium? Because I did like the demo of that. I thought it was pretty cool. My partner uses them pretty much exclusively. I use a mix of PA, Vallejo, Chimera, and GW contrast. Ooh, the Chimera stuff is that's the single pigment stuff, isn't it? That I've seen people use but not got into myself at any point. But I know that they are incredibly vibrant, which is really cool. We haven't got around to pet or the other ones yet. Did I prep the pet before? I only just all I did with the PETG was I ran it through my dryer overnight just to make sure it was super dry. That's the only thing I did with it, and it printed fine. It was quite funny actually, because the only PETG filament I have is like bright, vibrant purple. So it was quite fun to see. Like normally I print in like various like light or dark greys, or if I'm printing something for me, I tend to print in whatever filament I can pick up. That's normally on offer, which is normally the seasonal stuff. So like I've got a load of the Christmas mistletoe green that I've been printing stuff in for a while because it's just really funny. It's like, well, that was cheap, and it doesn't bother me what colour it's in because I'm going to paint it anyway. And I haven't switched over on their head yet to do any TPU though. TPU is a bit of a requires a little bit more dialing in and a bit more work, and I've got no reason to. I can, but I don't have any reason to right now. Where are we at here? Yeah, I didn't say it was limited stock like the Red Terror box, just check the article again, but the stores did receive the Murder Wing and Sisters Kill Teams as separate kits, which was launching alongside it. Oh, interesting. I wonder, yeah, I'm wondering if there is anything there. Or something has come up, maybe? I'm not sure. I almost bought a new resin printer when the USB broke during the move, but I was able to jerry-rig it. I might treat myself to a new one when I get my 5-year service bonus in October. Ooh. Have you got one in mind that you like the look of? Doesn't matter if I'm a little messy doing this one. I can neaten back up afterwards. Realise I just missed a bit when I did the initial painting. Go back to that in a second. And now the rest of the crux terminators. So many. I don't think I work on terminators that often, so I haven't realised quite that they have 2 per model. I've got 10 of these I've got to bash through. I'm doing okay, catching up all the bricks and minifigs news and contemplating digital painting. Ooh, has there been more updates since the last bits of news I saw about it? Kind of a bit of a wild situation, isn't it, really? I think the last time I saw it, it was very much just there was a lot of apologies, a lot of people cancelling stuff with them. Kind of wild. Afternoon, Sanjura. How are we? I hope you're doing good. Hello. I've been lucky with Elegoo PTG. I don't have a dryer, so it's basically left out. Never had any issues with the Core 1. That's alright then. Classic. Yeah, I feel like what I liked most about the bamboo one for me was just the plug and play. Literally, there wasn't really much to fuss around. Because I know one of my friends at work, he was chatting to me because he wanted to get a 3D printer, and we were chatting away, and he's very much a tinkerer. So I was saying, basically, if you want something which just plug in, fire and forget, go for like a bamboo or something along those lines. He was like, now I want one where I can really get into like the idea of the 3D printing of editing the machines is what really excites him. So I was like, all right, cool. I look at anything but the bamboos, because that's always the good bits, isn't it? Ones that you can kind of edit, and that's a whole hobby into itself. Whereas I'm like, as much as I like the learning about the machines, I'm not that fussed on the that part of it. Right, rest of that. Random thing I saw, actually. I don't know if anybody else saw it. A real kind of thinking of a... It's a bit of a hard pivot, but I just popped into my head. Did you guys see the announcement from Treyarch yesterday? So Treyarch are one of the companies that make the Call of Duty games. And they made an announcement yesterday that they are re-releasing Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2 onto the next generation consoles with new dedicated servers for people to play online, but running it exactly as it was. So full emblem creator, full like everything running, voice chat, all that sort of stuff, and it's going to basically be like playing them as it was back on the 360 days. And I was like, oh, what a random announcement. Like, that's wild. And it's kind of crazy how that got more coverage and hype than when they announced Modern Warfare 4 earlier this year. I was like, whoa! Which is just kind of wild. But yeah, I was like, wow, that's a proper throwback blast from the past. Call of Duty Black Ops 1 was so good online. It was so good. Got to try to remember if I can do all the maps like I used to. Yeah, TPU is the one that's really useful once in a blue moon. Yeah, kind of one of those. I probably have a newer Saturn. I have a Saturn 3 at the moment. It's a good printer. It's a good printer, the Saturn 3. I went from the Saturn S to the Ultra 4, so I did a big generational leap. And the main thing that sold it for me was if I put the Saturn S and the Ultra 4 next to each other, as much as the Ultra 4 is sharper on the micron level, it prints 3 times faster. And that was the thing. I can 3x my printing capability with one machine, which was good. So I was like, whoa. Not tried the one-stop medium yet, but I might try it later tonight. Ooh, you have to let me know how you get on with it. I got my hopes up there. My doorbell went. I thought it might be my box being delivered. No such luck. Wrong door. No. It's teasing you here, isn't it? It's like, you will get your box at some points. I don't know if I want to do one of these knee pads, actually, in the Blood Raven's colour of the shoulder pads, just to mix it up a little bit. But I don't think they need it, but I think it could be nice. But, no, I think it'll be fine. I still can't get over how much this Mephisto Red spray went all grainy on the model. I love the way that so many of these older cartoons have such great soundtracks. Godzilla did an audit of the available information and estimates that the average amount of what the collection was worth was roughly $110,000, which the owner of the collection was only reimbursed $12,000 or so. So now is being sued by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. Ooh, or trying to be sued. Yeah, that's wild. It's just wild. That whole thing's just wild. Yeah, it's a bit of a nut situation, that whole thing. Just hope it all gets resolved at some point soon, so everyone can kind of just like be... I don't know what they'll be able to do. TPU and an iron and a blank t-shirt. Any design? Yes, I have seen people doing that with the TPU printing. You can iron on with t-shirts. I'm also enjoying the flexible prints that you can do with not just with anything, where you print the first few layers, then you layer the netting over it or the fabric. And you can create things like really nice sort of dragon scale armor and sort of flexible prints, which is cool. You've seen a lot of really, really cool stuff. There really is a lot you can do with 3D printing. There's even a company somewhere that's doing 3D printed pasta shapes. As I learned yesterday watching some food shows on YouTube. You can order like pasta shapes that would normally be impossible for somebody to make by hand. So allowing people to try pasta in various different forms. You're talking like if a 3D printer can print it, it can do it with like pasta dough, and then it's like freeze dried out like normal pasta. So it's really cool. Do you use the Bamboo Lab dryer and heater unit? I don't know. I've got the AMS, but the original AMS doesn't have a dryer function, so it's got a lot of like silica beads and stuff in there. I've just got a random, I think it's a Creality 2. You can put 2 spools in there and just set it on to dry, which I think I picked up for about 30 quid. It wasn't much. And I don't have to use it very often because the AMS does do a good job of, as long as I keep the silica beads up to date and changed out freshly. It does a really good job of keeping stuff dry. I know that you can technically with the P1S. It doesn't have an official dryer function, but you can basically turn it on to a low temperature, whack your spool in there on the build plate, and then because it seals so well, you can technically use that as a dryer, but I have not bothered doing it. So that lawsuit was banned. It was banned info apparently. So BAM Corporate's reportedly looking into a possible suit, but one hasn't been filed yet. Oh man, it's gonna be wild. I feel for them. It's gonna be such a. The whole situation is just wild. It's like the similar to the TCG grading scandals at the minute with their PSA. Basically, the PSA have been basically when you get something graded with PSA, they can notify you and say, "Oh, this has got like a 9 or an 8 or something. Do you want us to buy it from you, or do you want us to ship it back?" And what a lot of people were finding is that if it wasn't getting a 10, they were going, "Yeah, okay, buy it from us, and I'll just take I'll get a bit of money back, sort of thing, settle my losses." And then all of a sudden, the population they were almost like being regraded or bumped up to like 10s, and then people basically caught them doing that. So there was a whole scandal with PSA. That was wild. I remember that. It's kind of nuts how kind of all this stuff is just going a bit chaotic at the moment. Made a bit of a mess, but it's alright. It's the upside of being able to paint. You can neaten it all up. Good afternoon, man. How are we doing? Popping in between Father's Day shenanigans. Aww. What are you being treated today? Treated and spoilt? Oops. Probably should wait for that paint to dry before I keep messing it up. Yeah, I hope you are well in that, man, my friends. Cool, made a point of painting in some Crux Terminatuses. Those done. Okay, on to the next ones. Oh, so many of them. Has anyone seen the Circle of Spores Druid STL from the Twin Goddess miniature? I haven't, no. That sounds really cool, though. Slap it on the Discord somewhere. I think it's an STL file. STL area. That sounds really cool. Kids knocked out the park this year. I got a miniature photography electric turntable. Oh, that's awesome. That's really, really cool. Lewis, I also put you a Discord message. I read the Palooza. Oh. Oh, sorry, I haven't checked Discord today. Let me jump in and check. When it eventually opens. Ooh. Leave that with me. I'll have to check that after stream. Because that should have just gone straight out. Yes. No, thank you. Yes, yeah. Thank you, yeah. No, my brain's now immediately trying to fix the problem. And I'm like, no. Yeah, leave that with me. I'll try and figure out what's happened there. Might be human error. I might have mistyped. Eliminate the improbable first, and that's probably highly probable. And yeah, thank you. No, thank you for letting me know. I'll check the others as well. I've got an idea for the next theme, which I think will be August, depending on some other bits and bobs that are going on. Thinking potentially we could do the next theme in August, and I feel like it's going to be a really fun one. But I also know August is a hot month, so I don't know if I'm kind of like encouraging people to stay inside and paint is good in August or not. I'm like, well, is that the right move? It's the question, really. But I feel like it could be a really fun theme. It's a theme I've wanted to do for a while, but not really had a reason to do it, and now I'm like, and sorry, I'm doing a bad job of being on camera because I've got this so close to me. Let me move this forward a bit. But yeah, hope we're all doing good. Hurrah, hurrah! How do, Mr. Rusty? How we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello, hello, hello. How the devil are we? I hope you are doing fantastic, Mundo, today. How are we? How are we? Ah, yes, the thieving bird boys. That is the one. They're going to steal all your meat and gravy, so you can't be full of meat and gravy on a Sunday anymore. That's what they're going to do. No worries, now, man. Enjoy your barbecue. Have many a tasty treats. Thank you so much for popping on in. So, I mean, I feel like we chatted about it quite a bit yesterday, but I'm sensing today we are hopefully going to see the Middle-earth stuff on the pre-order, seeing as some of the models have been spotted as sold in Seoul. Seoul's new store opening. I'm doing alright, full of meat and gravy. Oh, yes, they'll have a job. How are we all doing? Doing well, thank you, I believe. I think everyone's doing all good. We'll just plodding along today, as we do. Chilling, chatting, and just cracking on. Excited to get more of these models hopefully finished today. Well, some of them finished anyway. So we are ploughing through them. Just painting in all these little crux terminators, and once these are done, I will then be able to move on to painting in some of the metals. Once the metals are done, it's just kind of get as much detail as we can before we. I want to get to at least the point with at least one squad today. We can try the noosh stuff on them and get them looking like oil washed it. It'll be years. Well, the my manufacturer store. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Well, that's what the STL area is for. If there's STL files people think are cool, check that out. Yeah, post them in there. There was a really cool. I saw a really cool Kickstarter the other day for like Legions Imperialis style size terrain, but it was like a trench network with a big building at the end of it. And I was like, that looked really, really cool. And I was kind of, I wish I had the space for a really cool table like that. It'd be so much fun. The downside of looking at things like Kickstarter sometimes for like SDL files and things, there's so much on there. You're like, oh. But I tell you what, I'm really enjoying so far painting up these Blood Ravens. Kind of sad I haven't done them sooner because I really love the faction. And I'm looking forward to having a bit of fun taking the mickey about what they could have stolen. So the only thought process I have is what type of wax do I put on the purity seals? What colour wax? Because obviously they're red armour. So I'm talking between either purple or green. Could do orange or something, which could be kind of nice. I had to channel my inner Raven Guard earlier. Mama Rusty nodded off in her chair, so I had to sneak out. I'm surprisingly stealthy for a guy my size. Aww. When Mama Rusty wakes up and it's just like, oh, where have you gone? Sometimes that's it, isn't it? When someone's asleep, you're just like, I'm just going to go. I'm not going to wake them. They must be tired if they've nodded off like that. And yeah, I'm kind of imagining later on we'll see the Middle-earth stuff on the pre-order. I'm intrigued to think to see when we're going to see the wave of starter sets. I reckon that'll be in the next week or two. I think we'll get them announced and kind of what the new starter sets are going to look like for 10th edition. Well, sorry, 11th edition. Probably this week. It wouldn't surprise me. With them going up for pre-order either next week or the week after. It's kind of where my brain's at, thinking like it won't be long until they release them. But I've heard some rumours that basically there's going to be a new style of starter set this year. So rather than the kind of the ultimate, the recruit and things that we've seen before, I think they will exist, but there might be an additional product line. Which I'm kind of intrigued to know if true. Just where the rumours are it'll be just basically like kind of like a combat patrol sort of style box where you just go, I would just like to start with the orcs, or I would just like to start with the marines. Which would be interesting if they do drop that, because I'd be more intrigued by the price point. You could do different wax colours as they've been taking other chapters' wax. It's a lot of work, but it could be fun. It could be fun. It could be a good way of doing it, actually. You know, what chapter, what colours does everybody have? And go from there. Oh, man, that could be a good one. Yeah, I feel there's a lot of fun kit bash potential with a Blood Ravens force. Obviously, these are the push fits. There's not masses I can do with them. But I feel like there could be a lot of silly potential there to be like, right, okay, every relic weapon is not a relic from this chapter. Like, they have a relic hammer. That hammer is a salamander's hammer or something. I mean, so far the captain's wielding a Blood Angel's thunder hammer, so it's kind of already happened. Nice and filled in. We're almost there. It's the last set, I think, of Crux Terminators. I don't think anybody else has them because it's the last Terminator. Let's need to patch up the one on the Librarian. Funny custom rule where every Marine in the army has a relic weapon. Right? That's it. That's what it should be. Everyone in here has a relic weapon. Done. Yeah, I think the upside is that I can make a lot. I think I've got mainly Marine stuff, Loyalist Marines. I think it's majoritively Blood Angel stuff. So I'm just like, oh no, gonna have to. I've got a little bit of Iron Hand stuff as well, so I can use some of those. And the upside is everything is labeled as like a relic weapon or a force weapon, so I can be like, hey. So I can truly mess around a little bit. And so has anyone else got like a particular favorite chapter that they have, like maybe outside of like, the main ones? Anyone got like a favorite? Oh, you know what I really like? I really like this random like successor chapter or something. Obviously Blood Ravens for me is pretty an obvious one. I feel like they've always got the really cool stories and things. I'm trying to know what other ones are other really good ones it could be. Hey, Epic, how are you doing, buddy? I hope you're doing well. Hello. How are we diddly doing? How are we doing, my friend? I hope you're doing good. That's all a bit. I used to be able to paint the white consoles really well. Only used to. The white consoles are a cool chapter, though. But there's such a big universe they've built there of like so many random successor chapters. Like I said, I definitely think my favourite two are the Blood Angels and the Angels Sanguine, which actually aren't too... So the Blood Ravens and the Angels Sanguine. Ironically aren't too dissimilar from one another, because they both have a higher number of librarians than normal. And, yeah, they both have more librarians than normal. And they have a lot of secrets. So I'm kind of like, huh, okay. Wait a second now. Like something here is slightly similar. I'm good, not around for long because I'm going to lurk and nap soon. No worries, recovering from last night's late night of football. I'm prepping for tonight. That's no worries. Was football good? I'm not following the World Cup at all. Did the team do well that you wanted to do well? Yeah, I guess with the time difference, you must be up pretty late watching the games. Much concentration there. For me, it's Blood Ravens and Emperor's Spear. Oh, the Emperor's Spears are gorgeous, aren't they? They're really, really nice. Yeah, got a lot. The Emperor's Spears are always so pretty. Oh, this water. My wet palette's already drying out. Make sure it stays nice and wet. Same for myself. Hydration. tried in 20 years. The last 3 chapters are painted with Imperial Fists, Raven Guard, and Smurfs. Good chapters, though. All good chapters. I think, like, Ultramarines as well. When they're painted really well, they always look very impressive on the tabletop. I have to admit, they always look like, ooh. I'm going to have to go do the dishes soon. Oh, never a fun job. You got this, though. Just think, once it's done, it's done. That's the upside. The team I've got in work, sweepstake is already out, but some of the smaller teams have had some really good results. Ooh. There was somebody was saying, who was I talking to the other day? They were saying that basically somebody had arranged a sweepstake at their work, and the 2 people who arranged it happened to get the 2 favourites, and they were like, "Oh, it's funny that, isn't it?" And so it caused quite a bit of a hubbub in the office. I was just like, "Oh, blimey." I do have a soft spot for the Emperor's pointy sticks. If you know, you know. Good lord. Cape Verde got a draw with Spain the other night, and Caracas keeper had an incredible game last night, which helped them earn their very first ever point in a World Cup. Woohoo! Hell yeah. That's it. It's all about seeing those little victories, isn't it? Whoa, big stretch already. It's getting warm in here. Oh, man. Whoa. Right, Blood Ravens. Golden Aquillas or darker Aquillas? Let's have a look. I think they're gold Aquillas, right? Where's the official Adeptus Astartes hair? Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Wait, that's so confusing. So, so I'm just looking at some resources here, and it states that officially, when they were first introduced, they had grey, like dark grey Aquillas. However, in a recent publication, they were shown to have gold Aquillas across the chest plates in like the breakdown of their heraldry. Feel like I'm gonna go for the darker grey. I feel that looks nicer. You type in Blood Ravens, the first thing that comes up is Blood Ravens Primarch, and the second thing is Blood Ravens Stealing. Oh, good lord, that's so funny. That's so funny. I guess I'll go for the dark grey then. Yeah, Blood Ravens, that's more veterans. I'm trying to have a look at what they look like in Dawn of War, because that's where I know them from. That's them in Dawn of War. Grey, okay. Dawn of War again, grey. They acquired gold to upgrade their Aquillas, right? That's what it feels like. Wait a second. This is so confusing, because in Dawn of War, this is so confusing. Yeah, because if I'll bring up some examples here. So if I look at the Dawn of War sculpt versus, hold on, let me find the official guides. Actually, let's have a look at what they were when they were added into Space Marine 2. That could actually be a good shout. Oh, there we go. I'll find them eventually. Oh, why is that so small? Oh, this is really confusing. Right, so if I look at, so here's the confusions I've got here. Hey, Azza-chan, how you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, we were chatting about blood ravens, and I was trying to work out. So if I bring these up here, I was trying to work out what the Aquillas would be painted as, because this is them in Dawn of War 1, right? Classic Dawn of War 1, as I remember them. However, when they were put into Space Marine 2, they were given this like really nice sort of grey Aquila. So there's the instead. So I'm trying to work out which one would look nicer. Now I'm wondering if I could just do the gold as like a veteran or something, which might be a nicer way of doing it. Which is kind of like a And then if I look at Gabriel Angelos, his official sculpt that he had, he's got gold. But then the Raven itself is in black, so it kind of like Trying to think what's going to be the right move on this. That's just a tech thing in Space Marine 2. Well, there's plenty with gold Aquillas in Space Marine 2. So that's why I'm a bit like, Well, that's the kind of what I thought. Most of the time across chapters it's mainly gold, but have I got an old Hold on, let me just grab an old Space Marine Codex, because I think in some of the older Space Marine Codexes they used to have the heraldry for the Blood Ravens in it as like an unknown founding. Let me check. Codex. Chaos Demons, Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, Space Marines. Going back to, what was this? What edition was this one? 10th edition? 10th edition Space Marine Codex. Chapters. Lots of successor chapter stuff in here. Ultramarine successor chapters. Because I feel if they have the gold, they would look a lot like the Genesis. If they have the gold. Obviously the shoulder pads would be slightly different, but is there anything in here for like unknown? Imperial Fists, White Scars. No, I don't think there's anything in here for unknown foundings. That's annoying. So I'll have a look and see if there's anything in here for like unknown foundings as like a story point. Dark foundings, unknown foundings, anything along those lines. No. No, I can't see anything on there. Okay. It's a good idea. Gold for the veteran chaplains and the normals have the grey. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of pondering here. I think that might be the route to go. Gives a little bit of variety across the board. I've seen people painting up with both, so that's why I'm kind of really like I would like to know officially what they have, which, according to their, going officially according to their wiki, is confusing. If we look at the Lexicanum, they have grey. Where was this from? That's what I want to know. We've got a different Space Marine Codex in here. I must have an older one in here as well. Maybe I don't have an older Space Marines one. Oh, hold on. That might be an idea. Would it maybe be in the Imperial Armor Compendium because there was Blood Angels in there? So Blood Ravens. Sorry, because Gabriel Angelos was in here. Was he in here though? No, I don't think he was. Because there was things like Kakadar. Were they in here? Malkador Defenders, Armageddon based. No, maybe they weren't in here. They might have been. Darn it. I have an older codex and they have the grey. Ooh. Let me have a look. Yeah, that's the bit. That's one of the other pictures I've got. Okay, so I'll go with that then. What codex was that one in, out of curiosity? That's still Primaris, isn't it? I'm treating what codex that was in. I was thinking to myself then, I was like, surely I've bought Space Marine codexes. And I was like, no, I wouldn't have, because I played Blood Angels. So I only ever bought Blood Angel codexes. There's some older books back there. Oh, there is some older books towards the back, actually. But I think, yeah, now I'm like, ooh, grey could work. No, okay. Now, the only other one I've got is a newer codex. This was, I never used this actually. Is this 10th? Is this 10th edition? No, 2020. This would be 9th edition. Oh, hold on. Unknown Foundings. Yeah, I got the same page. Yeah, Blood Ravens, you were spot on. It's over the grey. So, interestingly, yeah, so it's definitely... I never realised that they'd switched them up a little bit. But I suppose a lot's happened since Dawn of War 1. The events of... what planet were they on Dawn of War 1? Cronus was Dawn of War 2. Dark Crusade, sorry. I can't remember what they were on for the first Dawn of War game. Don't know. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of grey to do then, I guess. Right way around to do this. Tartarus, thank you. I couldn't remember what it was for the first game. When you played them with the classic Space Marines. Yeah. Oh, love Dawn of War though. Okay, so interesting. Which one of these is? I assume this is the sergeant for the Stone Guards. He's got a pistol. That normally would indicate that that's a sergeant, right? Yeah, he's got the little skull on his helmet. Okay, so let's use this guy as the test guinea pig. See how this turns out. Oops. Messed up a bit there. I didn't realize quite how much detail I would have to get onto these before I try doing the man, I'm messing up a bit here. My hands have gone shaky again. I'm just like, come on. Ooh. How are you doing though, Azzachan? Anyway, I hope you're doing well, buddy. What have you been getting up to, my friends? excited for Dawn of War 4 later this year, though. It's going to be so much fun. I'm kind of hyped to see. I'm a little apprehensive because I haven't played any of the games from the people who are now making it. They did they done a different RTS game system, haven't they? What it was called? I can't remember what it was called. But I've heard they're supposed to be good. Like they've got a good reputation for doing good games, so I'm kind of excited for it. Get that on there. And then I thought, because this is a veteran, I might grab a little bit of gold. The dark on the gold on here. Yeah, nice gold. Oh man, it's getting warm in here again. I hope you're all staying hydrated, beans. It is getting warm. Iron Harvest, that was it. I remember being Iron something. I was like, I couldn't for the life of me remember what it was called. It was a good game. I never played it. So, hydrated with the coffee counts, right? I mean, I always say it does. I'm sure there's some science that it probably doesn't mean it's hydrating, but it works for me. Yeah, forget if he's more like a Stone Guard veteran. I wonder how it looks with both. A bit of gold. I'm not sure on that now. I feel like the gold looks a little bit too... I'll leave it in... I'll do one without the gold and then I can get an idea of which one I like more. And... I'm doing good. Working my way through Armageddon. Just the Orc chaff left. Nice. Obviously, this is my... to celebrate what we did yesterday for stream. Was like, to celebrate Armageddon releasing, I'm going to finally finish off my Leviathan box. Hence the Blood Ravens are here. Are you doing both halves, Marines and Orcs, or are you just doing Orcs? I feel like we summoned a song from Dawn of War. Is this from Dawn of War 3, I think this is? Or is this something like that? Alright, the right mess of this shoulder pad. Nothing we can't tidy up after. And then I'm thinking maybe do the knee pads on this. Oh, thank you for the hydrate reboot. I hadn't spotted that. Hydration! Nailed it. Sorry, after your last nice internet tip. You know, I was asking, are you doing both Marines and Nah, I'm not a big fan of the gold. I'm gonna cover up. Yeah, it's basically, you know, are you doing both Marines and Orcs, or just the Orc half, or what are you if you're building through it so fast? Hey, Spottiest, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. How are you? Milkshake is doing good. He's currently lounging, I would imagine, either in the bedroom or in the front room in front of one of the fans. Just because of the heat. Kind of imagining that's where he is. I might be wrong though. But how are you? I hope you're well. Just the Orcs offloaded the Marines. Grey Knights are my only Imperial faction. That's fair. Have you got a scheme in mind for the Orcs? In particular, Orc War you're wanting to use? Or clan? I can't remember what they are for the Orcs. Clans or Wars? Both. It's quite interesting actually. We were chatting about this yesterday. About there was a few people saying that they were struggling to find the Marine half available for sale, which is like kind of the complete opposite to like kind of in our local area. You can trip over the Marines because people just wanted the Orcs. So I found it kind of interesting that the difference between people in different areas, people wanting some things and some wanting the others. And Morgoths, yeah, did I get? No, I didn't pick it up. I didn't pick up the Armageddon box. This is the first time I've not picked up the starter box. The only reason being is I can't fit it in my cupboard. So I have to. I kind of finally got to the point now where the cupboard is at max, and so I need to start getting through stuff in the cupboard. So I was like, right, I can't justify buying a box when I can't store it. Was kind of my problem there. How you do, Spottiest, as well? I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna have to leave and lurk as pop over the road to B&M to see if I can pick up a cheap Hoover. The good and bad of living so close to one. Yes, I do love a good B&M bargains. They always have fun, random like chocolates and sweets. That's where for ages they had coffee Snickers in there, and it was the only place I could find them, and they were amazing. It was so good. That has not gone on smooth. Easy problem solving. You just need a bigger cupboard. It's a built-in. I can't change it, sadly. But yes. How are you doing though today? It's actually need a second cupboard. Have you seen the size of this room? I can't fit nothing else in here. You wouldn't download a cupboard. Shark is fine. I'm not paying Australian prices for the new box. I always forget how expensive it can be elsewhere in the world. I mean, it's not that it's not expensive here. But that is fair. You think you're picking any of it up on the second-hand market with people splitting boxes and things, or are you just not doing any of the Armageddon stuff? feel like I just neatened that up and then immediately messed it up again. This feels like appropriately tense music for what I'm trying to do. Trying to save money, and I'm just going to pretend it won't exist. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, like I said, I haven't picked it up myself for a variety of reasons. Mainly just because I just definitely don't need any more plastic. I've got plenty. I think it's a great box. I don't think it's a bad box either. It's the first time I've kind of looked at a box and gone, this is a good box, but there's no reason for me to buy it. Sort of thing. Like, you know, I can normally do that with factions I'm not interested in, but both of the sets of models in those boxes look great. Oh, damn it. Messed up. I'm just not that fussed right now. I've got enough stuff to work through. But I'm excited to see what everybody else does with their models. Messed up that shoulder pad a bit. Hello! I know, right? This is such a good, like... I had this on my my playlist when I was doing... coming to the end of my runs on the treadmill at the gym. It was very good. Are you excited for the new Halo Combat Evolved remake? I know I definitely am. More than I... Not that I didn't think I wasn't going to be excited, but more than I thought. I like the idea of they're adding some interesting quality of life changes to it, which is going to be interesting. And not entirely sure, to be completely honest. That's fair. Is that just got a slight nervousness because they are changing a lot? Because I think that's I was speaking to a few other friends about it, and they were saying the same thing. They were like, "There's a lot changing on it, which is making them slightly nervous." You know, being able to play it in third person, adding in new missions, adding in sprint and stuff, feels very interesting. I think I'm just caught up a bit in the nostalgia bug on my end. Falling for a hook, line, and sinker. Right. And... try and do a bit of freehand on a tilt plate. Have you played much of Monument to Triumph? Not as much as I would have liked. I played because I hadn't picked up Edge of Fate or Renegades. I picked them up because they were on sale, really, really cheap. So I picked those up. I'm playing through those, and then I'm going to do the Monument stuff. So I need to finish that beforehand. But I've done a few little bits, like I've gone to a few of the planets, done the scenic part of it. I'm enjoying it. It's so bittersweet that one of the best updates they've given it in years is the final update. It does hit a little bit, doesn't it? It's a bit like, oh, like really. How about yourself? Have you played much of it? Whew. Oh man, that made me jump. Woo! Oh, Lordy. Pascal, thank you for the raid. That was a moment I was doing such a holding my breath, doing such a straight line for the free hand on the tilt plate. That proper got me. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How are we doing? Welcome. Well, how are we all doing today? Welcome in, Pascal. What were you getting up to? I hope you're doing well. Cluth, welcome on in. How you doing? Of course, Big Boss, New Man. Always a pleasure to see you. How are we doing? I hope we're all doing good. Doing great. Did a great bit of painting on Emma Stone. Ooh, what is it like? The actress, or is that a character? I'm intrigued to know who this was. And you've come. I've just noticed as well your Destiny 2 final shape raid badge. We were just talking about Destiny 2, so I feel like you've come in at the perfect time. How are we though? I hope you're all well. Thank you for doing the shout out. I'm much appreciated. And folks, if you haven't been here before, greetings and welcome. My name is Lewis. This is Hobbytime at Healys. We're a mini painting channel all about staying safe, staying positive, and being ambassadors for our hobby. As a disclaimer here, we are a slightly more family-friendly channel than some others, so it might be if you do get picked up by the auto mod, don't fret. We'll get that amended. One of my favourite alerts. I only thought we were here so we could play Magic the Gathering. I'm hoping we still may. But yes, welcome to you all. We are today working on yesterday in the Warhammer 40k sphere. The new 11th edition game came out and they did a new launch box for it. So I'm finishing off my 10th edition launch box from 3 years ago because I never finished it. So that's what we're working on today. But yeah, so love to. If you've got any pictures of what you were working on, feel free to pop them into the Discord as you raid it on in. I'd love to bring up what you were working on. It sounds awesome if working on a bust like that. I've only ever done one bust, which is kind of cyberpunk-esque, and which we did as a bit of a speed paint for our October event where we painted stuff in pink. Which is kind of a cyberpunky one where we wanted to use loads of pink, as much pink on it as we could, without pink being the primary colour, if that makes sense. Which is a bit of fun. But yeah, I haven't painted many busts otherwise. But how are you doing, New Man? I hope you're well. How are we? Yeah, how are we? Well, true, we have been, the last 3 years. We got married, we moved house. There's been a lot going on. Also, I've not played since Beyond Light, so I was miles behind. I'm on to Final Shape now, although I have been having a blast. Final Shape is such a good storyline for Final Shape. It's so good. It's so very good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it more. We played it on stream the other week, actually, which was quite nice. On a Wednesday, we were just like, let's play a bit, which was nice. And I had a bit of fun doing that, which was good. Although they were having an anteater bug, so it meant that every time you opened up your menu, you got sent to orbit, and I was like, it was a pain. So yes. Yes. In the Final Shape, yes, it's so sad. It's so sad in the Final Shape. It's like, oh. How are we doing, Avian? I hope you're doing well. Be careful, as you might have things stolen with those blood ravens. Don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? No idea. Milkshake is not in the room at the minute because it's far too hot. He is, I'm assuming, sprawled out either on the sofa or on the bed in front of one of the fans. Bless him. But I will give him many pets. As penance, I will pet The booty on the Nurgling. It's a weird view. Hello. Oh. But yeah, but welcome in here. Thank you so much for that raid. Thank you for doing the shout out mods. Much appreciated. Oh, give us a big stretch. I expected you to find Jar Jar. He is in the pile over there. He's very much at the bottom of the pile, to be fair. I think within reach, I either had the Nurgling or... I was about to say King Bean, but as soon as I picked him up, a load of stuff fell over. So maybe not King Bean. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on him. But yes, I can find this Jar Jar. I can find this Jar Jar, of course. Good old Rabute Gunganman. Or this Jar Jar. The classic, you know. Jarda Steel Soul. You know, classic Jar Jars right here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, boys. Stay. Oh, but yeah, but welcome on in. I hope you are all doing good. Like I said, we're chilling and working on some Blood Ravens today. Is the aim to get through. So we're just painting in some details on these now. Oh, I cannot believe I didn't accidentally just go on that tilt plate then when that raid noise came through. It's so loud, it made me jump. Love it. But I'm glad you were doing all right. Otherwise, no man a man. I like that. It's like Saw. I'm melting, broke Saw, and very happy. I'm glad you are very, very happy. Oh yeah, very, very good. And and put that on there. Let's get this bit painted quickly. Are you link friendly? I'm not, unfortunately. No, we aren't link friendly. We do have a Discord server. You're welcome to put something there, or because you raided on in, if you want to whisper me the link, I can bring that up from that side. If you don't have Discord as a platform, if you want to whisper it to me on Twitch. And and just let me know which one it is, and then I'll grab it from there. Where's me now? Ooh, thank you. Give me a second. I'll grab it in a mo. Done it. All the bits to slip up on there. Right when I was just putting the final bit of cover up on this, I slipped and just messed up the line on there. Now, 1 second, and I'll grab the link. There we go. But yeah, when I picked up a scabbard for Andrew yesterday, I'm not disappointed. It's definitely one of my favourite swords, and it's so well made. Thus, I am broke. No, that is fair. That is fair on that one. I'm still a big old... Is it a scabbard or a sheath for a sword that big? I always thought scabbards were for daggers. Or is there a technical difference between them? I'm very intrigued. I've never really thought what the difference is. Blimey, you ain't kidding. This is literally just like Emma Stone. What? Let's bring that up. That is wild. And that does look like Emma Stone. Is that her character? Looks like a... Yeah. It does look like... It looks like... There's a... what was a fantasy film she was in? I can't remember. It doesn't... Yeah, it cannot be unseen. This is so cool. Really... Oh, God. The headphone fell off. Lovely detail. Gorgeous detail on this. Even that hair colour is stunning. Just all of the different, like, you've nailed where the face kind of scrunches, and you get then like where more blood flows into areas of the skin and then falls out of it. That looks beautiful. There's a wild. Yeah, no, it definitely does look like Emma Stone. I can't unsee it now. That's really, really beautiful. And you hit that fellow right there. That's so cool. What's the sculpt generally of it is Lily's dragon egg from Draka Models. Ooh. Is everyone's a real still full stop in love with those tarot cards? Ooh, I have to check some. I'm gonna have a snoop. Ah, Blood Raven! Oh no, it's a Blood Angel. I was just saying I painted Blood Angels, Blood Ravens right now. Ah, I do love some Blood Angels though. That's beautiful, gorgeous. It's a really nice bust. Really, really gorgeous bust. These are stunning. Oh, wow. The detail there is bonkers. That is wild. What is that? Like, on the cloak, that is mad. That's beautiful. That detail is stunning. Wow. That's stunning. Wow, beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. I always say if somebody comes into a new community and shares, it is always a bit of a leap of faith. So I really appreciate you sharing. That's beautiful. I feel like I've got random the stuff I don't know what I've even got to show. I don't know what I have. I've done this year we've done this cell shaded squig, which is good fun. We did this for charity and a charity fundraiser, so we raised over £800 for a mental health charity here in the UK. So we got some cell shaded squigness that we did that in February, which is good, which was really, really good fun. I've got this. Oh, where are we at? Yeah. We did this in 2 streams. I think we did this in. This is a witch song sculpt of Surtur the Fire Lord, and we decided to make it more Disney. Everyone was like, it looks so much like Hades from Disney's Hercules. So we were like, oh, we've got to do that, right? This was a bit of a fun, like, quick paint up, which was really nice. He's a big old boy, big boy. Which was fun. And then I've got this as well, which by somehow, I don't quite know how, I managed to get a finalist pin for this thing at the Duncan Rhodes Masters this year, which is a little betrayal in a bottle, I call it. It's a little fight scene in a tiny little bottle where you've got salamanders fighting decloaking Alpha Legion who were disguised as salamanders. That guy getting shot straight through the middle. That took so long to line up that pistol. So when you look through there, you can see the shot. Which is really fun. But most of the time, I am more infamously known for my silly Jar Jar Binks conversions. So things like Rabute Gunganman, right here. The Jada Steel Soul as well. We did one for Age of Sigmar. That guy must be killed at first sight. What are you talking about? Misa running the Imperium, Okie Day. And I've got loads of them. I've got loads of Jar Jar models. I'm currently working on a Jalrog. It's been a bit of a slow project, so I keep coming back to it and then get a bit, like, want it. So this is the Jarlrog from Middle-earth. So, yes. So we're slowly working through them. I had to fully sculpt the tongue and the teeth and the neck. So I'm slowly getting through more Jar Jar models. Did I finish the Custodes tank? No, I haven't finished the Custodes tank yet. This is the progress we're at the moment, though. This is where we got for it. I'm starting to have second thoughts going. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, we got so the Custodes tanks. It's not quite finished yet. I've got a bit more work to do, and I've been working mainly on the base for the moment. That's the one. Yeah, using the wipes in the airbrush to get the effect on it. So we started working on the base for it, which I couldn't decide if I wanted marble flooring for it, or if I wanted marble like broken bits of the terrain, because the bases for the actual Custodes are these. So what we've done so far is we kind of covered the whole thing, did the same marble effect, and then all I've been doing is recess shading these with a very, very thin down black, just to make it pop a bit more. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to cover this area in kind of like Astro Granite, or if I'm going to do something else with it. I'm not sure. That's where we got to with the tank. We're taking a breather from the tank at the minute to do some Blood Ravens. For it. So hence what we're working on today. Trying to get some Blood Ravens done anyway speedily. But yeah, welcome back, newbie. I'm back with the new Hoover and sweets. Oh, what sweets did you get? B&M Bargains is always good for really good sweets. So I'm like, what did you get? Do the floor marble and do fresco on the broken tiles. You know, funny enough, that was one of the ones that we were debating about doing. Funny, yeah, weirdly you say that. We were thinking, like, what if we made, like, the broken tiles, like, a little bit more kind of, like, mosaic-y, and we were looking at loads of examples of, like carved displays and things, which would be really, really fun. But yeah, definitely having a think about it. I almost got to a bit where I'm almost like pausing on it because I'm not sure the direction to go, but I'll pick it back up because I want to get the armies finished off. Most of the Custodes are done. I've just got to do the five more. I've got to do the Shield Captain, 5 more Custodes, and then the Dreadnought, and then I've done everything in the box. Oh, so I'm like, ooh. They had Swedish fish. I'm a big fan of those, and some Haribo sour cherries. Yum, 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 yum. Make some sprue rubble. Yeah, we toyed with the idea of doing some sprue rubble as well, because though that was a large basing piece. This was all one piece, one big piece from one of the terrain kits. So we just snipped it up and roughed it up in places to have it break, because we've got to have this gap in the middle for the stand. So it was like, ooh. See, now you're talking about sweets. Now I'm just like, I want sweets now. I have to grab myself a snack when I get my coffee for my break in a minute. Nom, 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 nom. And for the showcase as a chant, yeah, that was just because I was ill last week. This week it's the same thing. So don't worry for the Sunday showcase. You can post. It's just because we're doing a double this week. Where are we at? Let me just get this opened up. Let me just update it here. Yeah, it's just because we're doing a double showcase this week. Just because last week I was ill, unfortunately. Where are we at? Oh, newbie, thank you so much for gifting a sub. That's incredibly kind of you. You didn't have to do that. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. There you go. I've updated it for you, as a champ. So it's a whopping double one this week. Yes, yeah, you get a double post then. You get 2 posts for it. So for the Sunday showcase. So if anyone isn't aware, every Sunday we do a Sunday showcase where everyone can show off their finished work. And then we do it after GW announce what's going on for pre-order. We spend like a couple of hours just sitting and chatting about everyone's minis and what they finished up. Normally we do one a week, but I was ill unfortunately last week, so I wasn't able to stream. So we've got a double showcase this week. So you get to put 2 posts. Same rules still apply. 3 photos per post. No like collages of like trying to squeeze multiple minis in one photo unless it's like a group shot. And things like we want to see your cool finished stuff. So yes. Wouldn't it be a triple because the week before the painting palooza you had the gas leak emergency? Nah, the gas leak emergency was on a Wednesday, so we're all good on that one. Yeah. So we're all good on that. I think it might be... Well, we didn't do one during the Palooza. Now, I'm going to limit it to a double, otherwise I'll be here all night. And I've got an early start at the office tomorrow, so we'll leave it for a double. But yes. So you get two. I'll give you 2. Where was I at on this? What was I doing? My brain's gone now. Got to paint in the metallics. So much to do on these models. What I might do is I might just get this one done, and then we can use this as the test guinea pig because we're going to use the I can't believe it's not an oil wash noosh stuff on it. So I think I'll go for that one. No, not triple. I'll be here all night. It'll be like the old days when I was still here at like 5 to midnight. Like, guys, I want to go to bed. I got work in the morning. No, please, no. Right, robe for this guy. What robe color are we thinking? Blood Ravens. Thinking the standard robe color, but I want to make it look a little bit different to what's on the shoulder pads. So, brains like... Okay, yes, please take care of you. I gotta take care. I gotta try my best to anyway. I'm getting older now. I'm a year older now, so I've got to look after myself slightly. And I don't think I've ever painted Sternguard veterans, you know. I know these are the push-whip ones from Leviathan, but they're actually really nice sculpts. Yeah, I don't think I've ever worked on a squad for it. The debate here now is, do I give him a funky-looking helmet? Do I give him like the... I kind of want to give him the white helmet for the sergeant helmet. Like the same colour as the shoulder pads. I think that would look really nice. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think it's going to look really nice. We're having homemade Nando's chicken tonight. Spatch hen's my first time. And it'll go in the oven for about 5 minutes. Nice. Okay, no worries, Pascal. Thank you so much for coming on in and sharing your minis with us as well, and your community. It is incredibly appreciated. If any of our mods are about to give another shout out, it'll be much appreciated. But enjoy, yeah, you get yourself some tasty food, and hopefully it's not too hot where you are, so you can stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, and all the good gubbins and things you have to do after stream. That is I was thinking that was the color they would have for their the veterans. It would be like they would have the white, or in this case the slightly more off-white, almost ivory-esque. I feel like I haven't painted. It's gonna sound really odd. I feel like I haven't painted just a generic Space Marine in so long. I've been working on Custodes for so long that I kind of forgot to just paint a Space Marine, if that makes any sense. It's been nasty here. I feel like it's nasty. I feel like showering all day. It's warm here as well. Today is slightly cooler than yesterday, so we did a bonus stream yesterday where it was rather hot in this room. I have to admit, it was a bit rough. But slowly getting through. But today is a little bit more bearable anyway. I don't know how it is in the rest of the house, but this room's normally one of the hotter rooms because we got all the lights on and the printers are there. Got most stuff going. But the fact that Milkshake's not wanting to be in here is normally a sign that it is cooler everywhere else. Get in there. Ooh. It's hot everywhere if that helps. Oh no. Black Templar them, prime them, black job done. Do it easier, but then I'd have to have a filthy Black Templars army. Besides, when do I ever make my painting easy, right? That's not what you guys are here for. You guys are used to this by now. Almost 6 years I've been streaming, and each time you guys know, I'll go, right, we're going to do a really nice simple paint scheme. And then it's 6 months later, I've only painted 4 models from the squad, and I burnt myself out because I decided to make it complicated. You guys know the route by now. Aussies don't complain about the heat, they only complain about the 15C cold. Still more than me in a year. Fair, true. Hey, I always say the same thing though. The minis aren't going anywhere. So never force yourself to paint. Still waiting for a Howling Griffin scheme. I've done quartered schemes, just not Howling Griffins. We did obviously our quartered ones for Mind. Yeah, but I haven't done Howling Griffins yet. I was debating a while ago about having a fun, like, I've got a display case, which I think would be nice. And I was thinking it could be kind of fun to get a load of, like, Marines. And just try and paint up loads of chapters. But I know that there is so many chapters, I don't think I have enough Marines. But I do have a box of 75 of these that I managed to get a hold of. So I feel like I could do 75 of them. That's not enough. So I'm like, I have to pick which ones or how many I could fit in the cabinet. The quartered yellow. I don't think I've done quartered yellow. No, I haven't. Have I? Have I done quartered yellow? No, looking at the shelf, I can't see quartered yellow. I mean, I've got my what do you call it? I've got my halved army for my Blood Angels. And then I've got the quartered for the channel, which is the big guy. We did quartered orange. When we did the big McFarlane guy, the big quartered orange. Quartered orange and black. Which I kind of regret going so heavy on the black. I feel like there should have been more blue. Should black as detail rather than blue as the detail. The Guardians of the chapters is just one of each in your army. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Like, which one? Just put one of each. But man, things have changed since my first return mini till now. I haven't touched TMM or washes in 2 years. That's fair. Hey, those techniques aren't going anywhere. If anything, now you've got those really gorgeous Vallejo True Metallic Metal paints. These things, just so you can do TMM even easier now. So you knew it was going to be a better way of doing it, or a simpler way of doing it. Kit Match Stormcast and Marine quartered blue and yellow. Ooh. Oh, Vallejo hard to... Oh, I didn't realise that they were hard to come by. That's fair. That does make things a bit more difficult then. Well, classic TMM it is. I've magnetized the bases of my Fairness Marines ready for priming. Hell yes! I bought the entire AK 3rd Gen in one go. Wow. That's nice. Sometimes it is that you do take that leap of faith, don't you? And just go, you know what? I like the paints. Let me just get one of each. I've only seen that go wrong once when I knew somebody who bought the entire Army Painter War Paints range and then realized they really didn't like Army Painter paints. And I was like, oh, why would you bought the whole, like, as their starter collection, they bought one of every, like, the one of every paint box. And I was like, ooh, that's rough, buddy. That's rough. I love the AK 3rd Gen paints. But I just have too many paints and end up mixing my own colours anyway. But that's someone who doesn't do army painting. That's fair. Like, I think that's the big thing for me is, like, I don't tend to paint armies very often. I probably small combat forces at most. The closest army painting I have at the moment is that I've got my Custodes. But that's, again, that's probably at max, like, 20-ish models. That's kind of about it. And then, like, outside of that, I'd probably say maybe it's my Salamanders for Legions Imperialis. That's a big army project. So, But I always flicker between so many different paint ranges. I mean, the paint I'm using now for this colour here is literally a mix between two Thin Coats paints and one Citadel paint to get the colour I wanted. So I end up mixing so much. I constantly mix, except, yeah, it's always, I think it's a good way to do it that way, because you learn more, which I think is very, very good. I did that with the new Fnatic line, kinda, but then I was able to test them 2 years ago at Adepticon. Oh, that's not too bad then. Able to test them and then be like, kind of like, kind of like these, don't like these, sort of thing. That's fair. Quick, hide your valuable chapter relics, right? Or don't, because I already know where they are anyway, right? They're all coming with me. Rightio, cool. So, what we are going to do now, though, is we are going to take our little breather, because we've been going for 2 hours, and it is hot today, so I'm taking my break. We're going to take 5 minutes or so. I'm going to grab myself a snacky and a drink, and then when we get back, we're going to finish off the rest of this guy ready for varnishing, so we can then do the try the noosh on him. But yeah, we're going to use him as our guinea pig model. This Marine right here. And then when we get back, yeah, we can do some other bits then. So, I'm going to grab myself a snacky and a drink. Make sure you get yourself a snack, have a big stretch, do all the things that you need to do, and we will see you in a couple of minutes. But yeah, we will be right back. Grab yourself a snacky, and we'll see you in a mo. chatteroonies. How are we doing? Where's the wrong scene on there? There we go. How are we all doing? I hope you're doing good. I am back. I have coffee, double water, and a little bowl of snacks. Because I was like, in a hot day like this, you need salty snacks. That's what you need as well. So, boys, hello, buddy. How are you doing? Yeah, hello. Yeah, how are we all? I hope we're all doing good. How are we? Did we catch back up with what happened with chat while I was away? The base magnets on my Terminating Librarian, Terminating Captain are slightly off center, but I can live with that. That's fair. I'm probably going to put these on the use the War Mag bases for these because I picked up some of those and I feel like they're really good. Now he's gone to slick his stuff and move things to places they aren't normally meant to be. I do that enough myself. And then I blame myself. Like, you have so amount of times I get annoyed with, damn, past me. I caught myself returning to the living room doing jazz hands and feet to the AFK music. You had a vibe to it, right? Okay, that's why I missed Discord DM Halo 3 years ago. I was curious to see if I had a link on Discord. That's, yeah. I've left people on red many times. Like, the funniest one is that because I don't check Discord very often, purely the main reason I don't check Discord very often is the sheer volume of like spam messages you get, and I'm sure like other streamers are in the same boat as this, where people message you and they're like, "Oh hey, let's talk. Like, I see we're in the same server. Did you know I create emotes and things like that?" And I'm just like, ah. So I almost like mute my Discord notifications. The downside is because I then forget to check it, I miss some really important messages. That's it. I can art. Let me graphic design. Exactly. And Verity does an amazing job at designing all our new emotes. So it's like, hell yeah. I don't need nobody else. He's back. Choose it. I am indeed well prepared for more painting. I'm ready. Oh, thank you, Weeaboo. I'm having a lot of fun painting them. We'll finish this guy off, and then I think he'll be our guinea pig for the noosh stuff, I think. I'm excited to see how it turns out. I just sorted the last moving box, which had the painted minis in, all with the stuff that was moved. I'll take a USB issue and a broken B1 battle droid. Now, one of my pink table battle droids is now 2 halves. Pretty standard for him. Fair. Have you seen the person who did what you got? The person who does. They've made their Star Wars Legion droid army, but they've put them in one of the old carriers you used to get that for like micro machines, but they outfitted it so they press the button and it auto ejects and it now fits their slotted Star Wars Legion minis. It's so good. It's really, really cool. I'm like, that's incredibly impressive. I'm just like, oh. Ow. It's so good. That sounds like something I would do. It gave me the vibes of like, this is a very newbie thing. Like, if you got the time to do it, you would do it. Right, let's drink some water. Ah, that was cold. It was really good. It's what I want, but it just made me jump. Ooh. Okay, and I've got Crispies. I've got some biscuits. They're not really good dunking ones. I've got these Jammies raspberry flavour. They're like a little. Verity described them really well. They're like a jammy Dodger sort of flavour, but they're slightly softer, I want to say. The one thing I'm trying to find at the minute that it seems to be sold out everywhere. There was 2 snacks both me and Verity were hunting for. One was the Burger King collaboration Pringles, that are the bacon double XL cheeseburger. We kept finding the chicken royale ones, which we didn't want. We wanted the bacon double XL cheeseburger. And then we managed to find a pack of those. But the other one I'm struggling to find at the minute is apparently there are Jaffa Cake McVitie's digestives. So kind of like the caramel one has the portion of caramel, they've got a portion of like orange jelly in it. And I really want to find them. Alright. But I've only seen them on the shelf in Sainsbury's, and they're always sold out. So I'm like, yeah, I can't seem to. And if they're in B&M, I might be able to find them there. I haven't been up in a few weeks. No, overdue a B&M trip. But yeah. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, when in doubt, B&M normally has the stuff. I miss it when they did a bunch of coffee Snickers. They did a load of like Snickers flavors. And oh my god, they had coffee Snickers, they had brownie Snickers, a butterscotch Snickers. It was a good time. I was like, whoa. I need more water for my wet palette already. This thing is drying out fast. Every time the song comes on, I just get more excited that we're getting a Ocarina of Time remake. Let's go. The double cheeseburger Pringles kind of go hard. We had some at our first reenactment camp of the year. We've got a tub of them, or a can of them, where it is for Pringles, but we haven't had them yet. We'll have them. We're ready. We're getting ready. But isn't there a voucher in there for like a buy one get one free bacon double XL cheeseburger? I'm like, oh hell yeah. I'm almost at the point where I'm happy with the hobby room. I'm happy with. I still have a few boxes around the perimeter of the room, but I'm fine with that as long as I don't have storage. I'm a gnat's whisker away from full hobby capable. Hell yeah! I'm excited for Burger King and Pringles. Yes, give me them Pringolos. Nom 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 nom. Now gimme I love cleaning up metal minis. You've got this, Captain Mannerings. You've got this. Which metal minis are you working on? There was a voucher. Well, after I asked about half she remembers. I think yeah. My boss at work was saying something about it. Like they bought like 3 or 4 cans of them when they realised they had a voucher in there for a buy one get one free of the burger of the flavour. I'm not sure if it was like you win a voucher or if there's a guaranteed voucher, but that's what they were saying. So I was like, ooh. And Burger King's expensive, so you know what? I'll take a discount. Right, I need a metal now. What metal do I want to use? I think I want to use a darker metal on here. I feel like rather like a standard sort of like lead melchery dark colour maybe. Crisp down. It went right under my wheel of my chair. Get back here, you. Means I can't move my chair. Got it. Ow. Bushido ones at the moment. I've got some black numpty neurons from the Middle Earth strategy battle game in a minute. Ooh. What are you doing for Middle Earth? Are they Numerians? Is that numpty neurons? I was trying to work out what that could be. What you gotta go? Have fun, take care. No worries, Skullcrusher. We'll catch you later. Thank you so much for popping on in. Always a pleasure. Ow. What am I looking for? What am I looking for here? Any of my metallics that are on the side. I've got so much stuff just like in piles. Yeah, I'm definitely overdue a tidy up of my desk. Where are we here? You know, the base. Okay, it's probably a bit of a brighter silver, but I feel like it will do the because we're going to dull it down with a water, with an oily wash. I feel like this won't be too bad. So do you have a Discord? Let me know if you're not okay with it. We were down last week when you shipped me stuff. I felt like sharing some happiness. Ooh, I'll check that out after stream if that's alright. Unless it's important for me to check now. Yeah. That's okay, cool. Yep, there's evil chaps for like Minas Morgul army. Ooh. Nice. Which one is the... Which CW Varnish was the gloss one? Ardcoat or Storm Shield? Ardcoat. Ardcoat's the glossy one, I believe. I normally use it for like gems and lenses and stuff, so it's normally the gloss version. Oh, I'm glad you sound happy, which is all good. Oh man, makeup it away. Yum 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 yum. The downside of having snacks nearby is now I just want to eat my snacks. Munch, munch, munch. I just looked at the Pringles and it does say bog off on burgers. Ooh. So what I'm hearing is we open the Pringles, we eat the Pringles, and we go and get Burger King. That's what I'm hearing right now. Sounds about right, maybe? Ignoring all the food shop we did yesterday. No, we have nice. That's true. We do have nice, tasty dinners tonight. Wait, I didn't drill out these barrels. Hold on a minute here. I thought I did all of them. I did the pistol. I didn't do this gun. Oh no. My bad. Slightly bigger one because it's a melter. Yeah, I should probably do one of those. Well, a food shop at some point. I mean, we did do it at like 10 o'clock last night. How you doing there, buddy? You doing all right? You back from the gym? Seems nice and central. Okay, drilled out that one. Let's drill out the barrel underneath now. The Ardcoat one. Ardcoat for you, as a Chan. That was the glossy one. It's very thick, though. It looks really thick when you put it on there. Did a mistake the other day. I left my index finger lined up with a burn. Ooh, for 200C oven. Ouch, yeah. That's always... I've got a fair few burns from my days in the kitchen. That a permanent reminder. Whoa! Well, that made me jump. Oh, Super Weasel gifting a sub to Azzachan. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Oh, you guys have been so generous today. Thank you so much. Aw. Oh, he's never expected and always incredibly appreciated. Thank you so much. So Storm Shield is the satin one for putting over transfers. Yeah, Storm Shield was the one for... you would put it over a contrast paint to protect a contrast paint. Was how it was kind of done. I don't think they have one specifically for going over transfers now, do they? Because all their transfers are described as water-based. I normally recommend Micro Sol and Micro Set. They're normally pretty good. But I think this Storm Shield might work. I can't say I've tried it. Because it was basically their brush on varnish to cover contrast paints. Ow. Thank you so much for that, Super Weasel. That's really kind of you. Everyone's being such kind eggs today. I'm just like, aw. Oh man, you can tell it is hot. My paintbrushes are struggling to stay wet. That's how hot it is. I've never used one of them before as I own both, but can I remember which one ends up glossy? It's definitely the Ard Coat is the glossy one. Because that's what I've used on the gems of all my custodies. So that's the real glossy one. I just haven't used Storm Shield much. So I guess that's more satiny. I don't think it's matte. I know that much. Alright. What colour now? Got to decide what colour bolt casings are on the bolt rifles for my Blood Ravens. I'm thinking black. I don't think they would have red, considering most of their armour is red. So my brain is going for black. Oh, he's got a really cool combi melter here, which is very nice. You don't see these very often. Combi weapons. This is where they turn around and go, oh, it's not a valid weapon anymore. Wait. I think it used to be Ard Coat transfer, then Storm Shield over the top. Wait, Ard Coat transfer, then a medium to take out the gloss, and then maybe it's been a while. Yeah, I can't remember which way around it was. They have a guide. They have a guide on their app. Warhammer color. Can you search in the app? Learn. Transfers. There's no search option, which is kind of irritating. It's mainly for paints, isn't it? Yeah, what's the official way of doing it? Okay, Peachy gave us a video. The official way of doing it was... apply the transfer with water and then put a layer of Ard Coat on it to seal it down. Then cover with your chosen varnish. I choose either Minotaur and Varnish or Purity Seal, as I have an old can of that laying around. If that helps. I would, yeah, I'd normally, if I was to do it with, I normally use Microsol and Microset, the two like products I use, because they're great for it, because they get rid of the non, you know, the clear bit of the transfer. But yeah, I don't know if that helps. Sorry, I feel like I'm not being overly helpful. I'm just like, I use this thing that you don't have right now. Use that. That's not helpful for me. It's a very old question on Warhammer TV Guide. I feel like it's if it's still available. Yeah, that might be the other one to do. The way to look at it. I tend to ignore transfers. I feel like if it's needed, I'm gonna try free-handed. That's fair. I use transfers probably now more than I used to, simply just because time. Just trying to save as much time as I can. Oh no, Rusty, what's happened? What's going on here? Hey guys, not that freaking out or anything, but I bought that rotating paint stick thing. I have 14 base holders with magnets in, 6 without, and 6 with magnets left. That sounds right? I've not dropped a magnet and potentially done Jack and Mistiff, right? Wait, Did you put all 6 magnets in it? All 12 magnets in? Wait. Yeah, 14 base holders with magnets in, 6 without, and 6 magnets left. That sounds about right. Yeah, so you had 12 magnets in total? Or not? Wait, I'm confused. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Oh god. Why is it so dry? No, it's just a pretzel. That was so dry. I was like, Oh, good lordy. That was so dry. So why? It's not like, not why are you spicy? It's like, why is it dicey? Oh. Have you seen the stamps that you can get as replacements for transfers? Yeah. The ones from, is it Goblin Hobbies or whatever it's called? They look like the nail art stamps. They look really interesting. Like we tried, because Verity has some of the nail art stamps, so we used a few of her ones a little while ago. And they're the exact same technology, just with different application. And they are quite cool. I feel like the downside I think I've seen with it is a lot of people say you kind of have to use their like paint, because that a normal acrylic paint is just a bit too thin, so you end up being tied into using their like nail polishy acrylic paint medium mix thing. I feel if they made a medium where you could turn any paint into it, that would probably be, they'd make a killing. But I am intrigued to see if anyone has tried them. They look very cool though. Like again, repurposing just already existing technology, but then refining it for miniature painting. We get some good stuff with that. A bit of a mess, but it's not too bad because we're going to paint over this anyway. Wow, there's a lot of detail on this model. Sheesh. Yeah, where are we at here? 20 holders with 14 magnets in currently. 6 base holders without magnets. 6 magnets left. Again, not that I'm freaking out, but why would they give me 21 magnets and 20 base holders? That'd be... Yeah, that feels odd. Yeah, I feel like you would have had 20 magnets, right? That seems like the logic. Yeah, I think you're all good. I think you're all good. I would have come to that same conclusion. Did it give you a list of how many magnets it came with? Did you get like a list of what it came with? So... Yeah, one of those. For a call, I'm gonna throw out kind of a bit of a thing here. So saying, and for that, you gotta. I don't like doing this in stream. I'm gonna slightly interrupt stream for a minute here and stuff, and just be like, if I turn around and say that I've spoken to people and they have had a problem or an issue with a product or something that we're chatting about, that's a general consensus that I'm saying this is what I've heard from people I've spoken to. Coming in with a 1 and a 2 to try and basically prove me wrong will get you a flat timeout. So I'm going to give you a fair warning on this now, Corvus and that. You're coming in very negative and very argumentative today. So have 10 minutes, have a think, then come back. Your opinion is that, not that I am wrong and you are right. And that's very much how it's coming across, whether intended that way or not. But I'm going to give you a timeout for it, because it is now, that is the 3rd time where either a mod has had to step in or I've had to say something about the tone that you've been speaking about today. Just have a minute, please. It's a positive place. Like, I'm not saying I'm right, I'm saying that, well, I've spoken to people and this is what they've heard. That wasn't my experience, but that's what they've said, so I'm not sure what it would be. That's generally me giving an overall view of what it is. So, yes. It's just nail polish. My partner tried using multiple hobby paints and art paints, and nothing worked anywhere near as well as the nail polish. That was kind of it. Yeah, that's what the general thing I'd heard was, is like, you know, thicker body paints worked okay, but most of the time it was like, you know, you end up having to use like a nail polish or whatever they provide with. So, and we tested it on stream as well, and we only managed to get it working with nail polish for it. Like, a thicker body paint kind of worked, but it was never as clear as it. So I feel like if they could do some sort of, say, like a medium or a product you mix in with a heavy-bodied acrylic paint to kind of thicken it or make it slightly more glossy, I think that would be a good move for that side of it. And but that seems to be the general, you know, based on my testing of using it and conversations and chatting with people who have had them for reviews and things like that. There seems to be the general consensus, with a few, you know, that generally seems to be the way it goes. And ooh. Where are we at? Can't hear anything at the moment. At a brunch with a load of people talking way too loud. So I'm like, no worries, new man. We'll catch you in a bit. Yeah, we were testing it on stream. We only got to work with nail polish, but only the hipster designs and the nail plates I had in 2010s. That's true. Yeah, possibly, and would be good. Yeah, something like that just to kind of re-thicken it. Laura used a spiderweb pattern for her targeting screens on orc vehicles. Oh, that's so cool. That's a really cool way of doing it. Great way to add, almost like it looks a bit like a radar or something. Do. And I mean, to be fair, with orcs, it's kind of the way it works, right? Is that it probably is just spider webs keeping them going, because they, you know, their whole. Yeah, how does our technology work? Adeptus Mechanicus takes it apart. There's nothing in here but spiders. It's basically the logic, isn't it? It's like, wait, what? Is any patterns with owls, glasses, and bow ties I can help? Library owl. Excuse me there, coughing away. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for a black or at least a dark grey again for the bolt casing on this. A spiderweb pattern would be great for a radar or small broken windscreens. Yeah, that would be a really good. I hadn't thought about using the spider pattern. That's a really good idea. Yeah, I always find it whenever I'm painting like a radar screen or something, it's always very much like the same sort of thing, where it's just like the old school almost sonars that we saw in what's the movie? What's the name for it? The like old submarine films and things, where it's like it's always the same sort of. I swear they must use like the same sort of radar pattern, like for the sonar. Yeah, spiderweb one sounds a really cool way of doing it. I feel like maybe this would have looked better as a darker colour, but we can see how it turns out once we darken it down with the oil wash. Stay. So, do we have predictions for what we think we're going to see in just over an hour on the old Sunday announcements? I think there's a lot of hoping here for some Middle-earth strategy battle game stuff. What else are we thinking? Yeah, I'm trying to think what else we might see. Anything but Middle-earth chaos. Causing Verity there, bringing the chaos. It's going to be anything but Middle-earth. Well, there was a big hubbub this week about it, wasn't it? Because there was some people were able to buy the new sculpts at the new release, at the new store opening in Seoul. So people are like, well, it must be dropping, right? If it doesn't drop, that's going to be so confusing. Then I'm kind of back to that like tinfoil hat theory. Like somebody at the who does the articles forgot Middle-earth exists. I feel like that would be like where it's going to end up. I feel like Epic's just pissed somebody off at GW at this point. It's like, yeah, somebody there is just like, that Epic. What is no. Or maybe the real Middle-earth strategy battle for a game is the friends we made along the way. I love it. It's like, maybe it's the real friends we made. I feel like I'm with you, the Captain Batterings. I feel like they've got to do it, right? They've got to do it at this point. It's been so... It's the only thing that has been officially announced that we haven't had released. Like, in terms of stuff from that preview show. And I think generally mostly the stuff. Yeah, it's got to drop at some point, right? Surely. Like, it's got to be here. Do you want a prediction? Channel point gambling. Let's go! Do it. Let's do the channel point prediction. Will we see Middle-earth? Yay or nay? Yeah, we haven't done a prediction in a while. This is where you open up the prediction screen. It turns out there's one on there from like 3 years ago that we didn't deal with. Like, wait a minute. And well, hey, the prediction is up. Who's gonna gamble what? Will we see Middle-earth strategy battle game? Oh, and you've redeemed my cardboard crack addiction. Ooh, I'm excited to see. What I'll give you the choice of packs in just a moment. Let me just get this while I paint on my brush. Oh, hooking up away. Did you want to do a pack? We can do a pack off if you want. We can do a pack off. Me and Verity go head to head and see who pulls the best value from the packs. Should we do a pack off? Okay, what do we do? So, I will give the options then for packs off are, I'm going to give you 3 pack options, Mannering. And then me and Verity will open up one of these packs each and we'll see who's going to win. So, your options are Bloomburrow, Laurel Wind Eclipsed, or Spider-Man. Which one you would like to see us both open up and see who can pull the best value out of it? Bloomburrow it is. Money's on Verity for this one. Yeah, Verity has way more luck than me. Okay, not even a choice, Bloomburrow. Okay, cool. Let me grab another Bloomburrow pack. And grab a Verity. And then we'll be ready to go. Okay, hold on 1 second. Perfect. Oh, I'll open this door. Right, I'm back with the box. I have a box of Bloomburrow. I have lots of Bloomburrow. I will have this pack. I will choose this one because it's the one that was already out. When Verity comes in, she can choose her pack. So we'll switch to the main screen. I think it's probably the easiest way of doing it. Main screen? No, wait. Yeah, main screen, or both of us do it over the. Maybe both of us do it over this screen. Might be easier. But if we double, might be the easier way of doing it. Okay, Verity's here.
Oh my god, why is it nothing in here?
It's so warm in here. I didn't realise it till I walked out there. Then it's so warm. We have a Verity. Okay, you get to choose your pack. Okay, Verity gets her choice of pack. Going in deep in the middle. Right. So, Bloomburrow, big hits are Chronicle of Victory. What else have we got? Chronicles of Victory. We've got. I don't know what the big hits are actually.
So I probably shouldn't take that out of the room for evidence.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's Verity's pack. Let me check. Three Tree City. I think Three Tree Cities is a good one. Yeagra's a good shout. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else we've got. Let's have a look. Let me get the list up just in case. Lumura, Maha. So we go. Right. So shall we? I feel like under here is probably the easiest way of doing it. But I know that you gotta. I can't really.
I could sit on the floor.
But yeah, you just not in the camera. Ooh, what did you knock over?
Everything!
Oh god, Boo! What did you do? What did you knock over?
The compressor into
okay.
into my hairdryer.
Do you want to
Next to
stand
the
up?
bin. Yeah, the floor was not good. This is the danger zone.
Okay. I just don't want you to stand on anything. Let me move that out of the way because obviously that'll be.
I need to report a hazardous work environment.
It's fair. You can report it to me, and I'll do nothing.
You did zero risk assessment before inviting me into this room.
No, I did not. I'm sorry. Okay, so right, we gotta see who's gonna do this. Do you feel like both under the camera is the easiest way? Do you think?
Yeah.
We'll go to the big camera and then we can do it like that.
No, do this.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. Okay. Wish us luck. I think Verity's definitely gonna win this.
Oh, I'm not feeling lucky today. I'm just feeling sweaty.
No luck, just sweat. Okay. It's the right way round pack. So, okay, we're seeing who's gonna get the biggest hits. So we go. I got a Thought Shuckler. What have you got?
A Diadown Draft.
Starlit Soothslayer.
A Diasite.
Oh, that's cute. What about Warden?
A Warren Elder.
Ooh. Bumbleflower Sharepot.
Got a Finch Formation. Burps.
Longstalk Brawl.
Veteran Godmouse.
Whisker Quill Scribe.
Longstalk Brawl.
Hey!
Snap. I win all the cards.
Fountain Port Bell.
I found profit.
Very chuckle. Okay, into the. Oh, I'm on the uncommons. Yep, cat pack card behind me. Ooh, don't know.
Okay, no,
Okay, so I've got a Moonstone Harbinger.
I got a High Stride. Bun.
I got a Bushy Bodyguard. It is what Milkshake is. He's my little Bushy Bodyguard.
I got a Harnesser of Storms.
Yeah.
An Angry Otter.
Mouse Trapper.
Long River Lurker.
Ooh. That frog's got a knife.
Oh, nice.
An Heirloom Epic.
Oh, that's so cute. Hop to it.
Oh, bunnies. Bunny and mouse. Mices?
Yeah.
Mices and bunnies.
And there's my piece of cheeses, probably.
And typically is not about to start. Rat snoozes. Skew. Ooh. I got a Hired Claw.
I got a Thunder Trap Trainer.
So I don't know which one of those is. I feel like yours might be better. Yeah, yours is Thunder Trap Trainer. It's higher than my Hired Claw.
Woohoo!
And I got a Swamp.
I got a Forest.
And I got a... Ooh, on the foils, I got a Mind Drill Assistant.
I got a Paw Patch Formation.
Ooh. And I got an Otter.
I got Art.
You got an art card. Ooh, that's pretty.
It's a T-Rex.
Nice. Ooh.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe a lizard.
Maybe a lizard.
That looks like a T-Rex. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, isn't a lizard just a baby T-Rex?
Valid.
Valid.
I'm not qualified to know that for definitely, but I think so.
So, in conclusion, Verity did win that. Yeah, we had a quick glance here. Verity's Thundertrap Trainer ranks higher than my Hide Claw.
Wait, it worked.
Verity nailed it. 1 man 70.
Woo!
There you go. Versus my pound. There you go. There you go. Enjoy your packs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for doing a pack battle with me.
Thank you for having me. I'm sorry that I broke the floor.
It's okay. I'm sorry. The floor was a hazardous work environment.
Hi, Milkshake. Everywhere is a hazard here.
It is a bit of a hazard. I'm sorry.
Nobody knows.
No, Milkshake.
Not into the oven room.
Okay. Do you want to see everybody Milkshake? Hold on. Let me switch over to this. I'll show Milkshake to everybody at the very least. Hey, come here, puppy. Come here. Come here. He doesn't want to. It's too hot in here. He doesn't want to. Come here, Bubba. There you go. What's this? He's like stepped into the room and he's realised how hot it is. He's like staring now to be like, I don't know if I want to be in here. Come on, little man.
Is they going to pick me up, Paparino?
I'll pick you up. Oh, there's our boy. There he is. Milkshake! Milkshake, everybody. See, he's alive. He's all good. He's just very hot and very done with the heat. Look at him. He's like, I'm done with this. Little guy. Little long boy. Look at this long boy right here. Okay, down he goes. He's like, no, it's too warm in here. There you go, buddy. Okay, bye. He immediately went out the room. He was like, nope. Too hot. Nope, 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 nope. Milkshake, human, reduce humidity. It is hot in here. It is a bit like a sauna. It's whenever you go on the break and you go out there and you realise, oh. So, yeah. Oh. Wait, the prediction's still going as well? So far, it... I like the... It has to be surely a no get a new list epic is the debate there. Well, right. Ow. Milkshake's tolerance 100% ran out. Yeah, last minute or so to predict. What do we think we're going to see? Will it finally be Middle-earth or not? Right, back onto the Blood Angel. Blood Angle. Yeah, I feel like I'm not sold on the grey for the bolt casing. I feel I should have switched that to a black. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over it with a black speed paint to darken it down. Ooh, I'm going to get my fizzy drink in the fridge. Yeah, you can get your San Pellegrino. What's it? The... I can't remember what it's called. Fizzy! Fizzy. Oh, man. Having that door open and having all that like colder air blow in here and then now making me realise, wow, it is really hot in here. I didn't quite realise how hot it was in here. Ooh, do you want one? Oh, yeah, that's okay. I know that they're yours, so don't worry if not. I know that they're your favourites and we haven't seen them in a long time, so if you want to keep it, that's also okay. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like it's going to logically be Middle-earth strategy battle game, but... I mean, if it's another week where they go, right, here's all the stuff for, here's more stuff for 40k, or more stuff for Age of Sigmar, I feel like people are going to be like, you do know Middle-earth exists, right? Which I think is probably founded at that point. I love caffeinated fizzy drinks. Yeah, what did we have? We went the other week. So always a good tip here. If you're ever wanting a free cup of coffee, and you're ever in somewhere which has an espresso store, you should always pop in and look like you're going to buy one of the machines. Because they will often turn around and go, hey, do you want us to make you a coffee? And you get to just kind of stand there, chat with the person about the machines and the different coffees they have. And they'll make you a coffee, which is always really good. It's always, so it's like, if you ever think, you know what, I just want a free coffee. Find like Birmingham has one in Selfridges. Just go and chat to the people. Get yourself a free coffee. Maybe end up with a coffee machine, but you never know. But last time we went in there, and I was actually buying something from the shop, which was, I was getting more Nespresso pods. And the guy was like, oh, do you want to try one of the limited edition coffees? I was like, oh, yeah, okay. And he went away and he made us like a lemon yuzu coffee with tonic, which was really interesting, actually. And I was like, ooh, it's kind of like a fizzy caffeinated drink is what my brain led to then. I was like, and it was quite nice. I'm not normally a coffee and tonic person, but I was like, that worked well. Sith, that's brutal. Midland's Strategy Battle Game is legitimately Faramir at this point. Oh god, that's brilliant. That's broken me, that is brilliant. Thank you. That's brilliant. Oh my god, that's so nice and magical. Oh. What is this abomination you speak of? Yeah, it was like a yuzu lemon coffee. It was iced over like tonic, and it was surprisingly nice. But it was like I'd not had it before. I know that like tonic and coffee is becoming more and more of a thing, but I was like, yeah. Oh, the pre-painted terrain. Ooh, pre-painted could be the thing there, Matt. Ooh, we haven't seen much more about it, have we? So that could be interesting. And as well, they confirmed, there was a confirming thing. So a lot of people thought the pre-painted terrain was what was on display at Games Expo, and it wasn't. That was the same shape terrain, but not the pre-painted version. It was the unpainted version that had been painted up by the studio. So I was like, ooh. Yeah, he said it was like a non-alcoholic mojito, and it was on it flavor point wise. Yeah, that was kind of it. That's kind of how it tasted. Wow, but this is what Verity just bought me: lemon and mint sparkling beverage. I feel this is going to be nice and refreshing. I don't think I've had the lemon and mint one, you know. I think I've had the blood orange and the lemon and the regular orange, but. Ooh. Oh, wow. Wow, that's refreshing. That is. That's really nice. Ooh. No, I don't think I have had this one before. Oh, that's lovely. I have hit the 3 beverages. One for hydration, one for taste, and one for energy. I have become the meme. I've become the meme. The meme. Nom 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 nom. Nom now. It's the best flavour and it's never anywhere. Now I know why you were so excited when you saw it yesterday in Sainsbury's. You were like, and to be fair though, it did look like it didn't have a shelf of its own. It just looked like it had been abandoned next to some of the other stuff. So I was like, wait a minute. Did anybody just chatting away as well? Just chatting about pre-orders and stuff. Did anybody pre-order any of the Hedonites of Slaanesh or the Age of Sigmar General's Handbook? At all? I'm intrigued to know if anybody went for it this week. The dice were kind of nice, and I was slightly tempted by the Deathmaster Crixit guy. I don't think he's too bad of a price at like 20, 25, 26, I think he is. But, I mean, yuzu citrus cold brew with jasmine tea infusion looks tasty, and I'm not a coffee guy. Ooh. It does sound really good. I don't think I have any jasmine tea currently, but I'm writing that down. Write that down. Hey, you got yourself the new dice. You always got to get more dice, right? It's always the way it goes. Nom. Dice. My brain is just like, nom. My brain's just turned off now. I've got all these tasty drinks, and I've realised how hot it is in this room, and my brain is like, no. In our Asian supermarket, we have a peach and jasmine tea Fanta. That's my favorite. It's so nice. It is a very nice one. And they also have Pocari Sweat, which is super tasty. Right. Where else are we at? Let me just get this little bit here. Yeah, let's do the grip in metal. I feel that makes life a bit easier. I didn't think this was going to take as long as it did. There's so much more detail on these models than I thought. The level of detail on these push-fit models is a little bit wild. It's quite impressive, actually, how much more they've done for them. Not that I ever thought push-fit models were like not greatly detailed, but normally they haven't got like so much personality kind of to them. They're kind of very generic, a little bit on the plainer side. But these are brilliant. Have a Kit Kat. Take a break. Break me up a piece of Kit Kat bar. Yes, but off-brand because nope to Nestle. Yeah, what is the off-brand version of Kit Kat? What are they called? Is it like Take 5? No. What's the Aldi and Lidl version of Kit Kat? Dig Dog? Wait, what? Snappy Fingers? I've not heard of either of these. This is great. I know the I like the Aldi or Lidl's is it their Racer bars? They're always tasty. That's their off-brand version of like Snickers. I'm like, that's always a good time. Alright, so if we're talking about like own brand stuff, what is an own brand that is better than the named brand? Hit me out here. Like, could be a drink, could be a snack. What was an own brand that was so good you switched to it instead of using the name brand? We're asking the big questions today. Baked beans for ages. I see. I was always a Heinz dedicated, but they're so expensive. I just can't bring myself to it. Was it specifically the Asda Saver ones? Oh, I've not tried those ones. Does Pepsi to Coca-Cola count? I suppose they're both still big brands, aren't they, technically? But one is more an off-brand. I prefer Pepsi Max to Coke Zero, but nothing sometimes beats just a nice can of Coke, like Coca-Cola Coke. It's always just a bit like, oh yeah, that's what I needed right now. M&S Chucky Duck. Right, I'm with you on this, Verity. Marks and Spencer's chocolate digestives in the purple packet are so much better than McVitie's digestives. McVitie's digestives just feel really soft and artificial after having these other ones. I don't know what it is, but they're so much better, and they're better for dunking because they're a bit sturdier. I like Diet Mountain Lightning more than Mountain Dew. Ooh. we don't really get Mountain Dew over here. We got a Mountain Dew energy drink for a while, but it's kind of not around as much, I don't think. Remember, it's around for a while. I think. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. My brain's like... as to Savor, Bad Fish is pretty good at the moment, but it's very random what the fish that comes in it. Ooh. We used to do the Young's haddock fish fillets batter. I do miss, I tell you what, I do miss having, like, we don't have a Cool Trader or, like, a Heron Foods or anything near us anymore. I used to love going to either Cool Trader or Heron Foods, because they would always have just so much, like, stuff cheap, and it was great. Like, and you would get stuff like Young's fish pies or something for, like a pound. And it was like, it's great! Because it was like, oh, it's close to end of life or something. And I'm like, oh, it's like, it goes out of date in a month. And I'm like, that's fine. I don't care. I just drank a bottle of Mountain Dew, picked it up at B&M. There was lots of in my previous office that was an M&S petrol station. Oh, I feel like I don't ever see it around very often. Ooh, interesting. Now I'm just like, Mountain Dew, eh? So let's check this over quickly. There we go. I tend to go get cupboard staples from Tesco's own brand, but otherwise I like my branded stuff. Mountain Dew is my go-to drink. Well, why do I not see Mountain Dew everywhere? Am I just Mountain Dew blind? Is that the problem? It says how Mountain Dew is everywhere. I just don't see it for some reason. So I finally found my one weakness is I can't see Mountain Dew on the shelf. We do not know. Way. I picked one up at the spa in the garage on the way to it the other morning, but it was the sugar-free version. I do find I tend to gravitate more towards sugar-free drinks these days than the sugared version. I don't really know why. I just feel like I do. Right, I'm going to paint... Sorry. I've got so distracted chinwagging and chatting, I didn't think what I was doing then. Let's go Arthurian grey. I think the robe, rather than it being the parchment colour, I think I'll make the robe like a brighter white. So I think I'm going to start really bright and start with like Arthurian grey as the base colour. I'm very aware we wanted to try the new stuff and I've just not got around to doing it. My brain was like, oh, there's a robe there, and we've got red armor. Let's paint it blue. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not going to work. As much as it could look cool. I just keep hearing songs from Ocarina of Time, and I'm so excited. The level of excitement I have for the remake later this year. I don't feel like I'm coming across very excited, but when it drops, I'm just gonna be like, ah! Any other games people are really excited for that are coming out this year, if you're a bit of a gamer? Anything you're kind of hoping will be good? I know a lot of people are excited about the next GTA. Meh. Like, I think it will probably be a really good game, and I hope it's as good for everyone who wants it. But I guess I've never been hugely into my GTA's. A slight mess there, isn't too bad. It's easy cleanup. Easy peasy. Do. Oh man, why is this is drying out so fast? It's when you know it's almost too hot to paint, right? Is when you're literally painting, and you can feel as you're brushing onto the model, the paint is drying on the brush incredibly fast. You just like, oh no. It's normally the point where I need to stop using water to water down my paints and switch and grab my medium, because that's normally the sign of like, this is not going to go well. At least the medium will last slightly longer. Oh, darn it. Let's knock too much of stuff over. Give me a second. Yeah. I got it. That's fine. We're all good. I'm hoping I can at least get some of this done before we There was me thinking, oh, you know what, let's try and do half of the Leviathan box in like a weekend. Why do I set myself these challenges? We all knew it was never going to happen. But I can live in hope, right? This means at some point we're going to have to do another backlog buster and get through this. But if I can at least get the one guy done, I'll be happy. Need some browns for the leather. What's that wash? Nice dark brown. Should have one. I should have like a leather brown or a cuirass brown. There, cuirass leather. There it is. I thought there was only war. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Or in Hobby's Hobby's room when he's trying to paint everything, there is only war. It definitely feels more logical. Ooh. Ooh. Oh man. Oh man. The lid got stuck in the pot. Damn it. So one of the downside with these pots, as I find, is sometimes the lids do get stuck like that. You gotta really wipe them and clean them off. Right, leather. Get the brown on for the leather. I tell you one thing I'm curious about. It's like, what do you reckon they make all the leather out of in the Imperium? Because like the sheer number of like you know, like holsters and scabbards and stuff that they need for the Imperium. How much leather do they actually need? Like, where do they get the leather from? Because I'm imagining it's not all cow leather. It's got to come from some various things, right? So I'm just like, where do they get all the leather from? Because you know what there is an abundant supply of in the 41st millennium? Dead bodies. I'm just saying. What if the leather is people? What if it's people leather? Yeah, just a planet somewhere where they ship all the bodies off to, and it's just turning them into like jerky. I mean, it could be true. Excuse me. People, TMZ people, corpse grinders. There you go. Ask the corpse grinders. That's it, right? Where do the corpses go after you grind them? We don't talk about that. Also, on an unrelated note, here's a really nice new holster for your new plasma pistol. Oh, thanks. Wait a second. More eloquently put, ask the corpse grinders. Tank grown cows? That's true, yeah. Do they just grow cows for the leather? Is it made from Xenos? Could your scabbard for your sword be made of like Tyranid? Who knows? That's what I'm trying to think. Could be anything. And okay, where else we at? More metal. Missed a bit of metal on his helmet. Just looking there, I was like, what did I miss? And you got to redo the next layer on there as well. And so, I mean, speaking of 41st millennium, what do we reckon to all the theory that the in the video that they released, the trailer for the 41st millennium for 11th edition, where a lot of people believe the Emperor moved? What do we think? Do you think he's coming back? I think the Emperor is like meaning that he's literally like just a rotting, not necessarily a corpse. He's just a. Do you think he actually moved or not, or do you think it was just more of a speculating and hubbub? I feel like, what if he is moving? What if he is moving about? What if he is like, even if it was just a tiny move, it would mean that he's not fully dead. Not that he's the corpse emperor, right? Like he's on the throne. But I just thought he was like kind of barely GW rolling and trolling. They're just like, wait a minute. Could we be seeing the potential end times for 40k? I don't think they would do an end times for 40k. I feel like we're still, it's a big old period of time, right? There's still a lot that can happen. 8th edition was such a big jump forward in terms of the lore, with Gulliman returning and things. The end of 7th and kicking off 8th edition and the Primaris Marines. I don't know what an end times for 40k would look like. Beyond, like, I'm trying to think what it is. I'm trying to think. The only thing I can think of is that if he has, like, what I'm trying to think what they would do. Would they kill? It would either be the reawakening of the Emperor, and it would be like the reignition of like the Great Crusade, or it would be the killing of the Emperor, right? They would like kill him off finally, and then it's the how does the galaxy work? you know, how does the Imperium of Man then function in terms of, you know, they won't have the Astronomicons, so they won't be able to really communicate or get through warp travel. They'll be segmented and pocketed off areas. Maybe that. I don't know. There's a lot of options, and I'm not sure what the right route would be. Having not watched it, I'm going to say he moved. He's getting ready to get off his chair and yell at all these kids to get off his lawn. I feel like I'm here for that. Like, wait a second, get off. But like, that's a good... It's like, wait, just get off my lawn. But yeah, I'm very intrigued to know what they're doing with it. Because it's a... Everyone seems to be freaking out thinking that he moved in the video. I don't know, what's it? What does it mean? What are we gearing up for? The big part for me is what did him and Gulliman talk about? Obviously, Gulliman went into the throne room, was alone in the throne room with the Emperor, and left with his sword. So what did they talk? Did they communicate? Did he just confirm, oh no, he's actually fully dead and there's nothing there, it's just a corpse? Hey, Super Weasel, how's it going? Howdy, howdy, how are you doing? We're chatting about, do we think, what do we think on the theory that the Emperor moved in the video trailer they did recently? And we're doing alright, buddy. How are you doing? You back from a hard session at the gym? Because I know you're normally gymming on a Sunday. Was it too warm? I suppose the gym's air conditioned, so it's probably quite nice over there at the minute. We have a lackluster session, to be honest. It's fair. Sometimes that is the way you go, but the fact you still went is still really good. Too hot, or just one of those, like, not really, sometimes not in the mood, like when your brain's a bit like, yeah, I'm alright. Wait for that to dry. I think it needs one final layer. Bit of both, I guess. It was very warm, even with the AC going. Fair. There's only so much you can do. Or, no worries, we enjoy your food. It'd be cool, I think, if he hopefully becomes more conscious and talking, but no one but the custodies and Cal can get Cal to work on the projects that they need to. Oh, that would be interesting, yeah. Like, you're telling the custodies to go and do things. So why gyms need pools. That is true. Yeah, we need more pools at gyms. Whoa, get you back in the neck. Right. Where am I at on this? Need a little bit more work. Because what I might try to do is I might try and go and quickly varnish this. Excuse me. There's still a lot more work I need to do to this, like applying more layers of colour and highlights and things, but I'm wondering if I can quickly get it varnished. It's like a good pause point. Man, even stuff on my wet palette is drying out. That's mad. It is warm. Hey, Grimdark, how we doing? I hope you're doing good. A bit of bling on the back of him here. Blood Ravens do love their bit of bling. It's just not their bling, that's the problem. They like your bit of bling. I'm gonna steal it. You don't mind whose bling it is, as long as it's not ours. Not bad, decided to get the Armageddon Mox Marines to start my Grimdark Angels. Ooh, nice. Yeah, we've not dove into the box ourselves, but I feel like everybody who's got them is very happy, and I'm very happy for everybody. For your Grimdark Angels, what is that going to be? Blood Angels, Dark Angels? What are you thinking? Grimdark Dark Angels. Sorry, I missed Grimdark Angels. I didn't see the double dark. So Grimdark Dark Angels, nice. Speaking of warm, it was a mistake hoovering with a new device in this heat. That was a workout. Plus, the pipe is a little short or lower back pain for the rest of the night. Oh no! Can you take the pipe or anything off that and put it onto your broken hoover? Or is that not what will fix it? Bit of gold. It wouldn't fit different brands. I bought the cheapest suit they had. Fair. It's like, it'll do. I got the upgrade kit for Dark Angels, so hopefully you can adjust them. Ooh, yeah. I think Scrot was saying yesterday as well, one of the nice things about the Marine half is that all of the intercessors are all like individual sculpts, if that makes sense. They don't look like you've just copy and pasted the same units over, the same models over and over again. So that's always a nice bonus as well. Mask coat over this. Get it nice and buttery smooth. Like it's not the smoothest robe I've ever done, but you know what? We're going to cover it in a wash anyway, and it's fabric, so. I think we're kind of ready probably then to go and varnish this. I think it's probably still a little bit more I'd like to do with it, but I'm trying to be like, I don't want to do too much. The whole point of this is kind of the test guy, and it's not meant to be a super over the top detailed force as much as I love the Blood Ravens. I don't want to go too hard on it. I could, but I'm going to try not to. So, I'm just not overly happy. Oh no! Oh no! I dropped my whole paintbrush onto my wet palette. Oh no! They just landed in about 4 different paints. Ew. Now covered in paint. Darn it. There we go. Right. Cool. So, cool. I'm gonna pick. Gonna do a brighter red, wasn't I, on that? There's my other reds. Bright red, bright red. Let's hit this with a brighter red for the purity seal. And a little smidge of the gold just to these clasps on wherever this box is. I think we're almost there to be able to go and And hello there! Thank you for the follow, welcome on in. Hope you are well. Ooh. Scan these last few bits on here. I think we're ready then, hopefully. Go and varnish this up. We can get that done. Almost there with it. Smidge of this. Just to darken that down a wee bit. Okay, cool. Right, I think I can go and varnish this, which means that we then should, once it's varnished. All good around here. A friend said you were painting Blood Ravens, so I had to jump in. Hell yes. Well, thank you to your friend. We are indeed working on some Blood Ravens. Slowly but surely, anyway. We've just been putting all the base colours kind of on here for now. And then I'm literally just about to go and varnish it up. And then we're going to try a faux oil wash using this product here, which apparently turns any acrylic paint into an oil wash. So I'm excited to see kind of how it's gonna come out. So we could potentially be about to ruin all of this hard work that we've done this session. But how are you? I hope you're all well. But yeah, so I'm gonna quickly BRB now to go and prime it very quickly because I can hit it with the varnish and hopefully we can put the paint on right before we go into watching the Sunday announcements from GW. So, I'm just going to throw the BRB screen up just a moment. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll see you in a second. We'll be right back. Okie dokie, we're back to Healys. How we are diddly doing? I was trying to be as quick as I could. Ooh, how are we? How are we? How are we? Whew! Rushed back, and okay, so it's been hit with the matte varnish, which has then immediately highlighted everything that was wrong with the model. But it's okay, it's okay. All the areas I've missed, but we're going to have a little bit of a mix-up. I'm going to try this this stuff, this noosh, and I'm probably going to start with, so it's like a oil wash sort of vibe. So I'm thinking of going for like a, if I'm going for like a battle worn stuff, I'm thinking I'm going to go with like a brown, almost like a brownie or a sepia wash sort of style, and go all over with that. So now they do say you can use it with any acrylic paint. Well, what do I have from Pro Acryl? None of those colours. Okay, so let me pick a nice sepia style colour. Well, it's not even sepia, I think it's more just brown. Like a brown wash. Let's go with... So what does it say? Let's follow the... No, perfect non-toxic acrylic solution for applying weathering or grime effects to your models. Simply mix with any of our Pro Acryl colours, apply it all over your models, and wipe away the excess to reveal the paint underneath. Okay. So what I also need is my sponges. Where are all of my sponges? Oh no, this has fallen at the next hurdle. Where's all my sponges gone? I had a big pack of like makeup sponges that I was going to use to wipe off all the excess. Where are they? Ah, there they are. So, big pack of makeup sponges. I'm intrigued to see how this comes out. So I'm going to take a before and after shot. So I'm excited. I know, 10 minutes. We are going to try and get this done in 10 minutes. It's going to be a hard push, but we're going to see how it comes out. Okay. Like I said, it's effectively an oil wash, so I'm looking for like a light brown. Just looking at all my browns I've got here. None of those are the ones I'm after. What else we got? What else we got? That's gold. It's not a brown. No. For a scabbard brown, which is still a darkish brown, but it's not as dark as like leather brown. It's more like a Mornfang sort of brown. I don't know what the ratio needs to be. So just gonna have to figure this out. It's gonna be a lot of trying and seeing what happens here. I forget how big that plush is. The Oryx, just like hey. Alright, so don't know why I've got that goo dish. I've got this. Okay, let's start with a, I don't know, 2-to-1 ratio and see if it needs thinning more. And I need a brush, a really larger brush. So we'll take a nice shade or wash brush. Okay, so then this new stuff. Take the seal off. If I can take the seal off with it. Oh, wait, what? I think it's just a... I think it was meant to come off, but it didn't come off. There we go. Right, so let's try this out, shall we? I don't know what the ratio is. I'm intrigued. Hey, Sophist, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Sarah and I decided to celebrate Sunday with a lion. Hell yes. Put these bubbles. Okay, so just trying this out. Let's give it a mix and see what it looks like. going on the logic of if I'm thinking it's going to look like an oil wash, I need to very much thin it way more. But it's quite a thick medium, so I'm not sure. If it isn't my favourite servo skull, if it's my favourite panda! I love it, love it. I feel like nervous just slapping this straight onto the model. This feels really nerve-wracking, actually. I feel like I'm not sure if it's the... We've got a test model I can do just to kind of calm me down a little bit. Because this just makes me think it's a paint. I feel this doesn't look thin enough. Okay, it's going all over there. It's amazing the amount of bubbles it started to try and cause into there. Okay. Hey, Misfit, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. So let's leave this a second just to see how this ends up. Yeah, this is the noosh. I've not used it before, so this is a noosh thing for me to try. I'm not sure on the ratios. It doesn't give you the best instructions. I'll be honest. So, it's supposed to be like an oil wash. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. Yeah, it's supposed to be like an oil wash. I may have napped and missed what you're doing. That's it. It's meant to be a non-toxic way of doing an oil wash where you don't have to use white spirits. So just put it over the shield just to test. I'm good, but on the hot side, to be spending my weekend kit bashing customizing my Armageddon Marines. Hell yes! What are they adding into your ranks of Dark Angels or something else? Yeah, it's been on there for what? 2 minutes? Just try and sponge off. Maybe it wasn't on there long enough. It's definitely added a dark to it. Okay. It definitely added something to it. Maybe I need to leave it on there longer. I'm going to add a touch more of this. Just because I feel like I'm concerned about how thick it is. And then, yeah, I guess we're gonna pray that this works. All of this hard work could be about to be undone. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm done now. Oh no, I don't like it. It's making me very cold. There we go. We're on. Let's cover the whole model in it. I want to go real nice and... Oh god. What have I done? I feel like Anakin. What have I done? Oh god. This makes me feel very uncomfortable. This is so bizarre. Also, I don't know how I'm going to get it off some of these areas, if I'm honest. I didn't really think that through properly. I'm solo nervous. So, not solo. Obviously, an oil wash, you can at least see like how dark it looks. Basically, if it can save me the steps of having to mess around with white spirit, this is great. If not, I would just go back to doing an oil wash.
I shouldn't have done that. It's not the Jedi way.
That's it. That's exactly it. Thank you for the biddies. It makes me very nervous. Thank you for that. Did they get into the Imperial Fist's poop vault? I don't know what's more disturbing there. The fact that the Imperial Fists have a poop vault, or that the Blood Ravens would 100% want to steal from it. Okay. And then now we play the little waiting game. And figure out what to do. A blurb for him saying what I should have said. I think it's too thick. If I'm honest. This looks so wrong. This looks so wrong. This looks like I've got one of those April Fool's chocolate marines they did a few years ago. Okay. Where's I missed a bit around the foot? For a dirty, grimy effect, Jason was saying a 3-to-1 noosh and apply with a wet brush. Yeah, this is more like a 2-to-1 ratio. This could go wrong. 3-to-1-ish. Okay. It seems that Warhammer World, Sam Mayano's got AWOL from a Ravenwing display section. Ooh, maybe a new one? That could be cool. This may have gone on a bit thick then. But I have a sponge. Let's see how it comes off. I mean, yeah, it's coming off. I might just need another sponge in a second. One sponge might not be enough. I sped watch tutorials, but we're too deep in now. How wrong was I versus the tutorials, really? I mean, it's done things. It's just very dark. I'll grab another sponge. Where'd my bag of sponges go? Where did I put my bag of sponges? I don't know. Where are we at? Oh, I know. We'll watch the preview in just a second. I know that we're slightly over, but that's fine. I feel like I need a cotton bud rather than a sponge. I think the problem I got here is it's in every nook and cranny, and I can't figure out how to clear it out the nooks and crannies. This is I mean, I can't argue the fact that it looks like an oil wash. You can't really argue that fact. I've just put it on way too thick. But I can't get it out of the areas where it's too thick. I can't seem to get it out. Like, I don't want it completely out, but I would like it out in some ways. So, like, some of the nooks and crannies are a little bit... It's pooled a bit too much, which is my own fault. So I wonder if I got a dry brush. I've just kind of moved it around a little. There's just two bits where it looks like poop. That's the problem. I don't want it to look like poop. I would like it in there, but not as thick as it is. That's the problem here. Okay, we go back in with the sponge. Should hopefully clear off a lot of the too thick area. And I'm trying to brush down in the same direction, so it's like it's coming off from the same point. I feel like it almost needed a. I put it on too thick, so but you know, lesson learned. But I don't think it's unsalvageable. I think it just looks a bit thick in places. Which I think is I guess I re-varnish the model afterwards to keep it on there. There's a weird area on the top of his arm where it looks cleaner than the rest of the model. Okay, so right, let's have a review check of this, shall we? It is very grimy. It is very grimy, but I think it did. I think it has done what I was kind of expecting it to do. I've just put it on way too thick. Like, you can see there's areas where basically I'm not going to be able to get it off with the sponge, like that little thick bit around the helmet. I don't quite know how to get that because I can't reach it. And I think that's more me. I've applied it too thick. I've not thinned it down enough, so it hasn't had the opportunity to flow. I think, where's my airbrush? Actually, I don't need the airbrush. I can use the other thing. 1 second.
This is the way.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Okay, unmuted. What I was trying to do there is there's loads of bits, which is going to sound really odd, but like there's an awful lot of just lumps on the armor. And I don't know if it's come from the sponge or if it's come from like the cotton bud or something. There's just an awful lot of like unusual texture. So I was trying to blast that off using like just some these like one of the a little air thing I've got for cleaning out stuff in my keyboard. And that definitely did highlight a lot of areas where there was a lot of this stuff had built up. So I don't think I've ruined the model. I definitely think I can go back in and salvage some of this. I just have obviously applied it too thick. But I think it's about right though. I think it's about right. So I think you can't deny the fact it has done what it was advertised to do, which I think is quite impressive, really. Which is it is provided an oil wash-esque effect without using any other chemicals, without using any white spirit and stuff. I think it's very matte. It's very one of those. We're going to leave that to sit for a bit, and then we'll come back and have a look at it after we look at the pre-orders, because I know I'm very overdue doing the Sunday announcements. But I'm not disappointed with it. I think I'm annoyed at my own application, not the product. I think that has done the thing. So, right, we'll leave that there a sec. And then we're going to have a look and see what a GW has announced for Sundiddly Day. Are we ready? Are we steady? Let us hope so much that it is going to be Middle-earth. And we are going to kick off with... It is... Oh no, is it not Middle-earth? No. We'll get to the end. It might be buried in there somewhere. Okay, we have Sunday preview, Battle Forces, Mark IV Space Marines, and a Hero of the Imperium. Okay. So we have, first off, Warhammer 40,000, Caiaphas Cain, the classic, the commissar from the books that everybody loves. Caiaphas Cain, rocking the sideburns. Are they sideburns or are they mutton chops? Not sure. I don't know where the line is, but I feel Caiaphas Cain is that line. So yes, it looks very nice. A very, very cool sculpt. There'll be a lot of people after this. And it comes with 2 builds. There's one build which is on a... you put them both on the same base, or you can have them on individual bases, which I think is kind of nice. So you have Caiaphas Cain, there we are. Next up, we have Battle Forces. So these were previously announced earlier in the week. Last week. Monday they were announced. 4 new Battle Forces for Warhammer 40,000. The first up is Tyranid Swarm, which contains a Lictor, 3 Von Ryan Leapers. I believe it is the 3 Von Ryan Reapers, or are they full Lictors? 3 Von Ryan Leapers, 10 Hormigants, 10 Termagants, 3 Tyranid Warriors, and a Hive Tyrant, but the Hive Tyrant can also be built as the winged version or as the Swarm Lord. So there we go. So not too bad. A Battle Force there for Tyranids. We have a Chaos Space Marine one here, which is the Warband, very similar to one that we've seen before from Chaos Space Marine side for the Battle Force. It's a Warband, not a Battle Force, but it's basically a Battle Force box. Which has got the Lord Discordant. It has 10 Legionnaires, 20 Cultists, the Venom Crawler, and some Obliterators, which is a nice little mix there. No Havocs or anything for it, but the Venom Crawler and the Obliterators come as a package deal, I think, still anyway. I think they're still on the same sprue. Necrons are up next. This is a nice Necron force, I think. A little bit different from just the usual massive blobs of warriors. You do get 20 warriors, which I think is fair. You get a Canoptek Destroyer, some Ophidian Destroyers, Canoptek Doomstalker, Ophidian Destroyers, and some Flayed ones. So you've got a good mix here of something fast, something that hands back and shoots, a mob to hold objectives, and a little melee element, and then your commander can kind of fit in with either of those because they go on the chariot can go fast, the chariot can kind of hang back if you build it as the Annihilation Barge and you put the captain separate, the overlord separate. It's not too bad. And then the Astra Militarum is the 4th one here we have, which has a Rogel Dawn, a Basilisk, some Cadians, and then a Cadian Command Squad. Plus, you get the Ordnance Battery with it as well. I think two Ordnance Batteries. One's a heavy weapons, or is it two of those, I think. I actually like the Astra Militarum Battle Box. I am with you. I like this one. I do think this is quite a nice battle force. Someone who doesn't do Astra Militarum, this is a good starting point, I think, for where I would want to be. I like the weapon platforms, and I like the tanks. So I'm like, this is a good one here. Few guard, more artillery. That's it. Definitely a lot more big things in here. I'm trying to work out what the price points of these are going to be, because that's like, I think, isn't the Rogel Dawn like an £80 tank or something? It's massive. What's with the big giant eyes? And I'm curious to know if you were to slot Caiaphas Cain into here, how would that work as a force, eh? I won't be buying anything model related for a while. True. You got your Armageddon box turning up soon, so you'll be fine. That'll be around 150. There's around the thought I was having 145. I was thinking around that point. Normally, you go on the logic of 1.5 times something free. So if we were to look at that from G-Dubs, then we just for the Astra Militarum box, I'll have a quick look at it. If we look at it here, what we got? Rogel Dawn is 63.25. It's cheaper than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was a much more expensive tank. I'll be honest, I thought it was way more expensive. 63.25, not 75. Plus a Basilisk. Which is 42.50. Plus the ordnance field battery, that is 35.50, and it's one squad of 2. The Cadian command squad is 29.50. Oops. Plus 29.50 plus is it 10 shock troops, which is 32.50. And then is it come with the commissar, or is the commissar as part of the squad? Command squad split between a commissar and Acadian command. Oh, there is a commissar. So £25. So RRP, all of this is 228.75. If you get 1.5 times something free, you would say the free thing is the commissar, so you take 25 off. You would then take half of something else. So if you say take another 15, which means it could be upwards of 175. I don't think it will, but it could be. I think if this is around the 145 to 160 mark, you're saving quite a lot. Especially if you obviously get the further 20% off from an LGS sort of side of it. So it's not bad, actually. It's about 230 quid's worth of value in this box. It's alright. That's pretty good. Ooh. We're also getting, for Astra Militarum, the individual releases for the tanks. Interesting. So the Centaur RSV, I hadn't even realised these went out individually. That's how little I'd paid attention. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. So the RSV, the AEFV, to the Hippogriff. The Hippogriff, I can't not see that it's a frog. Like, I'm sorry, but look me in the eyes and tell me this isn't a frog. Look at this. This is a frog. The Hippogriff. I love it. I love it. It's a frog. And I want all of them. All a frog army. Now I can't unsee it. You're welcome. It was pointed out to me, and now you all must suffer. But or you can enjoy the joy. Have the joy that your Hippogriff looks like a frog. Thank you for the big emote. That's pretty cool. So the Hippogriff AFV. So you've got more, yeah, quick turnaround for these. The Slan were hidden in plain sight all along. I like it. Then for Horus Heresy, I wish that we don't get the headers anymore. The Warhammer the Horus Heresy Maximus Battle Group. This is the new Mark 4 battle group that they announced a little while ago. Again, I think last week actually. It's a nice box in here. So you get 20 tactical marines in the new Mark 4 armor. Say new Mark 4 armor. Obviously it's an older Mark, but they've just updated the sculpts. You also get the new Mark 4 assault marines, the jump boys as well, which you can build with both chainswords or power lances, a Sicarian battle tank, and a Contemptor Dreadnought. That's a nice box. That's a really nice box. Even if you were not fussed on like kind of heresy in general, and you're happy playing like Legend rules with friends, this is a good box. As a chant. Oh no, I'm in danger. More heresy stuff for you. Mark IV is the best. You know what? You could pick up some of the Mark IV Marines and splice them in with your Grey Knights. No, they're like upscale them a little bit. They look great. Really great. Oh, no way. I've just seen what's next. How weird is it? We were talking about this 2 weeks ago. Wait, how has this never been announced? How has this never been released? It's the Whirlwind. The Whirlwind for Horus Heresy. It's like they heard us, and the Whirlwind is now being dropped. What? This is so weird. This confirms it. Someone from GW watches our streams. Hi. Yeah, that's wild. This was announced like months, if not like this was last year. I'm sure this was announced. This is a long time ago that it was so forgotten that I couldn't find the article on when this was announced. I think it was announced during one of the previews, but then it never had any further follow-up. But yeah, Whirlwind! Whirlwind is very nice to see. Then you have a Journey Tactica. Ooh, for Zone Mortalis. Oh, that's a pickup for me. That's a really nice pickup for me. This is about playing on Zone Mortalis games, 1500 point games, confined spaces, those really nice like corridor boards you ever see at like Warhammer World or people playing on them. That's what this is. I am very up for picking up this book. I want to play Zone Mortalis so much because I love the idea of just like the confined spaces, check your corners, that sort of style, a vibe of fighting, and I'm hyped for this. So that's going to be an instant grab for me. The Whirlwind, when the heresy wants to unleash devastation to your bank account, right? Right? Then we have a Black Library book for the Emperor by Sandy Mitchell, a illustrated and annotated edition. Relive Commissar Kane's first Black Library novel with new author annotations to go alongside the ones from the Inquisitor Vale, from Inquisitor Vale. Gorgeous new artwork from the illustrated and annotated edition of For the Emperor by Sandy Mitchell. Can Caiaphas Kane bring a world pulled between the Imperium and Tau Empire invaders back from the brink? That's a new sub-screen. Clip it. I'll make it a new sound alert. You also have a Valhallan Regiment banner. So there you go. A new Valhallan regimental banner there if you wanted to have a big banner behind you. If you're a big fan of the Valhallan Ice Warriors. It's cool. Only available while stocks last, as is the book. Ooh, the Black Library, the Sabbat Worlds Crusade. Ooh, this is an interesting one. My brain is immediately going, if they're doing Sabbat, will we get Badab? I'm not saying Sabbat's not good or bad. I'm hoping will we then get Badab at some point. That's really nice. This is a seminal text on the sprawling Sabbat Worlds Crusade, filled in with world lore on the Imperium's deadliest crusades, one in recent memory, and it returns in a new hardback edition. This is your first chance to buy this, which is currently only available while stocks last. The edition may return to a print in a future date. So basically, that's them saying, if we look at eBay and it's full of scalpers, we're going to reprint it to death. That's what they do. It'll be a made-to-order normally within 8 to 12 months. Which is still a long time to wait if you don't get it, but is long enough to be like, don't go and get it from the scalpers on eBay. So it's kind of what we've seen from them doing this so far. That's very nice. Lovely, and really lovely artwork there. Rin's World Special Edition for all of you Crimson Fists fans. Anyone here a fan of Crimson Fist? I don't think. No one likes Crimson Fist in there in the chat today. A Colossal Orc. Whoa! Lays waste to the homeworld of the Crimson Fists, and Pedro Cantor must fight back or die in ravaged ruins on his chapter's homeworld. This beautiful special edition of Rin's World by Steve Parker is wrapped in blue cloth effect cover with red and gold foil details, printed page edges, and a red ribbon bookmarker. It includes a new introduction by Black Library. This will only be available while stocks last. It's pretty. It's very pretty. Wayne's World, party time! Oh, wait. Very nice. I do want a new Pedro Cantor model, though. Come on, G-dubs. Give us the Pedro Cantor. A load of paperbacks as well for Black Library. Dive into the worlds of Warhammer with 3 novels coming out in paperback for the first time. Kraken Blood by Mark Collins follows a wolf priest on a special quest. The Imperium Takes to the Skies in Vagabond Squadron by Robbie McNevin. And a Skink Star Priest sees a Seraphon Temple ship in Starseer's Ruin by Adrian Tchaikovsky. Ooh. A nice set of books. All I'm doing in my head is how am I going to summarize this in under 3 minutes for my weekly videos I do for this. There's a lot here. You have, in French, you can have the Hive novel, the new 2-part novel Hive from Dan Abnett, as well as Sandy Mitchell's Vainglorious for the Kuipers Kane novel. And you also have Hive available in German with a different Kuipers Kane novel, the Anthology series. No Middle-earth. Oh, I'm so sorry for everybody who was waiting for Middle-earth. That is, that's rough, buddy. That's very rough, buddy. Yeah, No Middle-earth is rough. Ooh. That's a rough one. That's rough. Need another mod to solve the... Oh, because you put... So I can do it, I think, can't I? I'll do it in a second. This week on Warhammer Plus, we have Scribes and Scriveners. Drops in on Warhammer TV with Danny Flowers sitting down for an interview about writing for the Black Library. Followed up on a Wednesday by a battle report pits the diabolical Chaos Space Marines against the technological might of the Tau Empire. On Armies of Renown, we see senior Warhammer studio artist Daz's Aldari army, Eldrazi I nearly said, before gathering for the 3rd and final episode of the incredible animated series Aeronautica Imperialis on Friday. What do we got here? Here at Warhammer Community, we've got a Warhammer preview event on the horizon. Oh, wait, there's an upcoming Warhammer preview. Look out for information on that tomorrow. It's also the start of the Battle for Hive Deathmire campaign around the world, so make sure you get your results in, decide who wins, Space Marines or Orcs. Also, Kuipers Kane and the 4 Warhammer Battle Forces are delayed in South Korea. Middle-earth is waiting on the new Rohan Riders and the new Hill Tribesmen. They were announced at Adepticon, I want to say. They were announced at Adepticon, and we haven't had them for us. It's the Hill Tribes, what's it called? The Hill Tribesmen Command Squad, whatever it's called. The Rohan Riders and the was there a Rohan Commander? There's a shield guy. The command team. That's what. Yeah, command team. Is that what it is? I can't remember. There's a lot they're waiting on. But to the point where like this stuff they've seen here has been announced since then and now been released since then, but we're still waiting on the Middle-earth stuff, which is a bit wild. That's wild. I feel like something has happened there. However, the Middle-earth stuff is available to purchase in Korea. The new models, people have them, and they have purchased them from the store in Korea. There's an opening, a new store, their first proper Warhammer store in Korea, South Korea, and it was the Seoul one, and they were available and people have purchased them, but they're not here in the UK. I almost feel like something's been missed. Like, the team are doing these announcements aren't speaking to Middle-earth, is how it kind of feels. Yeah, the prediction is no, get a new list epic. Oof. So, which is really odd, because they've announced them and it's fine. They've kind of... I feel like this is more... They're ready to ship, but someone's forgotten to press the button to say ship them out. It's a weird one. I almost wouldn't be surprised to walk into my local GW, see them on the shelf and go, wait, weren't these haven't been announced. It feels like that level of something's been forgotten. Road trip to Korea! Sounds like licensing issues. Well, they solved a lot of the licensing issues. So they rebranded Middle-earth Strategy Battle Game under Middle-earth Enterprises at the start of last year. And the boxes have all kind of slightly been updated. Some of the stuff has been tweaked. It's just a bit odd that these were announced but just not dropped. So I don't know. It might be something we're not aware of. But it would be nice if they gave us some information on why. That's the big thing I'm kind of waiting on. I'm going to dip out, get dinner and a movie, enjoy the rest of your stream, and catch you again soon. No worries, newbie. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. Demon Slayer, Kaifa's Kane, hero of the Imperium. How are we? How are you doing, Demon Slayer? Oh, to be honest, it's like they announce things and then it takes forever to release them. It's just frustrating at this point. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Is like, it's almost as if they're like, well, it'll be fine, right? They're gonna be alright, and it's actually, we'll know that the community is starting to get really frustrated that stuff just isn't coming out when they say, like, you know, sometimes just isn't outright coming out. Yes, the community is getting a little bit wound up, and I kind of feel for you a little bit. Yeah, I don't really know what the answer is to this. But that is everything announced for the old Sunday preview, apart from the glaringly obviously missing Middle-earth stuff, which I hope we at least get an information on why. Would be great. Would be great. That's the main thing. Like, give us an information and go, we know that, even just a simple article which just says, we know that you're waiting for the Rohan and Hill Tribesmen ones. There is a delay on the release of this. We'll bring you more news soon. That would be great. Or if it's not delayed, announce it. I'm wondering if the release schedule is just too full, but then we had 2 weeks of no releases. So, I don't know what the answer is here. I wish I did. I just don't know what it is. But some awesome stuff nonetheless. What's missing is sad, but what's here is very, very good. Kaifa's Kane, let's do a speed recap. Warhammer 40,000 Battle Forces, Tyranids, Chaos Space Marines, Necrons, and Astra Militarum. If I was to pick up any of these, I'll be perfectly honest, I'd go for Astra Militarum. I'd start a new army. They look great. Followed by the Centaur RSV for Astra Militarum and the Hippogriff AFV. Then you've got for Heresy, you've got the Warhammer Horus Heresy Maximus Battle Group. Basically, if you like Mark IV armor, this is a great box to grab. And the long-awaited Heresy Whirlwind. Oh, finally dropping. And a book I am 100% going to grab, which is the Journal Tactica Zone Mortalis. That's going to be my instant pickup next week. I want this. I want the rules to play Zone Mortalis. A whopping selection of books for Black Library, from stories about Kaifa's Kane, cool banners, and the Sabbat Worlds Crusade, down to a Rinsworld Special Edition, 3 paperback books dropping, and books available in French and German. It's a jam-packed release schedule next week. They are not letting up on what's coming out. And the hint that they're saying at the bottom of the article, there'll be more news tomorrow that a new Warhammer preview will be coming. I'm assuming the preview next is going to be the announcement. It will be, this is the roadmap for 11th edition. This is what codexes are going to be coming out. Or it might just be just a generic preview where they go, the first 4 codexes are going to be Space Marines, Orcs, Chaos Space Marines, and, I don't know, Necrons. Maybe it's going to be these. It's going to be Tyranids, Chaos, Necrons, Astra Militarum, Space Marines, and Orcs. They're your first 6 codexes. Boom, done. Nailed it. Maybe that. And then a few other bits for what else is going on. So, we're almost at the point now, though, where in the next 6 months, we are going to start seeing the end times, so to speak, for Age of Sigmar 4th edition. Age of Sigmar 4.0, normally, will they get a new edition 12 plus months after 40k gets their edition. So, I would kind of imagine we're going to see that. I think is what we're going to see for that side of it. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. I reckon it'll be a non-40k preview, give all the other systems some love. You know what? I would love that. I would absolutely love that. I think it would be great. I think it would be very, very, very good. If I recall correctly, a Space Marine and Orc Codex release order is going to be dictated by the win rates of the launch league. Oh, that's a nice way of doing it, because they did do the article saying we're going to review the rules every month for the next 3 months, and then basically I wonder if then they'll start producing codexes. I mean, a lot of the time it wouldn't surprise me if these codexes are already in print, and unshipped over or wherever they've got them stored. But if they did that, I would love that. To have three, play with what's available now, give everyone 3 months of getting together with the new edition, really, like, no one's ever going to play test it better than the players. Hammer it, get it all smashed in, and then go, right, now, what's next? And the next bit is now we're going to turn around and go, okay, here's the next set of codexes. No codexes till September would be really interesting, and I think if they did that, it would be very good for it. Chris is reckoning Orcs, Space Marine, Admech, and then Necrons. Ooh. Oh, got to get that Dawn of War tie-in. That clever update. That is actually, that would be a interesting way to do it. Out of those, I feel like Orcs and Space Marines, they've had quite a bit of stuff already. They would get a couple of more little bits as expected. Admech and Necrons are both two factions that I do think need a bit of oomph. Now, Necrons are really powerful, but I would love to see a new model, if that makes sense. I would love to see a couple of new models. But something, maybe a new Satan. We saw the Nightbringer updated. I'd love to see the Deceiver now updated. That would be amazingly cool. If I could pick anything in Necrons, I'm a big Necron fan. I've got a ruckload of Necrons on my shelf. I would want to see the stuff they took out, the Codex put back in. And I would like to see new Tomb Blades. A new Trans in the Infinite, obviously. And I would love to see a new Satan Shard. Either a brand new one or update the Deceiver model. Give it the glory that we see in the Nightbringer. And Admech as well. Haven't had a lot the last few editions. They had the tall guy with stilts. And then last edition, the Admech got done a bit dirty because they had their codex released not great. Their codex when it came out was not almost the entire thing got errated. And it became a very good army afterwards. But that left a lot of sour taste in a lot more of the because it won worlds, but there was a lot of people who played it more kind of casually. Who were very, this book is useless, and they had a bit of a bad taste in their mouths. And I would like to see them get a little bit of something, almost like a bit of a, don't want to say the word apology, but a little bit of something. They've got the new models that were released towards the end of the last edition. It'd be cool to see. They had that kind of like, right at the end of 10th, they had that new Dominus, and she had a squad with her as the heavier armored dudes. So, I'm down for a new Trans in Sculpt. Yeah, I would love a new Trans in Sculpt. It'd be very cool. Although he's such a good lore piece, because he can just open the vaults and release something that hasn't been out in a while. I almost feel like I would like to see him get updated late. Like, I don't want him just to get a sculpt and they go, hey, it's a new Trans in Sculpt. I want Trans in to get a new sculpt. And then have a plot point where he has opened up one of his vaults and just gone, I've opened up the vault, and maybe the description of the giant warrior in Baroque power armor stood with a scream on his face is now no longer in the vault, and it's like that's the introduction to one of the Primarchs, or maybe like something like Constantine Valdor, or somebody, whoever we think might be trapped in there is then released. That would be really cool. They had that new named character and the new Skitaar at the end of 10th. Yeah, they got stuff at the end of 10th, which was nice, but I feel like they really didn't get much in the edition. They bundle those up into the codex, and I'd like to see something just a bit more, something, I don't know. They also got the new knight, didn't they? Because they can ally with the knights a little bit easier now. I'd love to see some more Necron armor. You know, I've had this idea for ages of what I'd love to see for Necrons. Mini monoliths. Which, it's probably going to sound really stupid, but like mini, like, almost, you're talking almost like Storm Speeder style monoliths. Like, you've got the monolith, it's huge, but take like little tiny ones that like, are about, they just zip around a little bit. Like, they're a little bit faster, they're still pretty tough, but they sacrifice like the heavier armor and the blackstone, and that makes them so great for like a bit of maneuverability. Because the monolith is massive, and it's really difficult to place it on a board with so much terrain. So give us something a little bit smaller, little bit kind of fun, but keep it the monolith size. I think it would be so funny. I think it'd be great. Like pylons, yeah, because you got the pylons are nice, but the big like Forge World pylon normally sits at the back of the board, doesn't it? It doesn't move. It's like an immovable piece of terrain. But it would be really cool to see like The monolith is great. I want to see more of that, because if you put the monolith next to all of the other Necron stuff, it looks a little out of place. And I would like to see something around there. It would be kind of fun. Like, I don't get me wrong, I love the monolith, love my Necrons, but I'd like to see something a little bit... I don't know, but I just like monoliths and I want a little baby one. A mini-lith. Yeah, that's it. I just want a mini-lith. That'd be great. Imagine if Transin has a clone of Gulliman and then releases it to cause this huge schism in the Imperium and is forced to figure out which one's the real Primarch. Ooh, that could be cool. Like a Protoss pylons. Yeah, like that'd be kind of nice. Like the... I was looking around to see where my monolith is, but it's not on the shelf. Like the Silent King, he had those like pylons that worked with his like throne. A couple of those, but like kind of bulk them out a little bit. That sort of style would be really nice. Yeah. It was the Noctilith Mehens I was thinking of, the things that the Silent King has. Yeah, those. Yeah, a couple of those as like a almost kind of like a vehicle. Because don't get me wrong, I love the vehicles. I love the Stalkers and the things that look like they're out of War of the Worlds. And I think the Doomsday Arc and the Ghost Arc are really cool. The Night Side, I think everything they've got is really cool. I just want more of it in different forms. Like, I'd love a little mini monolith, or some funky looking pylons, or more deceivers, or more Satan shards. Like, it's all cool. Just give me more of it. I like my Necrons, basically. You must construct additional pylons. But anyway, that was everything that was announced. This is where we got to with this guy. He got very grubbed. He got very grubbed using the new stuff. Very grubby. He's a little grubbier than I would like him to be, but I feel like I can sort something out with this. I mean, you can't knock the fact that even though I applied it badly, this did exactly what it said on the tin. This is an oil wash without the oil wash element of it. I just needed to make it thinner. I did a 2-to-1 ratio. Well, I did a 50-50 / ratio rather than a 3-to-1 ratio. I think like that did... I can't argue that did exactly what I wanted it to do. I did it badly. So the next thing for me is going to be filling in some of these details, adding a couple of highlights in places. Yeah. I love how you started testing, then jumped in both feet. That was it. Just why not? Let's give it a whirl, right? I was like, I'm going to test it on here. Chuck it on. I do think it's added some cool effects. And I've never thought of doing... one of the things I do with a lot of my armies is they're normally quite clean. So, like, if I look at my Necrons... my Necrons are a very clean army. They're white, they're blue, all the metallics are unblemished. Unless the model has damage built into it, I don't really do much to them. So there's those. It's same with my Space Marines. You know, beyond a little bit of like a grub around the base with some pigment powders, I haven't really done much. Like, I don't do a lot of damage or anything with them at all. So I'm like, I need to so this is actually an interesting one. If I did my Blood Ravens force, if they were more grimy and they were a little bit more battle damage, that's actually going to be a really different look for me. So I'm quite excited for that. Not bad, just a happy little action. That's it, that's true. Very much it. It's come out, I mean, you can't knock it. That did exactly what it said on the tin. Can't believe it's not an oil wash. It's quite impressive. Filthy. You use the special Pap Nurgle paint. That's it. Not painted, just painted the grimiest boy first. He's the one who got stuck in marching next to the Rhino track. That's it, yeah. This poor Stern Guard's like, ugh. I'm intrigued to know now as I go back in and I pick out some more details. And add in a few little bits to it. What I'll get. The mistake I have made is I've done the oil wash too early. Well, the noosh wash too early. I should have added more detail before I did this, because now anything I add to this is going to look a bit odd. But that's on me. One of them's going to look slightly odd compared to the squad. That's fine. Is what it is. I'm not going for, best painted at a tournament or anything like that. It's going to be fun. But I'm looking forward to trying using more of this. I've got obviously the rest of the Blood Angels here to use on. So, but yeah. Right, before we do our Sunday showcase, so I'm going to give you guys 5 more minutes if you want to put something in the showcase. And whilst that is cracking on, and then what we'll do is we will... where's my brain at? 5 more minutes to do before we do the showcase. If you haven't been here for a showcase before, it's that lovely moment where we get to show off all of your minis. Basically, whatever you've been working on, your finished products, all that sort of stuff, and all those gubbins. We're going to show them off, and we're going to see what they are, what you've been getting up to. It's a double showcase, so everybody gets to do 2 posts this week, and we're going to go through that very, very shortly. So I'm going to take a little bit of another breather. I'm going to get myself another ice cold glass of water because it's incredibly hot, and I'm going to be talking a lot. Yeah, we'll see you in a couple of minutes. But yeah, we're going to grab a BRB. We'll see you in a mo. And we're back, Rudies, Chatteroonies. How we are diddly doodling? How are we? How are we? Hope we're doing well. We are back, and we are ready to go through your Minorinos. I'm excited to see what you've all been doing. You've had an extra time as well to get models in there, which is very cool, because we didn't do one last week, so it's a double this week, which is nice. So let me just update the old Discord. I'm excited to see what everyone's been getting up to. I'm very, very pumped. Where are we at? But I hope everyone is doing good. I hope we're all nice and chill. I say chill being the key word because it is hot. It is very hot. Oh, hold on. What's happening there? Why is that wrong? Sorry, so much of my stuff's missing on my... But I just copied and pasted something and it was completely disappeared. And I'm like, what's happened here? Next week's showcase is 28th of June. Wow, we are almost through June already. I mean, we're not almost through already, but I feel like it's wild. We are, yeah, to be fair, we are almost nearly through June. But yeah, I'm excited to see what everyone has been getting up to, and I'm wondering if anybody has snuck in a first Armageddon miniature, because I don't think we've seen any yet. But, But yeah, it's part of the stream where we go through your minis, chat about... Ooh, just knocked everything. We chat about your minis, and we're all about keeping it positive. As always, if you can't keep it positive, keep it constructive, and you can't keep it constructive, keep it to yourself. So let's dive on in and see what everyone has been working on. And hopefully Discord will behave with me today. It was a little bit annoying with me the other day. And we are kicking off today with... What? What an absolute belter. We are kicking off with a gorgeous one here from Johan. Oh, that is incredible. Azerman looking fine. Absolutely brilliant. That is beautiful. Wow. The blue on that is stunning, and everything about it, the blues, the reds, super zoomed in there. That's gorgeous. Even all the little details on the spirit stones, they are each one absolutely stunning, and they are not big. They're tiny. Did you do like a cross-hatched fabric style pattern on the tab up? Johan, what the? Whoa. This is incredible. Oh no, I missed the gold trims on one pistol. That's it, it's unfinished, delete. No. That is phenomenal. Let's do it. You've got another shot of it as well. That is stunning. Cool. A bit more of a zoomed in shot there. Oh. That is phenomenal. I'm really loving the fact that you've got this perfect line you've got from up here. I just realised I was on the wrong count. The perfect line you've got from up here, following down the leg, where the light is hitting like those outstretched little bits of armour, is fantastic. And yes, I did do a cross pattern on his cloth. That is beautiful. Oh, wow. Wow. You're meant to paint the mini, not physically teleport the 40k universe, sneak up on a Phoenix Lord and then photograph it. Oh, wow. Absolutely sensational. Damn it, I've been caught. Oh. I don't really know what to say. That's stunning. And also, really lovely to see it's really nice to see a different style on Eldari minis, which is really nice. Really nice. Hey, Mecca! How are we doing, my friend? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub. That is incredible. It's our stream baby. What are we calling our stream baby? It's been 9 months. What are we going for it? The Mobby. or mecha time. What are we going for? What are we doing? Marky's trying to do dad joke time in between the showcase. You know that's an auto cancel. We don't do the dad jokes during the showcase. That's just rude. How are we doing, Marcus? I hope you're doing well. How are we? How are we? I hope you are doing good. And Mecha, how are we doing? Mini Mecha, let's go. We have a little stream baby now. It's a little mini Mecha. But how are we doing? I hope you're doing good. Howdy, howdy, howdy. But yeah, everyone getting in on their beans. How are we doing? Oh, we are just looking here at this beautiful one. It's kicking off the showcase with an absolute belter here from Johan, and it looks fantastic. Gorgeous Azaman. Every one of the spirit stones is sensationally done. I love this super kind of like really nice clean style that's on here. Like you've got this really, really lovely like the one thing I find with Eldar models is their armor is never, very rarely is it reflective, if that makes sense. A lot of the Eldar models that we see, that it's almost like it's made out of Wraithbone. Wraithbone's not described as a metallic sort of thing. So I love the fact that you've got these kind of like pockets of light on here, which looks like it is reflecting the light as if it's been heavily polished, and I really love that. And the red and the blue, it all fits in really well. The gold is fantastic. It's almost like the armor is shinier than the gold, which looks really nice, which is lovely. Just home from a 2-day archery competition. Ooh, how did you do? A lot of walking, a couple of Scottish records broken, and a medal. Oh, hell yeah. Congratulations. Ooh, love that. Now, back sort of in time for the showcase. This is amazing, Johan. It is gorgeous, isn't it? And you're back sort of, that's fair. Yeah, did you see, unfortunately, the previews? Epic. There was, once again, no Middle-earth. We don't really know how. Why there's not, but yeah. Ow. Nom 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 nom. This is stunning. Absolutely sensational. They're really making I think they're really gonna make us wait for the August FAQ. Really? Well, at least give you a little update, right? Well, like just say, you know, we know you're all waiting for them. We decided to hold back until the August FAQ. We apologise for the wait. That'd be fine. I mean, it would suck, but at least you'd know, right? I want Middle-earth August. Everything is Middle-earth in August. There's no 40k, no Age of Sigmar, no Necromunda, no Horus Heresy, just Middle-earth. That's what we should have. Yeah, Johan, this is spectacular. Absolutely phenomenal. So how many more of the Phoenix Lords are you getting through then? Because or was it just Azamen and a few others? Because you did Morgan Ra, which we saw, which was really, really nice. What's who's next? Or is there another one in the showcase I get to see later on? But yeah, this is sensational. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. Well, time for me to hang up my paintbrushes. Like, I'm done. Wow. And whilst there was no Middle-earth strategy battle game on the preview today, we do get some Middle-earth strategy battle game stunning minis here from Epic Titos. Boom! Right here. Check out this. This is one of the... Why is the name has gone from in my head? The serpent guys. And the dragon guys. Well, I can just check the Discord actually. Sul'dan, the Serpent Lord. So this is one of the not the Easterlings. It's is this one of the guys from the Dragon Emperor, or is this somebody completely different? I feel like this is diving into an area of Middle-earth lore I do not have. This is a really, really cool sculpt. I love the fact that his head is almost like, it's that almost like traffic cone-esque style helmet that you would see back in history war books, where they knew one of the weaker spots for the helmet was around the neck joint, so they made it so the helmet connected in with like the armor. And so it was basically it came off in one piece, and then it went on, and then it got like attached here to the chainmail around the neck, so that you couldn't. So basically, their heads couldn't be locked off, and it was no longer a weak spot. Obviously, they would have limited turning, but when you're that heavily armored, it didn't really matter that much because somebody was going at you, you wouldn't really notice it. Well, you wouldn't notice. You'd be able to deflect it pretty easily. So I like this. I like this a lot. This is really cool. Very, very, very nice. I've just realised my chat is desynced. Give me a second just to catch up. Johan said, I bought Fogan, but as he fell as I was priming him and shattered into 100 pieces. Oh no! I like your optimism in the face of GW's apathy towards Middle-earth strategy battle game. We can be hopeful. We have to be. Harad rather than Easterlings, so snakes, not dragons. This is his original sculpt. They gave him a less cool one later on. Oh, I didn't even know he had a new sculpt. He looks great. Every time I see Lord of the Rings, it always makes me go, I need to finish my army. I need to also finish mine. I have 4 models left to finish, and then I've got the whole thing done. The Malaya allows some movement, but not loads. Yeah, it's kind of like, but not masses. I also like the fact that he could be picked up by 2 burly warriors and rammed into people with the pointy helmet. I like that fact as well. Very, very cool. There are European versions of the neck malleol as well. Ooh. Kind of, yeah, because I know that one of the ways that they did it for a while was the helmet went on and connected, kind of didn't connect, but they would have thick, almost like collars, wouldn't they, on their armor in metal. That would basically mean that the swords would from the armor would go shing off, and then rather than onto the. There could still be a gap if they went down and like through that neck, but it was still a chance. But it was very much more of a. This one, I believe, is the original magazine-only sculpt. They gave him a mounted one on general release with this, but they replaced the sculpt about after a year. Ooh. So what's the new sculpt then look like? This is so cool. I love learning about these because you've got such a great knowledge of Middle-earth right back from the kickoff of it when the magazine subscription. So I love learning about all these minis that we don't know anything about. Don't mind me just munching, keeping up with the salty foods in this hot weather. Yeah, the new one is still available. He just looks more like a normal dude now. I want to have a look. I want to look at the new guy. Middle Earth. Evil. I assume evil. Serpent Riders. What's his name? Soldan the Serpent Lord. Oh, yeah, that is wildly different, isn't it? That's a massively different sculpt. Completely changing the armor vibes. It's kind of wild how much they changed that. That's such a big shift up. I think I prefer the older one. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the fact that this one's a bit more dynamic and he has the mounted version, but the big banner is just, it feels like it's completely shifted the model, like, completely. Whereas I like this guy because he just looks something very different. I kind of a weird way to say it. This looks like what's the word for this? This doesn't look different kingdoms enough, if that makes sense. This looks more barbarian-esque, whereas this looks like, oh no, this is from a whole different like part of Middle-earth, if that makes sense. It looks like from like the Eastern Kingdoms or like the Westerlands or something, somewhere very different for it. Whereas the other one looks a little bit more barbarian-ish. This looks more, oh, this is actually from somewhere totally different. Which I like, and I like this one more. It's so cool. This one looks more Turkish or Persian. Yeah, this looks like it could have been one of the immortals from 300, if that makes sense. One of Xerxes' army, which then looks so different to the stuff in Middle-earth, whereas the other one looks a little bit more, not a bad sculpt. If you showed me the other one, I'd be like, oh cool, some sort of like barbarian lord from you know, maybe like from wherever. This looks totally different. I like this. There is a rarer version of this on a mounted one, but it's very rare. Ooh. Next time I go to like a war boot, I'll keep an eye out and be like, can I find you? They must hate fighting in strong winds. With the banners, you'd be like, yeah, I think that's why they moved away from it. Amazing what, yeah. Kind of just so cool though. But I like this. I like this for that reason. Oh, epic. Smashing it. Loving this. There you go. You're giving us our Middle-earth fix that we're so desperately needing. I'm hoping you, like, sounds really odd. I'm hoping you're doing okay with the lack of stuff from Middle-earth in a minute. I know it's a game that's incredibly dear to a lot of people in the community's hearts. What's the general community sentiment at the minute, like coming from your circles, you know, yourself, Sith, anyone else who's really big into Middle-earth? That stuff just isn't being released, or there's not really much communication. Is it bad? I'm worried it's disenfranchising everybody a little bit. Ow. Just me eating my Dorito. The guy who was writing for White Dwarf around the time, it released wrote a huge amount of his own lore for the Serpent Horde. It was so much that it wouldn't fit in the book they released, so they stuck it in the White Dwarf. I love that. Someone locked in so hard, and they were like, "Let's go." I've got this idea of like the meme going through my head right now is either he's like Alexander Hamilton, where he's just like, "How do you always write when you're running out of time? When you're running out of time?" That sort of thing, like him doing that, or it's the Death Note where it's like Light Yagami doing the shh with the pen, and it's just like cooking because they go back and they just keep writing, and they're just writing all these really good story plot points. I can't remember his name now. Matt something, I think. I wouldn't have a clue. But yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm down for this. This now looks like something that would be in Trench Crusade. If that makes sense. This looks like it would be befitting of like a new Antioch kind of like commander or something. He's very cool. Oh, love it. Okie dokie. Next up, we have. We have. Natman. Whoa. We have these. These are massive. These are absolutely ridiculous. We have right here Natman's. These are the Thanatars, I think. Whatever the other variant of it. There's a melee and a shooty version. People I know aren't annoyed, they're just disappointed. I know a few are waiting plastic riders, but ultimately they're playing anyway and enjoying it. That's alright then. I'm glad that that's going alright otherwise. Which is good, because I was nervous which way it was going to be kind of like perceived. Because I know sometimes it can be, if you feel like your game's not being supported, you can kind of turn your brain off a little bit. So, yeah, Natman, this is fantastic. This is for Natman's Heresy army, which is AdMech, but all of the AdMech are basically based around like old school monsters. So you're talking zombies, vampires, werewolves, gargoyles, old school monster movie style sort of things, which is really cool. Like we're going to see like flesh golems and stuff like that, which is great. These are beautiful. Like the kit bashes are always incredible. Like when Natman nails through these all the time. I'm trying to work out exactly which model this is. It's going to bug me otherwise. If it's the Thanatar or the other one, I can never remember. Oh, my brain's like, which way around is this? I can't remember. My brain is like, wait a second. Oh, I really like seeing what comes out in Natman's head. His armies always look great, right? You sort of think it's almost that level of what comes out in Natman's head is either absolutely phenomenal or slightly worrying. Should we be worried? Even more conversions here as well. You can see the tech priest there on the right. Oh, that's so cool. I was summoned! Hey! There he is now, man. They're Castellans. There. I couldn't remember which way round it was. I thought, for some reason, I thought it was like Thalaxes. I couldn't remember which one it was. How are we now, man? How is your day going? Are you being well and truly dadded on this day of celebrating? These are gorgeous. I'm loving this. This is really cool. The detail on that face is nuts, by the way. This one's a Thanatar. Okay, cool. These are fantastic. These are so cool. This is almost giving me like flesh golem-y Frankenstein's monster sort of vibe. The little guys I've been seen before, but they're just for scale. Ah, they look amazing. This is a great group shot of it all. I barely remembered it was Father's Day today until I got a phone call. Today is the one day of the year where I'm allowed to make everybody uncomfortable with all of my my dead dad jokes. It's really good fun. So I always find that nobody ever contacts me. Milkshake gave me a head bonk this morning, so I appreciate that from my furry little son. But yes, for anyone who isn't aware, it is Father's Day here in the UK, so if you are able to do so, contact your dad. Say hi. If you have done so already, good for you. Yeah, I've that made me laugh this morning was one of my friends sent me a meme when I woke up and looked at Instagram, and it was like a t-shirt, making unwearable t-shirts, and it was says if my dad didn't want me to make dad jokes, then he wouldn't have died. And it just really made me laugh. I was like, ah yes, Father's Day. It was funny. Oh. It's a combination of a Thanatar, Beastman Gorgon, and a Man-Crusher Gargant. This does look like it is going to crush. You're ploughing through these. How much more have you got to do for the whole army now, man? Because you're smashing it. I appreciate it. Someone else is dead dad. Hell yeah. That's why I love dad jokes so much. That's why I can make them. Because I get to make them all. Oh, side shot. This is so cool. Little bit. The tongue is great. You've got so. This is a big army for you, isn't it? But I feel like you must be blasting through this. I don't know what's next. Until they drop more heresy units, I suppose. Then you're going to make down it. I'm probably about a third of the way through, but I'm waiting on stuff to come out as Spastic Kids. That's fair. That's a fair point. Just awesome. Can I just say as well now, man? I always compliment you on this, but like, the armor is so stunning on this whole army. This like really nice Mechanica standard grey, kind of like no frills. They're just going slap armor on, go on out. Like it's very much they're not all about blinging it out. They're about making it functional and effective, and you've nailed that aesthetic. Whilst keeping it absolutely stunning. This is a striking thing. Like if I'd walked past like the tables at like Warhammer World or my local game shop and I saw this army, I would stop and go, "Wait, what?" Then it would be that would be the bit that stops me. It's like, oh, I've got 3 units built, waiting on paint, so plenty to do. Nice. Grimdog's like, this looks like Fabius Bile got bored. I love it. I do have a soft spot for an undercoat grey. I think it's really underrated. I toyed with the idea a long time ago when they first announced the Primaris Marines, and they talked about what they did with the Grey Shields. I thought it'd be really fun to have a Grey Shields army, but then I realised there was no real way to run it, so I kind of struggled. But I that sort of like generic sort of plain armor would have been really nice, just almost like raw ceramite. Yeah, this is fantastic. It's so nice. I love it. You are an incredible talent, Nadman, and I cannot wait to see more. Show me more. More! Or, we go from grey members of the Cult Mechanicus, the Skitari, to the greyest of Space Marines. But of course, the Grey Knights here from Azzachan. Da 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 da. This is hello, hello, hello here. This is the not Keldor Drago, the other one, isn't it? Grandmaster Voldus? Wait, is that a guy? Or have I just made that up? Which character is this one? Because the other one doesn't exist anymore, does he? The Keldor Drago is not in the Codex or in the rules list, because they got Grey Knights got kind of bundled in with Imperial agents alongside Deathwatch, if I recall, or is that not what happened? I can't remember which way around it is. This is stunning. I love Grey Knight models are so nice, but seeing all of the other Marine models and the Custodes and everything coming out now, I want to wait for the Grey Knights to get an upgrade, and I think a lot of people are in that same boat. I can, off the top of my head, I can think of at least 4 people in my friend group and play group who are going, I'm waiting for new models. I'm waiting for new models, because they're so nice. They're so, so good. This is lovely. Really, I love the blue glow you've just got going off the end of the Nemesis hammer. Just a big boom. It's so cool. Like, I don't need anything else for the Grey Knights except just upscale them a little bit, make them a little bit bigger, make them like, you know, they're rocking this really nice, beautiful, ornate Terminator armor. That's like with all of the names across on it. It's like a perfect hybrid between Deathwatch and just a standard armor. It looks amazing. It looks like Voldus. I think Voldus was the name that popped into my head, and then I was like, wait, have I completely made that up? I have no idea. Love the two-tone you've got on the cloak and the tabard hanging between the legs as well. That's really nice. It's so good. Beautiful from Super Weasel. Love that. Grey Knights are still their own thing, I thought. I couldn't remember if they got bundled in with the Imperial Agents Codex. Because I remember you could buy an Imperial Agents Battle Force that had Grey Knights and Inquisitors in it. And there was an Imperial Agents Battle Force that had Deathwatch with some other models. So I wasn't sure where they kind of sat now. Emperor rolls shoulders to stretch and goes back to sleep and sighs. Goes back to sleep. The Grey Knights. Sit down, old man. That's it. Yeah. Grey Knights like, no. They already look better with sized up. Like, yes, that's it. And I've seen one of our friends did that a while ago. They took all of the Marines that were for their army that were still firstborn sculpts, and they upscaled the legs to either Heresy or Primaris legs, and they all look so much better. They did it with every single one of their Centurions, and that was stunning. It is Voldus, yes, Voldus, yeah. How do they run now? Sorry, I know you're probably busy, but how do they run? Are they their own codex? And I don't know if they are their own codex. I don't know how it works. Are they just like a detachment in the Imperial Agents? I am. The main reason I'm curious is because I've been really tempted to start Imperial Agents, so I wasn't sure how it works. So. Because I know that they used to have their own codex, but then when they did all the Imperial Agents Battle Forces, there was some Grey Knights in there, so I wasn't sure which way round it was. I'm guessing they can just be allied or taken as part of Imperial Agents, but they have their own codex. Is that what I mean? Yeah, so they have their own codex, but they can be worked with. Okay, cool. I love this model. I agree. Seeing what's coming out for them, could do with a rescale and a little more detail would be great to see. Yes. So they have a codex, but the Terminators are in Agents as well. So they just get to be taken in both. Okay, cool. I was never 100% sure, so that's good to know. Yeah, the last time I did anything with Grey Knights was back when you could buy the codexes on the Apple bookstore. So that's how long ago it was I did anything with Grey Knights. So yeah, it was a while ago. And I liked the enhanced codex where basically you had the rules and you just pressed it and it went a little pop-up and went, this is what this rule means. Cool. When it was anything to do with like core rules. Yeah, 6th, 7th, I think, around that time when it was the they kind of went from, it was around then. Yeah, it was a while back. Thank you for the hydration, Johan. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a long time ago, and I've not really done anything with them since. But Marines in general, after 7th edition, I stopped playing my Blood Angels, and I pretty much in 8th just played Custodes. 9th was mainly Necrons, and then 10th I didn't play really any games. So, don't fight as a child. His great heights, his many shenanigans. All the many shenanigans. I love it. I love it. Does that wait a second? All the shenanigans here from love it. Oh, brilliant. Next up, we have what we got here. Somebody broke the rules and posted way too many photos. I'll show the first photo. That'll be nice. As we have here, we have some Corsair Sky Reavers. Here, ooh. These are really nice. Ooh, this is a nice colour on these. These are very, very nice. These are very pretty. I like this kind of ice white armor colour for Corsairs. That's really nice. And the I love the fact that you've made the effort here to put in things like the feathers and stuff. Look like obviously they're like from some sort of exotic bird. Kind of look like they wouldn't be too out of place next to a Zeech or something. These are really nice. Beautiful. These are really, really nice. Super clean armor. Love the effect you've got here on the pistol. Really, really like that. Looks like it's it reminds me of stasis crystals from Destiny. That's what it looks like. It looks like that thing is gonna absolutely massacre. Although seeing those pistols though do just make me want more Shadow Spectres. Give me plastic Shadow Spectres, please. Really, really cool. Weebu said the armor is really nice colour and clean. It is gorgeous, isn't it? It's lovely. Really, 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 really nice. Absolutely stunning. That's lovely work there from Hobby ADHD. Really, really, really nice. Next up we go from something small, like this, we go to something giant. And I know how big this is. This is what Weeaboo Flanders had been working on. Skadoosh! A giant shield for their LARPing. Is it LARPing or Renaissance Fair? I can't remember what you would do this for. This thing is giant. I mean, that's a full-size chair like this. Kind of gives you an idea about how big this is. It's so cool. I love the effects you've got on this. This is so cool, Weeaboo. I love it. Like that, almost like marble effect. Is that like sponged on, or has that been like spray cans and then like dabbed with like newspaper? Or I'm trying to figure out how you've done that. That's beautiful. Stippled, maybe. It's like a marble-esque effect. Yeah, why don't we get cool shields like this in 40k anymore? Like, give us more shields. It's massive. I just can't go over how big it is. It's so cool. It's just ginormous. And I'm loving it. It's absolutely ridiculously huge. Whoa. That effect in there is beautiful. I love the work you've done here as well on the metallic work and everything. This kind of like burnished point as well looks fantastic. Was it strange working on something so massive, Weeaboo, versus like painting up minis? Because I know this is giant. It's a fantasy forest, and I use spray cans and dried out wet wipes. Ooh. They're kind of like how the marbly effect. Just like packed them in, sprayed on there, and then peeled them off. So cool. It's giant. I just can't get over how massive it is. You've smashed this. This was just so cool. It's just huge. It must weigh a lot because it was about nearly 4 kilos of filament, so it must weigh like a ton. Or is it surprisingly alright? I'm staring at this now. I'm just like, and it's going to go great with the hammer that you've also done in the same style. It's going to look so cool. I hope I get to see a picture of you in your full outfit when you're at Fantasy Forest. Because it's so cool. It's just massive. Absolutely ginormous. It was a new experience. I had to use a chair and an easel with it weighing just over 3 kilos. It's like, oh no. I just love the idea that you've got this on an easel and I've got you almost doing like in a Bob Ross wig. Just being like, just put a little bit of this over here. And oh, don't worry. Just happy little accident on this. And then it pans to you then with the hammer and the shield going, ah! Like a reenactment battle. But still wearing the Bob Ross wig. That's the key part. Oh, I love it. Absolutely fantastic. Whoa. It's just ginormous. It's just so big. It's seeing stuff like this though does make me want to do more cosplay prop stuff. I've got a real thought in my head about I want to make like a helmet, and I want to try and see if I can either find a really nice STL file for it or maybe try and design my own. I'd love to have like an N7 Commander Shepard helmet. I'd love to do a proper Commander Shepard cosplay at like an event, like Comic-Con or something. So I'm kind of dabbling with the idea of trying to do something like that, but the idea of maybe trying to design more of it myself. But I keep saying that, and I've got like 5 unfinished designs at a varying degree of almost finished that I keep forgetting to finish. The upside with the digital stuff is it doesn't take up any room outside of what's on the computer. Not like all my unfinished mini projects. I love it. It was as wide as my shoulders while holding it in front of me. So, let go. I'm like, form up, everyone behind the shield. It's so cool. And an amazing job painting up. It looks fantastic. Love it. Speaking of shields, what better demonstration of somebody rocking an awesome shield than Hera, the Bride of Death. Another beautifully painted up mini here from the wonderfully talented Epic Ditos. This is stunning, right? Absolutely fantastic. Love this. You've nailed the colours of this. This is brilliant. It's so nice. Even all the little bits of filigree and like work down here on the belt. Sensational. Really beautiful. And you always nail it, Epic, when it comes to like multiple layers of texture and sort of like different fabrics. You're always really good at doing it. It's so cool. Like, she's beautiful. You've nailed this. This looks like she's coming down the siege tower, literally about to like rip my head off, and I'm like, ah! It's absolutely brilliant. I love the shield as well. We got this close up here on the shield here. The shield is giving me such a Praise the Sun Solaire from Dark Souls as well. I've never quite realised the pattern before. It's brilliant. I mean, crazy idea, but it would be awesome if you could print your own plate armor at home. I've seen so many people do stuff like that, like print their own like things. I'm fascinated by the 3D printed chainmail. That always intrigues me. Or the I want to experiment a bit more with the printing on cloth, so you can kind of like you print the first few layers, put like a layer of cloth or netting, and then you print the rest. I'm really fascinated by that as well. Very cool. This is stunning. Like, your Midlands is always phenomenal, epic, but like these are just fantastic. Like, I just want to like the detail work, not even just only on like the clothing and that, but this here, the edging of the shield, these little glints where there's been slight little bits of damage and little bits of chip, where it's almost like you can see here, it's like, you know, the metal's like a little bit in better condition, but down here it's had some layers of surface sort of damage taken off it. It's really gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. I really enjoyed painting Hera, but I can't unsee the mold line. Wait, what mold line? Oh wait, the one on the there? I honestly hadn't noticed it if you hadn't pointed it out. If you hadn't said there was a mold line, I wouldn't have clocked it. If that helps, yeah. I know we're looking at it in a lot of detail as well. Oh, that yellow is as smooth as you like as well. Everything you've done with that metal is fantastic. Absolutely stunning. Just look at like the greaves, the detail work here. Oh, there's the greaves and the greaves, the bracer. Vambrace, bracer, vambrace, whatever it's called, like the bit where it just stops someone from chopping your hand off. Bracers. Oh, I'll say bracers is what's in my head. Just the work you've done on there and keeping that gold like different to the gold of the sword. Such a wonderful touch, showing this is more of an aged relic, an heirloom, rather than like a well-kept sword here, if that makes sense. That looks like it's been sat somewhere and kind of aged out. And you nailed the texture of that as well. That looks right like it is the top of the Hornburg. Ooh. Technically, it would be a vambrace. There you go. I was trying to work out what it was. It was a vambrace or bracer. I can never work out which way around, what the difference is. I guess it's where, maybe? If it's longer, is it a bracer? I can't think. Ooh. It's lovely. Love it. The two terms often interchangeable, but a bracer is generally for protecting while using a bow, whereas a vambrace is protecting you in melee combat. Oh, okay. So they're basically the same, but there's a difference in purpose. I'm happy. That's good to know, though. Okay, I'm up for that. That's really cool. Ooh. But yeah, love that. Absolutely love it. Oh. Next up, we have a sculpted thing here from the incredibly talented Navarro. Navarro does a lot of really gorgeous sculpting out of green stuff and out of clay, and just makes the sculpts there for him. And that's basically it. They don't tend to paint them very often. It's just the sculpting is the part of the hobby they enjoy. So this finished sculpt here is insane. It is absolutely sensational what Navarro has done with this. We've seen a lot of Navarro stuff before, but this is entirely sculpted out of green stuff. This is wild. This is a skulking beast. A hulking horror. This is phenomenal. To be able to craft something like this with sculpting tools out of a medium like that. That's fantastic. Like, absolutely brilliant. No, just the level of detail is just wild. Navarro, you are an incredible talent. Just zooming in on this site. Let's have a bit of a zoom in. Look at it, all like the lines and everything, the little bits of like texture and detail on the chitin down here. This is just wild. Just literally each segment just like carved in with such care and detail, even down to the rocks. I have no idea how you do it. It's as someone who can literally like struggle to sculpt a beard on a space marine. This is wild. It's sculpted? That is amazing. Goddamn right, it is just wild. Huh. Yeah, I'm just like, it's wild. I can't even think of anything else to say except just wild. It just looks like it should be a kit that exists in probably something like Tyranids or maybe like an Amble variant or something in the 40k verse. It's mad. I don't know how tall it is because this looks like it's going to be fairly tall, like 5-6 inches tall. This looks like it's going to be quite sizable. I'm intrigued to know roughly where this, because if this is like this big, I don't understand how you did it. And even if it's that big, I still don't quite understand how you did it. It's fantastic. You got such talent, Navarro. Like, when you do stuff like this, it's phenomenal. And I love it. And if you haven't check out Navarro's Instagram. They do a lot of really cool stuff like this. Like, go and do so. They sculpt this just amazing work. It is incredible. Just blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind. And fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Next up, we are back to Azachan, who's taken a little bit of a sidestep from Grey Knights, just a little bit of a sidestep to a Reeve Captain, slightly different to Grey Knights. I mean, you know, they both have strong opinions on the Emperor, right? That's about where the similarities end. But this is a really nice Black Legion Reeve Captain. A model I've not seen used much, the Reeve Captain, which is kind of a shame. Yeah, I thought it was just a kit primed in print in camouflage greens. Jans, I don't buy it. It's green painted plastic. Nope. It's stunning. I have no idea how people do this for a homage. It's wild, isn't it? Right? It's mad. But I'm loving this Reeve Captain. I love your dedication to the Black Legion because like they are often overlooked so much in the pantheon of chaos. Like most people like gravitate to one of the 4 gods, but I feel like the Black Legion have got such an interesting story. And if you ever want to know more about the Black Legion as a force, read the Aaron Dembski-Bowden books, the Talon of Horus and the Black Legion. They're fantastic. I'm hoping we're going to get a 3rd at some point. And they kind of make you realise why they are the way they are a little bit more than just, oh, they were traitors and they went into the warp and they came back out. There's actually a lot more to it. I tried something new here too with a brown undercoat and then sponged on the black. Ooh. Oh, I can see that around the feet. That looks really nice. Right, so needs to hurry up with book 3. I'm waiting on book 3. I want to know more about what's going on. I find it's interesting because I've been doing a lot more of this as well. I've been with my Custodes, they were brown undercoated and then dry brushed on with all the gold. And I'm finding like I'm doing that technique more and more across different armors. We even did it a little bit on the Blood Ravens. We undercoated him in bright orange, using convict orange, and then airbrushed on the darker red, which was really nice. Have you read the Ball of Cadia yet? No, I haven't yet. Is that another good one to read? I love seeing Black Legion. When they get some love, they always come out so nice, right? That's exactly it. Oh. Okay, Fall Acadia. I'll add it to my list. I'm currently finishing off book-wise. And of course, please no spoilers. I'm just finishing off. I've got about I want to say, I think it says something about 15% of Sunrise of the Reaping to finish, and then I've got the second Watchers of the Throne book. So then after that, I'll add some more. I'm reading a lot more now because I picked up one of the e-readers. There was also not Kindle; it was like a Kobo, which is like a different brand, which allows you to a bit more freedom in where you can get your books from. So it's very cool. Came out at the same time as the end of the Death Part 3, and honestly, it's hot. Hot take, it's better. Ooh, okay. I need to have a read of that. Ooh. Interesting. I'm intrigued, so intrigued by that. Oh, yeah, these are beautiful, by the way. This is your Lord Executioner. I'm loving the addition of the skulls to the chest here, right? Really cool. You've called it, was it the a Reeve Captain and 2 Masters of the Vengeful Spirit. So this, I guess, this plays as a Lord Executioner given the axe. For it. I mean, I might be wrong. Also, I love the fact that you've got the classic what's got the Imperial Fist helmet there, like Vengeful Spirit. The first time it popped out of the warp, face to face with Sigismund and the Black Templars. They've got a bit of a hatred for the Imperial Fists, even more than most. It's Masters of the Maelstrom reborn in black and gold. Ooh. Oh. We are Masters of the Maelstrom, reborn in black and gold. We are returned. Such a good line. We are returned is such a good line. This is beautiful. And then, is this... I'm so intrigued by this skip bash. Is this Fabius Bile? Or is this the... No, these are the ones from... You were saying, yeah, the Master of the Maelstrom. This is the ones from the Crimson Slaughter, whatever they're called. Crimson Raiders, whatever they... I now get it. When you said Master of the Maelstrom, I now get what you mean. I'm like, what? I missed my entry having fish and chips. Sorry. We were blown away and we don't quite understand how you managed to sculpt that, Navarro. It was incredible. We can't figure it out, and we would love to know how tall it is. We were trying to figure out how tall it was. Red Corsairs, that was it. What was that? The Crimson Slaughter? They're the other one, aren't they? Well, my brain. The room is now taking effect. I've just checked my watch. What's the it's 25 degrees outside and 29 inside. Oh, it's getting warm in here. Oh. It's a massive amble. So that's what it looked like. We thought it looked like it could have been like the amble family for it, but it's like we couldn't quite work out the size you'd sculpt it like versus like a marine and that, because it wasn't on a base. We were trying to figure it out, but it looked phenomenal. The exact words were from the community, if you scroll back, were that must be a lie. It's definitely green painted plastic. I don't buy it, right? There's no way this could be sculpted. What the hell? God damn. And there was a lot of love for this. It was very, very gorgeous. And just as we have this gorgeous love, I love what you've done here. That white armor, Azzachan, is so nice. If at a glance, I legitimately thought this was a Black Templar. Like, if I'd have just walked past the table and I'd have gone, robe, black armor, little bit of white, Black Templar. No, that's not a Black Templar. That's definitely not a Black Templar. We were like, what? Like, 1 second. I can upload another pic for scale. Give me a minute. Oh yeah, chuck it in the finished models. Yeah, this is wild. How gorgeous this is. Like, you've nailed the paint up of this. Done really well. Also, what the? We're gonna just like the trim you've done here. We're just gonna ignore how gorgeous this trim is. That is a stunning gold, Azzachan. Loving the Eye of Horus here in the middle as well. Was it still the Eye of Horus? Because that was what the Eye of Horus was. What is it now? Because I still think it's still for them. He also paints a mean Templar, just saying. Oh yes. Oh yes. I'm loving this. The white armor, I love this white armor. Because it looks like it's unkept in the best way. Like it's older. It's so good. The Eye of the War Master, that was it. I couldn't remember what they renamed it to. That Super's on my boy! No! There's your Black Templar there just being Just wait, no, is that a fallen Black Legionnaire, or is that a Black Templar that ripping the Gene Seed and sealing them out? Oh, this is so nice. So nice. Azzachan, you are just a Legionnaire. Just, oh, Azzachan, you are. This is awesome to see. I've been loving watching your stuff because you're like you're the opposite of me. You're a productive hobby butterfly. You manage to flick between different projects. Like you Grey Knights, you'd be working on some dwarfs, you'd be doing some Black Legion, and you're actually getting stuff done and still finding time to play games. I'm literally flicking between stuff going, right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unfinished projects on my desk. I don't know how you do it. It's incredible. This man's a doctor. He's not doing nothing. He's not harvesting anything at all. He's just like, it's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just stay still. Just... Oh, love it. Yeah, the black armor is gorgeous. The trim, the gold trim is stunning. This really nice aged gold you're going for, you've nailed it. Really, really nice. Kind of that kind of... It looks like it would shine up really well with a little bit of brasso. But it's very much it's an aged, antiquated gold, and they're like, yeah, we don't care. Oh, you know, I just want to go and murder my way across the galaxy. Our goal is to take out the Corpse Emperor. That's the goal. Oh. But fantastic, absolutely fantastic, Azzachan. And I feel like, almost in response to your sculpt having a Imperial Fist helmet on it, I feel like Scrot has responded in kind, very much going, whoa, 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 give me back my helmet. With this Scrot. It's so nice. This is so nice. The yellow is flawless. And the banner and everything is fantastic. And I love the way... Oh, I think I've done this kit bash as well. Unless this is the model it comes with. That's the... Is that one of the feet from an Imperialis Knight Questoris? Unless this is on the model, but I know that's what I did for the kit bash when I wanted my Iron Hands to have a bit of an older legs. Ooh. Ooh. OSL for flames, are we thinking a yellow, glaze, or orange? I'm thinking orange is more realistic and more visual. Yeah, I kind of feel like the light given off by a fire is normally kind of an orangey yellow. That doesn't really help. I'd probably say, yeah, aim towards more orange style. Because there's a... I would go for... What have I done for flames? You know, I think I've done OSL for everything except for flames. I think I've done OSL for crystals, OSL for plasma, but not really for flames. So I haven't got an example for you. The yellow is so nice. It's so nice. You sounded really Australian for a bit then. My immediate response was to say something I can't say on stream. I can say on stream, but not by my own rules. When you said Australian, I was just gonna drop a 4-lettered word I probably shouldn't say. Immediately where my brain went. Is it about squares? Yes, it's about squares. Oh. This is Scrot. You are so damn talented. The yellow is beautiful. I love the face. And that really nice dark skin, but then you've managed to make it kind of like ashy, which is obviously something that happens as as darker skin ages. It does tend to go a little bit more ashy as it becomes more like there's more wrinkles and stuff. It ends up in that kind of sort of way of doing it, and you've nailed it. Is this a single sculpt or a kit bash? Because I feel like it's giving me Fafnir Ran vibes. within certain elements of it. But then the feet and the banner, I can't work out how you've done this. Is this just a sculpt? I'm going to go look at the Forge World part of the website. I'm so intrigued. Heresy, Loyalist, Imperial Fists. For like a Praetor or something. It's a Loyalist Legion Herald from Horus Heresy. It comes like that. It's really, that's a stunning sculpt. I haven't seen this as a Loyalist Herald. This is so nice. Where's the thing gone? I'm assuming resin, not plastic. I haven't seen this sculpt at all. I don't even remember it being announced or released. Wow. I'm trying to find the sculpt of it on the... It's probably down to the bottom and out of stock, right? I can't even see it on the web store. I can't even see a Loyalist Legion Herald on the web store. Where is this? What is this magical piece of model? What? I want to know more. I can see. Oh, there it is. Loyalist Console Herald. For some reason, I couldn't see it. God, that's beautiful. Your yellow is better than this, Scrot. This is the model, just in case everyone was curious. Scrot, your yellow is better than that. I'm not saying this is bad yellow. I'm saying your yellow is better than that. I prefer your yellow to this yellow. That's got so much more the way of just definition to it, and that's stunning. Scrot, you are... Stop being so talented! But also don't mean stop being so talented, because I love seeing your models. From your custodes the other week, oh, they were mind-blowing. But yeah, oh. I feel like I need to write an email and be like, get it together, look at this! That's it, this is stunning. The depth and the recesses look deep. That's it, yeah, this has just got so much more depth and definition and just life to the model. Again, this is not bad. This is not a badly painted model. I probably can't paint yellow this good. I definitely can't paint yellow this good. That's the difference. Right. I was like, where's it gone? I can't paint it like this. I definitely can't paint it like this. Oh. It makes me very excited to see what you're going to do with all your the rest of all your new Armageddon Marines. What colours are we going to see for them? Oh, spectacular. Spectacular. This is stunning. Brilliant. We're just going to quickly pivot because I want to see the size of the amble that Navarro worked on a second. Whoa, we were not kidding about this thing being massive. This thing's huge. Look at it. It is big. We were trying to figure out how big the sculpt was here for Navarro's Mini, and there we go. Nah. He's coming to get you. That's so cool. That is so cool. Thank you for sharing the size picture, because we were trying to figure it out. That's really, really nice. Oh, that looks like the guy from the comic series they did a while ago. They did these little like comic series about the tale of these really bad Stormcast Eternals who had a like a little human with them who kept like basically whenever they were getting killed and reforged, he was just left in the situation to try and resolve it. Like really cool. Oh, 28 millish versus that giant thing. You'd smash that. That's so cool. I love it. Love it. Thank you for sharing the bonus picture as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. He can run, but he can't hide. That's exactly it. It's like, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh. Next up, we are, speaking of Armageddon, we are jumping in and having a look at Grimdark Studios, who has been working on the Wazdaka rider right here, and finished off this beautiful sculpt. We've got a load of really nice angles of this as well, so I'm very excited to see it. This is so cool. It's interesting to see it's still vibrant in terms of the fact that the orc skin and the reds are so intense, but yet it's also hitting that kind of grimdark-esque criteria that you love doing. It's very much it's almost like a desaturated orc, which is still vibrant by the standards of, like, you know, most sculpts and things, but it's really not, if you put it next to orcs, which are normally kind of much more hyper, like really like heavy colors. It's lovely. Oh, this is so cool. This is so nice. As Shiny said, I picked this model up last week. Ooh, I'm excited to see what everybody does with it. That orc is probably the coolest new orc for Armageddon. Yeah, I feel like very much so. This is stunning so far. For all of the orc models. As much as I like some of the other sculpts that they've released, I think I like the Warbot, the new boss, is really nice as well. But this is such a impressively, it's a centerpiece bike. That's what it is. Ooh, which is so cool. And there's so many details to get on here, so I'm going to do some zooming in for it as well, because there's so much stuff to look at. Because I want to look at the skin texture on the orcs, because that is fantastic. The texture there is brilliant. That looks like skin isn't flat. The skin has multiple colors. It's got blemishes. It's got like kind of texture. It's got scars. And I like the fact here that you can make out that this is not just a flat green. You've got texture on there, which is so incredibly important for breathing life into models. Even down to this little Gretchen tattoo. That's so fun. Just there, like, yeah. Looks like it's just, I've got the image of the tattoo being in some, like, the Gretchen being in some tattoo parlor, just getting, like, mom tattooed on over the heart or something. Look at his and the Gretchen's arm. I mean, the arm on that is phenomenal. I mean, is there more on the other side as well? Or is it, oh wait, you've got as a third photo as well. Let me just jump to the third photo. Skadoosh. Whoa, is that that's free-handed on, like, tattoo sleeve? That's so cool, like half sleeve, like a band, isn't it? That's so nice. And tattoos on orc armor, on our orcs are not easy. I did tattoos on my orc on the squig. There's a lot of curves in there. To try and get the lines consistent is tricky. You smash that. I love seeing the orcs, seeing how people do the skin, because they're all different. That's it. I feel like everybody's orc skin is all really cool, and whether you're doing something simple to it, just like green contrast over dry brushing, or if you're doing something much more in depth, all of the orc skins they fit perfectly with orcs. They're an amazing set of sculpts that are just perfect for any level, and I love it. Like, I love the fact that you've got the inner part of the leather jacket here. Looks leathery. It looks like it's got that shine of, like, leather wood on the inside. Like, the bit on the outside is a little bit more aged, a little bit more matte, because it's been brushed by the elements. But the bit on the inside would be a little bit more protected, like, kind of as that collar goes sort of like up. The inner part of the collar is going to be protected a bit more, and it's going to have a bit of rub. So any smut or sort of like dirt that gets on it almost gets rubbed off in the contact. So then it's got that real nice polished shine, which is very cool. Very, very cool. Love what you've done on here. The top part of it almost giving me oops, I didn't realize so much I zoomed in. The design on the bike as well is giving me, like, there's Blood Angels on Armageddon. That looks like they've just ripped a section off, like, a Death Company dreadnought or tank, slapped it on top of the bike because it's got that, like, X across it. Really like the flames. Love the smoke. The rocks as well. Really, I love the fact you've added in little bits of, like, moss and texture on here, adding a touch of green with, like, in terms of, like, Athonian camo shade as a shade or a wash or something along those lines against grey rocks is one of the best ways to bring more life into them, and I love the fact that you've done that sort of style of thing on here. It's so nice. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really cool. And even like down to the fact that there is this little bit of like what's coming off the back, the flame. You've got the little bits of it reflecting in the rubber of the tire. You've got this lovely little bit of it down here on the rock. It's just like smashed it. Absolutely smashed it, Grimdark. I had to check if that was painted or part of the sculpt. It's brilliant. And the OSL on the tire is great. Yeah, that little reflection across like the shiny rubber, so good. Really, really, really nice. Absolutely fantastic. I feel like this is a model that's going to get a lot of love and care. This sculpt is from a lot of painters, and I want to see how every single person approaches this differently because it's such a cool sculpt. So nice. I hope we get a bit more about this rider's story as well. I hope it's not just they get to Armageddon, they get killed. I hope there's a bit more to it than that. Speaking of kind of OSL effects and kind of like flame effects and smoke effects, we've got a great example of some of it here from Shiny, who has been working on their Adeptus Sororitas models. Right here. Ooh, ooh, loving this. So your jump pack Canoness. Oh, what a cracking base. Is that a something sculpted, or is that one of the... Because I know there is it Deep something studio. They do the really nice bases for like flying models. I literally have boosting out of all of those engines. It's fantastic. Loving the effect you've gotten to here. Like kind of smoke effect. The fact that it's a little bit like it just shows the like as you're taking off. It's just like you're literally black smoke and then going into this dark orange. Almost red and into the yellow, then the white hot as the smoke. 3D printed the base and the smoke, clipped the two parts together and printed it as one. Ooh, nice. Like this a lot. This is so lovely. Really, really nice sets of texture on there as well. Like even the smoke looks really lovely. Really like the base. Those like kind of classic gothic style ruins that we see. This is going. One. I love the way you spent the time of putting one for almost every engine output. Big hellbeds looking so cool. No, look at this next shot a second. Yeah, that's really... I was trying to see how it all connected. I was like, yeah. I love the transfers you got into here as well. And it's still focusing on the detail on there. It's such a nice change from sort of like, you know, the standard sort of like flying bases and stuff. This is really cool. And we are seeing more and more of it. More and more people with 3D printers becoming more accessible at home. People are able to create these cool bases, or they're able to create something really nice like a... words are apparently hard for me today. Or they can create things like a something different. It's just really, really nice. My brain was completely useless then. I was just like, there are no words at this exact moment in time because I cannot somehow figure it out. I don't know what is going on with me then. I was like, words, things. The smart idea to make the smoke really stable. What a great job, and it looks amazing. Yeah, I see. Because I think I said the flying bases, unfortunately, they do snap. I do miss the classic, just snap like what the just what my drones used to be on. Classic. Just give me a stick. Always thought these are great. They can break on occasion, but it's not actually that. It's quite hard to break it. I don't know, they're obviously trying to like make the models more dynamic and stuff, but the ones that kind of just rest in and then you've got to like attach with glue and then you've got to hold it for ages and then the only connector is just the glue bond rather than something like a rod, it does make things... my Inceptors have snapped so many times. Ooh, thank you for the hydration, weeaboo. Hydration. Ooh. But fantastic work here, Shiny. To be fair, this model is with her toes on a ruin normally. No flight stand, but it makes her fit with the rest of the unit. Fair. Just a tactical rock, just jumping off a tactical rock, right? That's what it needs to be. That'll do the job. But brilliant work. Fantastic. Oh, I can't wait to see more of your Adeptus Sororitas, Shiny. They're an army that I don't think I've ever played against. I don't think, like, since they've come out in plastic, I played against someone who ran them when they were all metal, but I don't think I've played against them in plastic. I know a few people with the army, but I don't think I've ever played against it in plastic. Huh. Yeah, I was just thinking then, I was like, wait a second. How have I not played against that in plastic? Oh. Lovely work. Absolutely stunning work. And speaking of stunning work, literally, as we started with a mini from Johan, we are ending with a mini from Johan on the showcase. Johan has said here, I got myself some new Pro Acryl to try and do this Grimoldus in mostly one sitting. There are a few rough areas, but I did this in about 5 hours in total with new Pro Acryl plates. How? That made my headphones fall off. That's how shocking that was. 5 hours total. This thing's sensational. How do you lock in like that for 5 hours? I mean, I can't remember the last time I sat and painted, like, unlocked in. Like, sort of thing. Because I'm always chatting and I'm always streaming when I paint. If I'm in here and I'm painting, I'm like, I'm going to go live. Right? Because I want to chat to people as I do it. And even then, or like on a good day, if it's like one of those streams where kind of everyone's just chilling, lurking, because we're all, we're all just vibing, we're all cracking on, there's a couple of little conversations here and there. Even if I spent 5 hours, I wouldn't be able to do anywhere near this much. This is incredible. Very, very impressive. Like, whoa. Hey, Skyfire! Welcome on in to you and your community. Welcome on in, Skyfire. Thank you so much for the raid. How on earth are you doing? And what were you getting up to over on your stream? Please let me know. I'd love to know what you're doing. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Weeaboo, for doing the shout out. Much appreciated. So, how are we doing? I hope you're doing well. If you haven't been here before, hopefully there should be no pre-rolls, but if you haven't been here before, welcome! Hello, my name is Lewis, this is Hobbytime at Healys. We are a mini painting channel all about staying safe, staying positive, and being ambassadors for our hobby. Fricker! Double raid! What is happening? I'll do the speech in one. Fricker, thank you so much for the raid. How are you and your community? Thank you again for doing the shout. Weeaboo. What is going on here? Double raid. Skyfire, how on earth are you doing? What were you getting up to? Please let me know. I would love to know what you were doing. And Fricker, how are you doing? What were you getting up to today? And how are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you both for the raids. That's incredibly kind of you. I was just saying then, I was like, if you haven't been here before, we're all about staying safe, staying positive, and being ambassadors for our hobby. And we have a very simple motto here, which is just all about trying to be as positive as we can for it. If we can't keep it positive, we keep it constructive. Constructive, and we can't keep it constructive, we keep it to ourselves. That's what we're all about doing. Is just having a really nice, chill place to hang out and chat. We are just in the middle of doing, towards the end of our Sunday showcase, which is where we showcase people's finished models from the community. So this is everything people have been putting in our Discord server for the last week or so, and we were just showing off those models and what people have been working on projects-wise. As you have both just raided in, if there is anything you would like to put in, pop it into the finished models section of the Discord, or the work in progress on what you were working on today, and I'd love to bring it up. But no pressure, we never force anyone to do that if you don't want to share your work. But yeah, welcome to you both. I hope you are doing well. Fricker's doing good. I've been painting a model from the Galapox team. Ooh. I regret not buying that team so much. I really regret not buying that team. I'm just like, no, I really wish I'd have picked it up. I kept thinking it was going to be available for ages, but then it's now not. You can't get hold of it now. It's almost impossible to get hold of. It's like no. Which is so frustrating because it's just like it was such a cool selection of minis. And speaking of cool selections of minis, we have literally got here. This is Grimoldus painted up by Johan in the community, in 5 hours. This was 5 hours of work. This model. It takes me 5 hours to build models sometimes, let alone paint them. This is wild. Absolutely bonkers. It did have some really cool. It was such a cool kit, wasn't it? And I'm sad that it's not available as a kill team anymore. Maybe it'll come back as a made to order, but even then, I kind of hope it comes back at some point. The tabard also has a cross pattern. No. It does have a cross pattern. What? With this cross pattern, I feel like you should have a stab at doing tartan. I would love to see if you could do like, because you've got like the consistency down of doing this sort of pattern, mixing up the colours between it. Would you be able to like do sort of tartan sort of vibes? Because it's the same sort of like logic, right? Just straight lines and then going the opposite direction and adding little bits. This is so nice. I'm loving all the work here on the purity seals and stuff as well. This is so nice. You do exactly what I love doing. It's just adding a random big sigil or symbol or something to kind of break it up. Because if you ever look at like the scrolls or something, there was always like the first letter of the sentence would be like, if it was everyone, it would be like everyone. It would be like a massive big red E in like an ornate border, and then it would be like normal text to finish it off and stuff like that. I love adding that stuff to purity seals and this sort of O's of the moment. They're so cool. Big red E right there on the chest, as you said. That's exactly it. I didn't even see the E yet. I was looking at the skull and then the symbol and the sword. I love it. But it makes these pop so much more, and I think it's such a good shout. Yeah, the black armor is fantastic, by the way. That is absolutely brilliant. Grimoldus has never looked quite so terrifying. Just like, he's gonna get you. Oh. This is absolutely fantastic. It's so nice. I still can't get over the fact that you smashed this out in like 5 hours. That's wild. I don't think I could sit still for that long. I think I'd get to like, I need to go do something, or I'd remember I've got to go and do a task or something I need to do. This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Like, just like, yep. Yep, just like, yep. It's just pretty. Whoa. Just staring at it like, whoa. It's slightly repositioned too, so the shooter arm is from the Sword Brothers kit. Oh. What's he normally posed as? Grimoldus. Grimoldus normally now. Oh yeah, what does he normally look like? Captain Grimoldus and his retinue. Oh! Wow, really is a different pose. I didn't realise quite how much you'd alternatively posed him. That's such a straight, like, almost like he's using it as a warding off evil sort of vibe for Crozius. But that's really cool. And he kept the chain on it as well. The chains on there was really nice. There you go. This is very much he's marching forward, ready to like wreck face. I like this. I like this posing. That was how much I hadn't realized like this. I didn't realize this had been reposed. Like, I thought this was just this normal Grimoldus. That's how good of a reposition of the arms this is. Yep, nailed it. Nailed it. Smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. I don't know what else to say. I'm just like, you smashed this. Fantastic. Oh. Yep, I'm just like, yep, I don't really know what to say, but yep. What a beautiful way to wrap up this showcase. And you guys smashed it this week. I know it was a double one as well, so we got bonus minis from the last few weeks, which is really lovely. You've all absolutely nailed it. Brilliant work. Absolutely fantastic. We can take another look at this model now as well. I'm excited to see how this model is settling in. So, for anyone who joined today, we were working on some Blood Ravens. This is kind of where we sort of got to with the Blood Ravens. This is some Stern Guard. We've got sort of like the reds on, start painting the shoulder pads, and then we got this guy as like the test model done. And then we tried this out for the first time, which is Noosh, which is, I can't believe it's not an oil wash, an acrylic weathering medium, and we kind of slapped it all over the model. I put way too much on, so it's much darker than we kind of expected to be for it. But it was a good learning experience of a way to turn any standard acrylic paint into kind of like an oil wash. Like, I'm noticing there's plenty of areas on here like I need to kind of patch up and sort of clean off. And this has been sat now for about 2 hours, just kind of like after we've sponged off stuff. So I'm intrigued to know if we were to wet a sponge now. Don't know if it'll work, but would I be able to sponge off any more of it if I was to use a damp sponge? I'm guessing not, as it's been here a while and it is hot. Not that I want to take too much more off, but it's going to get the sponge kind of slightly damp. Oh, there is a little bit coming off. Not masses, but it's just a smidge. So if you wanted to kind of take more off, if you think you've still gone too heavy for it, I think it a little bit does. Not masses though. I have to admit, it's not a lot. It's only taking off like the tiniest highlight. Annoyingly, I don't think I'm going to be able to get that bit off in the shoulder pad, and that's going to really bug me. But that's for me to try and tinker with and figure out. I don't know if a paintbrush. Guessing I'd have to use something a bit sturdier than water. But it's really interesting using a brand new kind of technique today to see kind of how it turns out. And we're going to have a bit more of a fun with this. This is called Noosh by Pro Acryl. And basically the issue I had is I used way too much. I used way too much paint to Noosh. So it looks more like Nutella in there. So I basically I did about just under a 50-50 split, and it should have been 3 parts Noosh to kind of 1 part paint-ish. Oil wash meant to be super thin, and I went on really thick. But I feel like it's done a really interesting job, and like I said, I'm really intrigued to kind of know, can I scrape any of that off? It scrapes off. Kind of what I want. Okay, it scraped off a little bit. So the big part of me now is trying to figure out how much of this is much thicker on this model than anywhere else. So I'm going to try to tone it down and put it across the other models. But I feel like we're getting there slowly with the Blood Ravens. My main thing that I know I have done massively wrong in this, I've put it on too early. I put it on too thick, and I should have done more detail on the model first before putting something like this over this. I should have done this as the final bit. And that's something I'm going to work on for the rest of the squad. I'm going to do the rest of the models, start working on those, and then we're going to slap more of this on here. We'll do some more of them on stream, but probably the rest off stream, because I've got a few projects I want to get done for a few events we're going to next month. So we're going to probably shift back and work on those. So we're going to finish the tank for the Custodes and a few other bits. But yeah, interesting. Very interesting product that you can turn any acrylic paint into basically an oil wash, which I think is fascinating. And yeah, it does what it says on the tin. I wish there was better instructions on the tin, I'll be honest with you, rather than point you to their like Twitch channel. But it's very fun. It does what it says. You can't argue with that. But yeah, but for now, I think we've gone on way later than I normally go on a Sunday. So I think at this point we are gonna wrap up and raid off and spread some love. I think. Let's have a look and see who we can go and say hello to. So many wonderful people we can go and say hello. Let's have a look and see if I can return a raid to anybody. Where are we at? Where are we at? And or we might raid somebody new. Let's have a look to see who's about. And let's have a look here. Where are we at? And ooh, someone's building a cog fort. That looks really cool. And ooh, yeah. I tell you what, should we raid this? Somebody brand new. They're building a cog fort currently, and I've not seen one of those being built. So I feel that could be really fun to raid off and spread some love there. So let's raiding somebody brand new. I've not raided them before. Where are we going? Where are we? Where's my thing? Where's my thing gone? And we're going to go say hello to somebody new. They are a VTuber. It is Irradiated Rat. I've not raided into them before, so not sure what to expect. Obviously, as we're more family-friendly adjacent, I'm not sure what we're going to see. But yeah, massive thank you to everyone who's been in today. It's been an absolute wonderful and a delight of a stream, so thank you so much. We've had some good fun. We tried some new techniques, had a bit of fun, and started off some. The Blood Ravens are officially on the go, which is really cool. Rat is cool. Okay, Rat is cool. I'm glad for that. Cool. I want to do a massive. Let me switch back over to the screen. Massive thank you to everybody who's been in, and it's been really really lovely. Big shout outs to Pascal earlier on for the raid. Pascal Ruse, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you as well, Skyfire for the raid and Frecker for the raids that have just come in. Thank you so much. As well, thank you everybody for the resubs and for the bits. It is incredible. Thank you so much. It is always very very appreciated. Thank you so much. We are back next week as per normal, I think. I'll double check the schedule, but as per normal, where we are going to be working, flicking between some of these models and some of my custodies. Tomorrow's kind of my mop-up week before I go dive headfirst back into doing my Necromunda diorama. So yeah, a little bit of fun next week and going from there, and we may even squeeze in a gaming stream depending on how I'm feeling. But for now, thank you so much, and remember, as always, stay safe, stay positive, and above all, be an ambassador for your hobby. We'll catch you next week, everybody. Bye-bye!